Lachiel watches his life collapse in a single night. His clinic gets branded a public menace, the debt hits 130,000, and the public tears him apart without mercy. He forces out a broken laugh, but when his body suddenly lurches, cold panic crawls up his spine. Something is terribly wrong, and he feels it before he understands it. One figure remains standing. Scene 1, then everything around him sinks into endless darkness, with only one distant light dragging him forward. He drifts there completely lost, and the fear keeps getting heavier. Whatever is happening, his old life is already slipping out of reach. Even his own body starts feeling wrong, like it no longer belongs to him. Then the truth crashes down. He becomes a divine healer trapped inside the fantasy web novel world. The protagonist realizes he has entered, and he wakes as the Apothecary Prince. A system appears and explains a system resource tied to health. It can be replenished by receiving donations from internal organs and spent on skills or summons. In 3A, figure appears nearby, and in his haze he mistakes that person for a rescuer. That tiny spark of hope makes him think he can still rebuild, because even debt sounds better than dying here. But the second he tries to fire himself up, pain rips through his body. Absurdly luxurious, more like a royal chamber from some medieval drama. Then a voice calls him with formal respect, and every alarm in his head starts screaming. Pierrot steps forward in disbelief and devotion, calling him Your Highness and swearing himself as Lachiel's faithful physician. Scene 5. Around him, Lachiel scans the room and stares at wealth so excessive it feels offensive. The jewels are real, the goblet screams luxury, and the shock keeps pounding harder. Then the answer slams into his mind like a verdict. Lachiel Adria Magentano. Scene 6. Inside the fantasy web novel world, the protagonist realizes he has entered, and Lachiel is one of its characters. Before he can steady himself, blood spills from his mouth. The truth hits so hard he can barely speak, and in pure desperation he asks Pierrot for the hardest place in heaven. Pierrot panics at once, but the sting confirms what Lachiel cannot deny anymore. This is real, and somehow he truly is Lachiel. Scene 8. If he really left his old world behind, then that crushing debt and interest might be gone for good. Joy breaks through him anyway, but the high dies almost instantly when his body gives out and drops with a pathetic thud, sending Pierrot into panic. Scene 9. Then his body betrays him again, coins spill from his hands, and real dread sinks its claws in. He remains open. Lachiel barely appears before being forgotten, and now the timeline suddenly matters. Scene 10. Pierrot says he turned 21 this year, and that number lands like a death sentence. A sick groan escapes Lachiel as the countdown screams in his head. Rich Prince dies on the spot, but one fact still gives him hope. Lachiel has the best medical care in the Empire, so he orders Pierrot to bring needles. Scene 11. He steadies his breathing and forces his mind back into doctor mode. Now he prepares to examine this wrecked body with his own hands. And the deeper he reads, the more wrong everything feels. Scene 12. To Lachiel, it feels like chaos is moving inside this body in every direction at once. The images in his mind only get stranger, and the conclusion is brutal. This body is a complete disaster, so he urges the battlefield and protects him. 13. Pierrot asks what he plans to do, already fearing the answer. Lachiel says it plainly. He is going to use them himself. Pierrot nearly has a heart attack, but Lachiel cuts through the panic with absolute certainty and demands complete trust. From now on, Pierrot can only stare, still trying to understand this madness. Even so, loyalty wins, and he obeys. Lachiel now has one chance to prove this is not desperation, but skill. He gambles everything on his own medical skill. The pain is vicious, but this guy does not flinch, because this is his only shot at survival. Pierrot watches in stunned silence as his prince treats himself like a battlefield patient. Lachiel keeps reading his body and adjusting on the fly, fighting death with pure focus. The pressure builds with every insertion, because one mistake could kill him even faster. Then the gamble finally starts to pay off, and a system message appears. Current HP rises to 100. Lachiel holds himself together, feeling the worst of the chaos begin to settle. Pierrot stays frozen beside him, still waiting for disaster to strike. But for the first time, death no longer feels one breath away. Lachiel has not won yet, but he has dragged this dying body away from zero with his own hands. Now he knows he can fight back inside this cursed new life. And with that first impossible step behind him, his comeback is finally ready to begin. As trapped in the dying body of Crown Prince Lochiel gasps in shock as the system finally breaks its frozen silence. Beside him, his loyal servant Piero holds his breath, waiting for a sign of life or death. A jolt of panic then seizes Lochiel as he stares at the bizarre window, fearing his mind is finally breaking and he's losing control. Standing, Piero's heart plummets, convinced his poor prince has finally gone mad. A heavy silence grips the room, thick with unspoken fear. But Lochiel calls out, steadying his servant and insisting he is well. He urges Piero to stay calm and not to panic. Lochiel calms his anxious servant until Piero reluctantly agrees. That single response makes Lochiel freeze in place, holding his breath. At last, the system confirms he struck an acupuncture point. Lochiel targets during his emergency self-treatment. Exactly right. As the crushing tightness in his chest finally starts to loosen, his heartbeat pounds hard, making the moment feel dangerous once more. Then the pain bites back, and Lochiel winces at how brutally the treatment hits him. Desperate for some miracle to save his prince, a tiny sound pulls his attention up at once, filling him with dread. With a breaking heart, Piero begs for the Crown Prince to be protected from this madness, swallowing him whole. Bedside, hands clasped, mumbling a desperate prayer, Lochiel calls him back, his voice sharp with urgency and resolve. The air tightens again as our hero gathers himself for another risky move. He lies still, waiting in tense silence for what happens. Resolve, deciding to finish what he started with grim determination. He commits fully now, pushing through the searing pain to complete the treatment. Our man starts laying out the next acupoints in order. Focused like a doctor working against death itself. He moves to the next points without hesitation, following the sequence with grim precision. The system praises his technique, confirming every needle lands where it should. And just like that, his lungs kick back one of the massage chairs like rowdy drunks at a party. Strange little figures sag for a moment, as if the effort drains them too. Lochiel grumbles that he needs that chair more than they do, then demands to know why he got no A-system resource tied to health. It can be replenished by receiving donations from internal organs, and spent on scales or summons deciding that there are dogs. He targets an acupuncture point. Lochiel targets during his emergency self-treatment. Next, zeroing in with practiced focus. Ice jab lands, sinking deep into his flesh. The system confirms he correctly treated the left lung meridian. For a moment, it feels like he is standing alone under a harsh spotlight. Waiting for the verdict, breaks the silence, echoing ominously through the room. Then a single step cuts through the stillness, drawing out the tension. A sudden flash breaks the quiet, signaling something new is about to happen. His lungs are tap dancing with joy. The absurd payoff arrives, and his lungs seem ready to celebrate their newfound energy. His lungs burst into a ridiculous little dance, and our guy can only stare in disbelief, almost mocking how serious this all is. Thanks to that desperate self-treatment, the system finally starts talking back to him. That makes Lochiel realize the strange response is coming from inside his own body. And one part of him is content enough to rest, having done its part. Then another organ steps forward, demanding attention. The large intestine. The system explains that the lungs' wild rhythm has stirred the large intestine awake as well. He has time to process it before another voice barges into the chaos. The large intestine grumbles like an old man crashing the party, demanding to know what all the noise is about. And then it charges in like a shameless kid who refuses to be left out, its villi wiggling to the rhythm of the dance. More ridiculous as the large intestine wriggles and clatters to the beat. The system cheerfully reports that its villi are dancing right along with the lungs. Lochiel can only stare, wondering what on earth these organs are doing. It's him hard. His current A-system resource tied to health. It can be replenished by receiving donations from internal organs and spent on skills or summons. Jumps to 600. He immediately tries to shut down the organ reunion before it gets any weirder. Says that his A-system resource tied to health. It can be replenished by receiving donations from internal organs and spent on skills. The word alone lights him up, and his mind jumps straight to flashy fantasy powers. Lochiel gets excited fast, imagining the kind of abilities that make heroes terrifying. The thought of finally gaining an edge has him all in without hesitation. Tim responds at once and opens the skill list before him. A bright flash bursts, illuminating the strange interface. But the list hits him with something far more familiar. Every skill ties back to his medical knowledge. Laugh because this is basically his entire professional toolkit from his old life. Our boy quickly realizes these are the exact skills that kept him alive as a doctor. A brief pause passes as his doctor instincts take over, guiding his next move. He reminds himself that every treatment begins with one crucial thing: diagnosis. He knows better than anyone that without a proper diagnosis, treatment is just blind guessing. That thought leads him straight to the most basic and necessary option. First skill on the list: take pulse. The system immediately charges 500 system resource tied to health. It can be replenished by receiving donations from internal organs and spent on skills or summons. To unlock it, that steep price leaves him with almost nothing, making him stop cold in his tracks. Reading a pulse gives a general diagnosis through a basic medical report. Even confused, Lachiel decides the only answer is to check his own pulse again. The scan begins immediately and the system starts counting up from 5%. He climbed fast, and his anxiety climbs right along with them. Then something in the result makes him blurt out a horrified protest. A second later, the scan finishes, revealing the grim truth. For Lachiel Adria Magentano, and the numbers already feel ominous. Then the verdict lands like a hammer. His body is absolute top-tier trash. When he sees a projected lifespan of just 91 days, pure shock rips through him. He mutters under his breath, trying to process how truly bad this really is. He expected Lachiel to be dying, but facing the truth still hits him like a truck. 91 days is laughably short, and that only hardens his will to fight harder. It's another technique, twisting the needles clockwise to tonify and drain the energy. Then he orders the report to be read out, desperate for more information. Instead of helping, the system spits back a flat refusal that only makes this whole thing feel more absurd. He past the system's refusal and places the final needle with grim focus. A tense beat passes while he waits for the result. Holding his breath, then the system grants him one extra day, raising his projected lifespan to 92 days. Miracle leaves him reeling, wondering if the system just glitched. Then the truth sinks in, and hope punches straight through his exhaustion. Lachiel immediately decides to repeat the treatment on the other side of his body, too. He drives another needle in without wasting a second, determined to gain more time. For now, he believes that should finish the set of treatments, but the system cuts in with a harsh warning. Excessive needling is overloading his fragile body. In addition, the system recommends only one acupuncture session every 3 days. The backlash hits instantly, and Lachiel remembers the hard truth that acupuncture is no miracle cure. He finally admits just how ruined this body really is. Acupuncture needs at least some strength in the body, and Lachiel has almost none left. In game terms, he figures this wrecked body is sitting at barely one system resource tied to health. It can be replenished by receiving donations from internal organs and spent on skills. The messages make it clear the treatment works, but his real enemy is his body's miserable baseline. Station forces him to think beyond just needles and acupuncture. He calculates that one session every 3 days only buys him about a single extra day at a time. That math is nowhere near enough, so he starts searching for something more reliable. Find one answer rises above the rest, a dangerous idea taking root. His thoughts lock onto an acupuncture point Lachiel targets during his emergency self-treatment, a point he knows well. That sudden idea makes him pause, a new plan forming, and starts taking shape in his head. A desperate gamble. He lands on the fastest, safest option he can think of. Pero watches him with growing dread, more worried than ever about his prince's strange behavior. Tension lingers until Lachiel finally turns to his loyal servant. Then Lachiel asks Piero for something important, his voice firm. Piero answers at once, and Lachiel presses him about the storeroom and its stronger, more potent ingredients. And clearer by asking for the kind of herbs typically used in poisons. Piero confirms they have them and somehow takes this alarming request as a hopeful sign. Lachiel immediately asks whether they have dried wolfsbane as well. The storeroom is fully stocked, even outside the main imperial palace. That answer excites Lachiel and he tells Piero to bring the wolfsbane at once. Piero hesitates, then asks the obvious fearful question. Why does he need it? Dangerous silence follows before Lachiel gives the most alarming answer possible. With terrifying calm, he says he plans to eat it, right there and then. That answer leaves no room for comfort, only dread. Mood turns deadly serious as Lachiel prepares to prove he means it. He steels himself, his resolve hardening, and decides to swallow the deadly herb. Down it goes in one hard gulp. A desperate act of defiance, against death. The bitter taste hits him immediately, and his body recoils from the shock. Pierrot is horrified, feeling like his own hands are helping poison the prince he serves. Even while stammering, Pierrot gets cut off as Lachiel shuts down the argument and gives him 5 minutes. Well up in Pierrot's eyes from sheer panic and loyalty to his prince. Even so, he cannot bring himself to accept this madness. Lachiel can tell soft-hearted Pierrot won't fold to cheap pressure. Alone became his destiny, making sure Pierrot understands exactly how dangerous wolfsbane truly is. He says there are 2 kinds of wolfsbane root, and the one he wants is the smaller side root. Then he bluntly states the danger. Aconitine compounds can stop the heart. Warning nearly stops Pierrot's thoughts cold, paralyzing him with fear. Lachiel sees that Pierrot knows his herbs, and that gives him an opening to explain. Then he reveals the key. He knows how to neutralize the poison and control its toxicity. A deadly herb can be transformed into potent medicine. A shocking revelation. That claim is so shocking it leaves Pierrot struggling to keep up with the impossible idea. Pierrot repeats the idea in disbelief, trying desperately to grasp it, barely force out the conclusion, his mind reeling from the implications. Lachiel explains that in another tongue, the process is called detoxification. Pierrot echoes the strange word, completely unfamiliar with such a constant. So hard he practically yelps in shock and confusion. Lachiel calmly explains that this process tames the poison so the root can heal instead of kill. Then he hushes Pierrot's panic, trying to keep his loyal servant focused on the solution. Asks what Pierrot thinks of this unbelievable plan. Pierrot admits he can barely make sense of any of it and has no idea what Lachiel is talking about. He confesses he has never heard the term before and cannot judge whether it is trustworthy. But one thought matters more than his confusion or his fear. If this truly gives His Highness a chance to recover, that is enough for him. So Pierrot finally bows to Lachiel's will and agrees to fetch the dangerous herbs. He trembles as he calls out to his prince. Still filled with apprehension, he cannot ignore how Lachiel's condition worsens day by day. A constant, agonizing decline that helps Pierrot drowning in despair because no medicine has worked. Dangerous idea starts to feel worth trying. A desperate last resort. Still, one last worry clings to him, a shadow of doubt. He hesitates, unable to shake his fear completely, his loyalty warring with his dread. Bizarre processing is finished. He makes up his mind with grim resolve. Now he sets one crucial condition for his compliance. Pierrot vows he will test the medicine on himself first, to make sure it is safe for Lachiel. A moment passes, the weight of Pierrot's loyalty hanging heavy in the air. Lachiel watches him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. The unspoken promise of sacrifice seals their desperate pact. Scene shifts to a dark liquid swirling in a vessel, flames burning below it. Our hero's desperate gamble is now underway, a dangerous concoction brewing. Will this ancient knowledge be enough to save the doomed Crown Prince Lachiel? A pot hisses on the brazier, steam curling like demons dancing in the dim kitchen. Lachiel grips the edge of the table, every breath tasting thick with dread. Even Pierrot steps back, his face draining, pale as instinct. Another ugly bubble pops, cracking silence like a gunshot in the cramped room. Lachiel meets Pierrot's wide eyes and calmly reminds him, this is pure poison, brewed from deadly herbs. Our guy shrugs off panic, with brutal honesty, admitting that the medicine could kill them both. His loyalty fractures as desperation floods his voice, begging Lachiel to reconsider this suicidal gamble. He pleads again, eyes glistening with fear, unwilling to watch his Prince crumb death. The absolute loyalist nearly dumps the concoction in horror, fingers shaking as his resolve crumbles. Lachiel smirks coldly and dares him to drink first, if he's so terrified. In a heartbeat, Pierrot steps forward, chest heaving, ready to stake his life on loyalty. This guy doesn't even blink before lifting the cup, sealing his fate with unwavering devotion. Pierrot downs the liquid in one brutal gulp, as if fear never touched him. A sharp bell clangs through the kitchen, slicing the silence in two. Lachiel's chest tightens, recalling just how absurdly devoted Pierrot is in every twisted turn of the tale. Pierrot's humble beginnings, serving one of Lachiel's brothers before fate threw him at his prince's side. Back then, Pierrot was no more than an assistant, nameless and unprotected by any noble rank. That lowly status sharpens the knife of loyalty he now wields without hesitation. Lachiel first collapses, Every healer in the capital boasts they hold the cure, swarming his bedside like vultures. But illness refuses every remedy, and one by one those cure-mongers slink away into shame. Soon only silence remains, pressure building with each deserted promise. And refuses to abandon him, gritting teeth as the world turns its back. Piero stands unwavering silent solidarity, speaking louder than any vow. Lochiel feels that dependability burn in his chest, a rare treasure amid looming death. Piero offers himself to test the brew, stepping into the crucible without a second thought. But betrayal waits in the wings, sketched by rumor and court intrigue. When poison claims his life before justice can intervene, the weight of that loyalty becomes tragic. Poison claims his life before justice can intervene. The weight of that loyalty becomes tragic on its own. Piero's path ends at the gallows, silent condemnation echoing through the capital. A cold clatter rings as wood meets metal, mocking every act of devotion. Fate snarls at them both, reminding Lochiel how cruel loyalty can be when justice arrives as well. Clenches, knowing this dependable man deserves far more than a noose. Guilt claws at him, but even that rage can't compel him to hand over his one hope. He refuses to surrender this precious lifeline, no matter the cost. Brew roils like a storm contained in clay, thick and ominous. Steam coils upward, whispering threats of pain and power. At last, the liquid slurps through the spout, slow and deliberate. A dark promise poured out. Exhale escapes Lochiel as he judges the final result, lips curling in cautious anticipation. Steam dances above the mixture like ghostly ribbons in the dim light. The label confirms it. Ephedra aconite, a serum decoction. Distilled danger in every drop. Ready, each bubble marking a countdown to fate. Lochiel turns to Piero, eyes alight with grim resolve, waiting for the next move. Piero's eager voice trembles, begging permission to partake, his loyalty undimmed by fear. Lochiel snaps him down, cutting through hope with surgical calm. Piero flinches, caught between duty and dread, still clinging to every rule he knows. Lochiel admits that questioning makes sense, indulging his servant's caution even as time bleeds away. Spins a tale of secret sorcery and tearful dream visions imparting forbidden knowledge. Piero masks disbelief with stiff formality, jaw clenched as he pretends to buy the nonsense. Even so, his eyes lock on the brew, suspicion hot as coals. It booms from outside, crashing into their fragile confession, like a war horn. Both men freeze, tension snapping taut across the room. Before they can react, the door flies open and Guac storms in. Chaos is off. Entrance shatters the hush with a quack-like war cry, sending papers fluttering like startled birds. Lochiel blinks, mouth hanging open as confusion over the sharp edge. His mind stutters, unraveling at the seams under the surface of truth. Missing a heartbeat, Lochiel barks an order to erase the evidence from sight. He then lifts the cup and drains every last drop himself, punctuating each gulp with a showy hiccup and burp. Silence crashes back into the room, thick with anticipation of unknown judgment. Suddenly, a thunderous thump echoes from deep within his chest, jolting him upright. A system alert crackles in his mind, confirming the decoction's consumption with cold precision. Wolfsbane sets to work, banishing chill and pain as it ignites his metabolism. Technique flares to life, its name striking Lochiel cold. His pulse races as realization dawns. This royal discipline flows only through true Magentano heirs. The system confirms mana amplification at 120%, and his HP surges to 100. The power ring whirls around his heart. Smooth and solid, electricity tingles in his veins, awakening latent strength buried beneath frail flesh. This body's royal legacy finally surfaces, reshaping the stakes of every heartbeat. Tense heartbeat as he absorbs the system's cold explanation. The circle can now absorb and refine mana for greater power. Charts flicker in his vision, numbers dancing around his chest. Mana amplification reads at 100. Exhilaration bursts through Lochiel like wildfire, every nerve alight with potential. He feels that ring pulse against his ribs, a seductive promise of dominance. And then, something shifts. The air thick with impending threat fans the flames of power surging through his body, muscle and mind singing in unison. For the first time, our boy truly feels his mana like a living thing coiling in his blood. He exhales, stunned by that raw, humbling thrill. He hits him with savage force, mind alight with roaring energy. His eyes widen at the sweet chaos flooding every fiber of his being. But that intoxicating surge vanishes in an instant, replaced by a crushing silence. Terror slams into him, cold dread flooding his veins. Pain rips through every sinew like shards of glass, shredding flesh. Panic surges, mind drugged by confusion as he scrambled for answers. It feels about to burst free of his ribs. That realization chisels ice into his bones, dread gathering in his gut. A dark glow coils around his heart, each pulse driving that aura tighter. Pharaoh's cry of horror cuts through the chaos, eyes wide at the blackening circle around his prince's heart. Lachiel chokes back a sound, throat raw with panic as he fights for breath. He locks gaze inward, mind racing to decode. The death of the prince's heart. Unfit. Then the brutal truth settles like a blade in his chest. This is bad. Every instinct screams that the mana circle is strangling his heart with lethal demand. A warning beats through him, sharp as an executioner's axe. It screams in his mind, the circle's growth and his fragile heart dangerously out of sync. One more heartbeat like this and his heart will seize cold and dark. He steels himself, bracing for a choice between life and oblivion. That circle grew too fast for his undertrained heart. This body's childhood illness robbed it of proper cultivation, leaving the ring oversized, now that mismatch claws inward, constricting like a noose, tightening around his ribs, clamps down on the agony, forcing his racing thoughts to steel themselves. Only one answer courses through his haze. He cannot shrink that heart. Desperation blooms as he eyes the glowing ring that threatens to kill him. Heart is impossible, so he pivots without hesitation. A flash of blue light flares in the darkness of his mind, igniting his focus. The ring becomes his target, every fiber of his being funneling into action. Then the ring itself must expand instead. He locks onto that spinning halo, determination blazing in his eyes. The ring clamps tight around its mark, a furious dance of power and pain. Trapped within those glowing rings, Lachiel braces as crushing pressure closes in from every side. A pained gasp rips from his lips, echoing through his mind. Breath falters as his focus wavers under that savage grip. Himself and amps up the rotation, refusing to yield to agony. Even he senses the borderline madness of his gambit, yet he drives on. That spinning force becomes his anchor as pain screams. In his standing, his hands moved almost of their own accord, grappling the ring's edge with trembling resolve. He wills it to spin faster, harder, every nerve alight with desperation. The power dance grows wilder, reality twisting around his solitary command. A grunt escapes him as strain punches through his chest like iron fist. Seconds from blacking out, he clings to that furious rhythm. Compared to nights of torment, back in Korea, this pain feels almost manageable. That life collapsing around him, clinic whispers branding him cursed like an outbreak. Rent and interest bled him dry as pandemic fear turned patients into suspects. Every rumor shredded his hope until even his hair unraveled in grief. Held on him like relentless waves, humiliation gnawed at every waking moment. He shrank himself into a cramped room, breathing costs down to survival. That old bitterness resurfaces as fuel for his desperate act. Each rotation, his resentment sharpens into a vow. Someone will pay. Then an absurd memory flashes across his mind. His lump sum deposit stolen by fate. Darkness drops around him. Resolves hardening. Reserve hardness. Resolves hardening like steel. Pain, adamant not to underestimate this battle. Pressure coils tighter, every heartbeat echoing steel claws. The spinning force grows more brutal, threatening to tear him asunder. Still, our man forces the ring to widen, defying the agony screaming through his body. Bone-deep focus anchors him in the madness of the moment. One misstep here spells death, yet he drives that circle outward. Patient ramps the pain into a savage crescendo, but Lachiel doesn't relent. He claws the ring further apart, muscles screaming betrayal with each pulse. This gamble strains every ounce of his will. His breath quakes, each inhalation tasting of iron and fear. Yet he doesn't yield. Pressure peaks like a gladiator's final blow, threatening to shatter him whole. Still, he commands the rotation faster, pushing beyond mortal limits. Second feels like a blade slicing into his heart, each beat a duel with oblivion, yet Lachiel refuses to release his grip as stimulation bathes his core in fire. The hard king of his organs begins to stir with dormant strength, awakening. Lakil forces his wrecked body forward before fear can pin him down again. Every step looks like it might be his last, and the strain tears a raw groan out of him. Pierrot instantly rushes in, horrified that the crown prince is about to collapse right in front of him, but our guy steadies his rug for a while. He starts biting. Deep inside him, the flow he triggered begins to move properly, and his heart stirs like a ruler waking up after a long, ugly coma. Once that rhythm settles, the rest of his body reacts at once, as if every organ suddenly remembers who the body reacts at once. And somehow, those poor, overworked organs start begging for more of this miracle like desperate employees greeting the CEO. Smooth for long. A violent warning rips through him and his whole body seems to scream for him to stop before he pushes too far. Lakil immediately realizes this isn't a normal recovery at all. Something bizarre is happening inside him, and even with all his medical knowledge or protection, ridiculous. A shirtless man strides out with his arms crossed like he owns the place, radiating pure main character confidence. Lakil stares in disbelief, because the impossible truth hits him all at once. That swaggering lunatic is his heart, standing there like a boss monster inside his own body. It's escalating. With the heart back in charge, everything inside Lakil feels weirdly relieved, like the kingdom's tyrant king has returned, and everyone can finally breathe again. The system, of course, stays cold and useless, offering no explanation, while our man has the strangest medical breakthrough. Of course, Lakil mentally turns toward his other organs and basically apologizes because, yeah, he has been treating them like disposable interns in a death march. A blue window flashes before him with the kind of news that changes everything. The system confirms that he has perfectly balanced the growth of his heart and mana circle, creating a unique mana circle no one has ever achieved before. That alone is insane, but one word grabs him immediately. A new slot has appeared, and Lackey instantly smells the growth of his heart. A mana circle tries to move as his heart and mana circles everywhere. That alone is insane, but one word grabs him immediately. A new slot has appeared and Lackey instantly smells growth work. He repeats that word in his head, already sensing this new function might be completely broken. Cautious but excited, he starts testing it, poking at the feature like a gamer who just found a hidden exploit. Right in the middle of that, Pierrot checks on him again, still tense and pale from stress. Lakil answers as casually as he can, even though his body is still recovering and his brain is sprinting. Pushes it off, pretending he only choked because he swallowed too fast. Pierrot nearly dies from fear on the spot, begging him not to scare him like that again. The poor man is still trapped in full panic mode, convinced he just watched the prince flirt with death for no reasonable wanting. And because Pierrot is painfully loyal, he immediately blames himself for letting Lakil drink something unproven. To explain a single useful thing, which is honestly on brand at this point. So Lakil, fully leaning into shameless prince energy, tells the invisible voice that if it wants to be difficult, it can at least clean up the mess. And then something reacts. Our boy freezes because the impossible starts looking very difficult. For a second, doubt crashes into him hard. He wonders if the medicine has damaged him even more, or if his mind is finally breaking under all this pressure. But then another possibility starts forming, and it is way more dangerous if his guess is right. Lakil hasn't just survived yet. Power with growing excitement, already feeling the scale of it. The ability lets him infuse certain things with mana and store them away, and each slot holds an absurd amount. We're talking around 11 quarts, basically 10 liters, packed into one internal storage space. And the craziest part is how it works. If he consumes something, it can be stored instead of just sitting in his stomach. Does what any medically trained madman with a fresh exploit would do. He grabs water for the safest possible test and estimates the jug at around 2 quarts. Even now he keeps calculating like a doctor, because one wrong move with a body this week could still kill him. But curiosity wins and he pushes forward, doing the math based on his body weight, figuring out where water intoxication should become dangerous. Even lifting the container annoys him, and he curses this pathetic prince body for being so weak. It struggles with basic testing and rolls, but the bund is not matching them. With a roar, intoxication should become dangerous. Then the results begin lining up in real time, and his eyes widen as the pattern clicks. Down, then more, then somehow the amount keeps climbing toward the full capacity of the slot. By all logic, his stomach should be screaming, bloated and overloaded, but it stays almost normal. And right when that impossible realization lands, a heavy sound breaks the moment. Thump. Out of the blinding light, Lakiel snaps toward it, heart pounding, because this is no longer just a storage trick or a weird system glitch. Whatever falls through that glow feels like the next rule of this world just shattered in front of him, and our guy is about to find out exactly what answered his call. Pulls with tension as our protagonist Lakiel watches the strange concoction bubble. Pierrot's fierce loyalty demands he test the mysterious medicine first. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoes through the kitchen, shattering the silence. After a suspenseful wait, he triumphantly announces the herbal decoction of the battle cracked. The ancient towers finally settled over. Steaming pot, poised to pour the life-saving decoction. He reaches for the cup, but his concern immediately shifts to the maid. He senses her fear and knows something is wrong. Instead, our prince calmly instructs Pierrot to leave them alone for a moment. The protagonist dispatches Pierrot from the room, knowing his loyal servant would be frantic watching this medicine go down. With a strained, almost theatrical gesture, Lakiel requests a private moment. Pierrot, still trembling, then warily asks if Lakiel is going to make him drink. That awful medical fact, which is a fifth test, reveals this medicine has already brought him much distress. He confesses choking last time, but this massive new batch fills him with dread. Feigning nonchalance, Pierrot suggests he will just sample a tiny bit first. He hopes to avoid wasting any of the precious concoction. Her is far worse than Lakiel imagined. She can barely whisper the truth, her voice shaking with old fear. A single drop of water on his sleeve once earned her brutal torture. Lakiel recoils in disgust. Really, that's not a good place for me. Revulsion, not for the maid, but for the depravity of the former prince. Still, he maintains a steady voice, instructing her to clean the shards and depart without fear. The maid bows as if spared from execution, scrambling to escape before his temper shift was evaded. Feels less like thanks and more like a prisoner's liberation. As she flees, Lakiel feels the full crushing weight of the prince's cruelty. He desperately needs the unvarnished truth about his past. So, are protected someone's dependency. His loyalty unwavering as Lakiel casually reaches for the medicine, feigning normalcy. Without a second thought, our guy grabs the entire container and chugs it like a man speedrunning survival. He gulps the bitter liquid directly from the bucket. Subtlety means nothing when a death timer ticks its head. He can only stare, bewildered by this madness unfolding before him. He probably wonders when his prince became a medical lunatic. Lakiel finishes the dose with desperate haste, his eyes screaming a desperate shape that would drink an entire lake for a cure. The desperate gamble pays off, and he immediately checks with results, like a man awaiting a life sentence. The system answers him with the number he desperately needs. His HP finally rises to 500, and that tiny amount feels like a massive jackpot. That number changes everything for our protagonist. Now he pushes his broken body forward, every step a battle against time. His loyal physician Pierrot stands ready to risk his own life for the prince's survival. A desperate tension hangs heavy in the air, tightening with each agonizing breath. Lakiel knows he must keep moving, no matter the cost. Forces himself into a flawless royal posture, masking the agony racking his frame. He stands before the emperor, Asterion, a man whose mere hum sends shivers down the spine. The air in the throne room grows thick with unspoken power and danger. Lakiel feels the pressure out of it and sits like an unyielding mountain, his gaze cold enough to freeze his own son. A subtle shift in his expression sends a jolt of pure dread through Lakiel. Then the emperor speaks, mentioning the Ashrahan core technique, and the words land like a sharp blade. The tension in the room spikes. Throwing out, unable to believe this sickly prince could possibly wield such power. Lakiel's mind snags on the strange word, and confusion rattles his already failing body. He trembles, almost believing the emperor himself feels unsettled by his presence. For a fleeting moment, he misreads the room and is ready to be up and none. Realizing his own frayed nerves are twisting reality, his legs go numb beneath him, and simply surviving this audience becomes the true fight. Inside, he silently pleads for the emperor to speak, as kneeling like this is pure, agonizing torture. Every second stretches into an eternity. Life at the royal villa, and Lakiel answers politely, suffering in silent agony. But then Asterion's tone shifts, and that seemingly harmless question reveals its hidden fangs. Our hero tries to respond, but the words snag in his throat, unable to save him from the trap. He feels utterly helpless. Strokes his beard, his gaze hard and skeptical as he studies Lakiel. Asterion coldly warns his son to behave in a way that reflects his royal position. upholding the family's great name. Lachiel stammers again, and each broken word makes the humiliation sting even deeper. He feels utterly exposed and shamed, declaring that a body like Lachiel's cannot bear the crown. Immediately after, he suggests Lachiel start considering other paths for his future. That phrase hits our boy like a physical slap, because this is clearly no fatherly advice. It's a brutal, calculated dismissal. And racing, knowing a single wrong answer could cost him everything. The silence in the room hangs thick and venomous as he desperately pieces together the Emperor's trap. Then it clicks. This crafty old fox has already stacked the entire board against him. He feels a cold dread settle in. Commanding both his sons to listen carefully to his decree. With brutal bluntness, he orders Lachiel to hand the Crown Prince title to his younger brother. And just like that, our guy finally sees the whole ugly setup for what it truly is. The Emperor's intentions are laid bare. Respect, buying himself one last precious breath. Then he refuses outright, and that single answer blows the room wide open with tension. The Emperor's shock flashes instantly across his face, because this sickly prince was supposed to bend. He was stabbered with a grundon still fresh in his face. Fury flares at once, stunned that his frail son dares to reject his imperial command. Lachiel remains silent on the outside, but inside, he knows the real fight starts right now. The Emperor comes in hard, but our man has absolutely no reason to retreat anymore. He stands firm against the storm. Protagonist understands exactly what is truly happening in this treacherous game. He tells himself to open his mind and read the truth of the situation clearly. And once he does, the answer snaps into place with chilling precision. The Emperor's true motives are revealed. The Emperor never needed his consent to transfer the title at all. He is pushing for a willing surrender because a handoff would make everything look spotless. If Lachiel gives it up himself, the entire succession becomes a perfect. Policy is not a battleführer. A flawless royal family polished for everyone to admire and praise. The weak older brother steps aside for the gifted younger one, and the palace wins the narrative. That way, the whole thing passes as noble optics instead of a naked. Has clearly been fed up with Lachiel's sickly body for a very long time. Yet somehow, Lachiel keeps stubbornly surviving, refusing to disappear on schedule. No wonder the Emperor is starting to look anxious and frustrated. Are princes and a spokesman? Astarion asks why his son keeps clinging to such an empty title. Inside, Lachiel almost scoffs because he never cared about lofty status in the first place. If he had the luxury, he would gladly dump the title and live a lazy, indulgent life. That sounds like a dream come true. Sounds like the absolute dream, and our guy almost laughs at the thought. But he knows the moment he accepts that offer, the future turns catastrophic. If he accepts the Emperor's proposition today, everything will unravel. He sees the looming disaster clearly. Looming disaster is the Empire's golden boy himself, Prince Theodore. This is still the fantasy web novel world the protagonist realizes he has entered, and Lachiel remembers exactly where this road leads. He remembers the novel itself, Emperor of the Runeblade, and its great knowledge of Emperor of the Runeblade. And its great knowledge of Emperor of the Runeblade. And its great knowledge of Emperor of the Runeblade. And its great knowledge of Emperor of the Runeblade. And its great knowledge of Emperor of the Runeblade. And its great knowledge of Emperor of the Runeblade. And its great knowledge of Emperor of the Theodore is praised as diligent, talented, and beloved by everyone. But the Empire is standing on the edge of an age soaked in brutal war. And in an era like that, Theodore is hopelessly, tragically out of his depth. He is not the leader that needs to be the throne. The entire empire falls, and Lachiel's family falls with it into ruin. That is why our protagonist decides he has to stop this, no matter the personal cost. So he admits the truth. His body is weak, but his mind is still razor sharp. He will fight with his intellect. The title itself means very little compared to the crushing burden behind it. Even the Emperor acknowledges the unexpected weight in Lachiel's words. But our boy is already moving ahead, seizing the initiative. Then Lachiel steels himself and offers a bold proposal of his own. And completely off guard, because this was supposed to end in a simple surrender. Lachiel asks for a chance to prove whether he or Theodore is truly more worthy of shouldering the crown's weight. Later, Piero appears, that familiar, loyal panic written all over his face. He senses disaster brewing. Piero asks why His Majesty summoned him so suddenly, already bracing for the worst possible disaster. Lachiel answers almost casually that the Emperor wants the Crown Prince title passed to Theodore. That one line hits Piero like a sudden, brutal death sentence. His loyalty is instantly tested. Lachiel quickly tells him to calm down, because he actually refused the Emperor's demand. Then he reveals the follow-up, a duel, and suddenly the madness only gets worse. Piero immediately starts doing something strange and desperate, forcing Lachiel to stop him. The loyal servant is losing it. Packing his bags, convinced this entire situation is royal suicide. Lachiel can only let out a dry, weary laugh at Piero's sheer panic. Meanwhile, Asterion reflects on how that boy, his sickly son, demanded a chance to measure his worth against his brothers. The Emperor is still reeling. It is surprised because this bold, defiant side of Lachiel is entirely new. Lachiel insists he will win while Piero nearly melts down, insisting he absolutely will not. Around them, the crowd buzzes in disbelief, and someone even blurts out something absurd about a rabbit that doesn't know. That odd, insulting comment, and irritation flashes through him at once. A solemn drumbeat rolls out beneath the palace flags, fluttering in the wind. Shock ripples through the onlookers as the sheer absurdity of this matchup truly settles in. They see a lamb led to slaughter. Still cannot quite process this new, defiant side of Lachiel. The whispers keep multiplying, rolling through the crowd like hungry, venomous gossip. Most of the audience is already swooning over Theodore, treating his victory as a done deal. Lachiel is seen as a fool, with Theodore's name ringing out like a celebration for a victory already won. That noise makes Lachiel stop because something about this entire setup feels deeply wrong. Theodore steps forward to address his brother, looking uneasy rather than proud. A strange tension fills the air. Someone tries to stop this, while Theodore stands there in full princely splendor. Theodore makes it clear he takes no pleasure in this, believing the ending is already obvious. Lachiel fires back at once, asking if Theodore is truly that sure of his victory. The challenge hangs heavy. Feels he was told Lachiel was the one who demanded this ridiculous duel. That makes Lachiel's thoughts screech to a halt, because that is not the story he heard at all. When Theodore says the Emperor told him that earlier today, our boy realizes something is very wrong. A sinister plot unfolded. Accept this farce and tries to stop it outright. Lachiel is left staring, caught completely off guard by how badly the situation has been twisted. And then he gets it, a sly spark igniting in his mind. They have both been fed completely different stories. The Emperor played them, apologizes lightly because now he knows exactly how to play this massive misunderstanding. Theodore blinks, still not realizing Lachiel is already making his cunning move. Then a sudden burst erupts from the crowd, and the mood snaps from awkward to dangerously volatile. Chaos is about to break loose. Jolts, trying desperately to understand what just happened in the sudden chaos. A voice calls out to the Emperor as all attention swings toward the disturbance. And right in that chaos, one absurd thought crashes back into Lachiel's mind. Donate, the system is calling to him. Himself, refusing absolutely to lose this fight. He leans in close, staring intently down at the medicine in front of him, a tense silence hanging in the air. The fate of the Empire and his own life now rests on this desperate gamble. Crown Prince Lachiel faces an impossible duel. Whispers of doubt sting the air, questioning his very sanity. Everyone already praises his brother Theodore for his strength and training. The entire kingdom believes Lachiel's defeat is a foregone conclusion, counting Theodore's legendary training under a master knight. Meanwhile, our prince feels a phantom pain, a raw gasp tearing from his throat. Even a stray dog's bark seems to mock his desperate situation. Silences Piero's worries with fierce resolve. He recklessly swears he will win this impossible duel, but his frail body immediately betrays him, forcing a pained gasp. He laughs it off, trying to convince Piero, and himself, that the low expectations actually ease the pressure. To offer encouragement, but his face betrays his deep fear. His awkward hesitation speaks volumes, a silent warning to the prince. Lachiel, however, latches onto a single desperate number. He can just endure 3 attacks from Theodore that will count as his victory. This desperate, almost suicidal goal hangs heavy in the tense silence. It's a testament to how dire his situation truly is. Piero can only watch in helpless dread, his heart heavy with fear. He silently begs for some miracle, for anyone to protect his beloved prince. A heavy, suffocating silence settles over the arena, as the judgment is about to begin. The declaration rings out, cold and merciless, sealing Lachiel's fate today. The The very succession of the throne hangs on this brutal result. The rules of this deadly duel are brutally simple. 5 minutes against Theodore or defeat him outright. Failure means the crown's favor passes directly to his brother. With these words, the moment everyone has feared finally arrives. With icy resolve, determined to swiftly end his brother's challenge, Lachiel, however, answers with pure raw nerve, throwing himself into danger without a flinch. The duel officially begins, and the entire arena holds its collective breath. The crowd lines the arena in tense silence, eagerly awaiting the first move. The brothers finally square off, and the air crackles with anticipation. Suddenly, a sword skids across the arena floor, with a sharp metallic clang. On Theodore's face as the mood quickly sours. The crowd's mockery spreads like wildfire, calling the duel pathetic and embarrassing. Someone starts counting the seconds, and each one feels like a desperate lifeline for Lachiel. And, sharp and sudden, with an unexpected declaration, Theodore believes his brother is surrendering, and a hint of relief slips into his voice. Yet, even he seems surprised by how quickly Lachiel appears ready to publicly. Theodore believes his brother is surrendering, and a hint of relief slips into his voice. Yet even he seems surprised by how quickly Lachiel appears ready to publicly fold. It feels like the dignity of the crown is crumbling before their eyes. Then panic kicks in as they remember the royal family is watching. Now they desperately need Lachiel to keep fighting. A blade slices through the air with deadly speed. Something slams hard against Lachiel, but then a man steps in raising a huge shield. The crowd quickly deduces Lachiel's strategy. He's simply trying to stand his ground and survive the full 5 minutes. Through the plan instantly, coldly promising to end it fast. A strained breath slips from Lachiel as the immense pressure closes in. Then, steel explodes on impact, sending shockwaves through the arena. Flares in Lachiel's chest as he grips his sword tighter. He pushes himself forward, a silent command echoing in his mind. A sudden, blinding flash tears across the duel, marking the next brutal exchange. Survives Theodore's first devastating move. Then he endures a second, clinging to life by a thread. A tiny sound of irritation escapes Theodore, his calm facade finally cracking. Suddenly, Theodore's powerful kick comes crashing down towards our hero. The blow carries Theodore's full weight, his immense strength, and surging mana, but then something feels terribly wrong to Theodore. Smugly tells his brother to kneel with dignity to avoid further disgrace. He presses the humiliation harder, fully expecting Lachiel to bow to his superior strength. A pained groan slips from Lachiel's lips as he desperately fights the overwhelming force. Theodore's unwavering confidence cracks for a fleeting second. He stares in disbelief, unable to comprehend Lachiel actually blocking that devastating downward slash. Our hero knows his moment is coming soon. The situation holds, every second stretching into an eternity. A strange sound escapes Lachiel as the pressure keeps building, threatening to crush him. The roaring crowd still clings to the easy excuse that Theodore must be going easy on his brother. Lachiel grits his teeth, enduring another wave of searing pain. Then another hits, even uglier and more brutal than the last. Theodore finally reads the desperate look in his brother's eyes. Realizing this defiance is no mere accident, Theodore refuses to let that shocking realization shake his composure. That single thought hardens his resolve, making him even more ruthless. His blade cuts through the air again, aiming for a decisive blow. Through Lachiel's mind, he's just a guinea pig. A brutal hit lands and the pain tears a raw cry from his throat. He staggers, barely holding his battered body together. Then the agony spikes, tearing a full scream from his lungs. In that haze of excruciating pain, one fragile word slips out. Mom. Even the hardened onlookers recoil, stunned by how brutal this duel has become. Finally breaks, calling out in sheer panic for his prince. Lachiel curses under his breath, realizing something inside him is going terribly wrong. His head pounds with such intensity, it feels like its skull might split apart. His hand starts going numb, threatening to drop his weapon. But our guy digs deep, telling himself this is nothing compared to the hell he survived before. He insists he's endured far, far worse than this pain. Pain tears through Lachiel's body, but instead of breaking him, it ignites an old, stubborn grit. Theodore pauses, caught off guard by the fact Lachiel is still standing. He keeps pressing with cold confidence. Certain brute force will crush the desperate resistance. Starts catching the rhythm of Theodore's attacks, and that tiny shift makes everything dangerous. Every block sends another shock through his aching arms. The crowd dismisses it as luck, but that humiliation only hardens Lachiel further. He knows he can disrupt Theodore's flow, tweaks his stance, squeezing every scrap of value from a body that should already be defeated. Theodore senses the subtle change too, and irritation finally cracks his polished mask. The prince fated to die early is still standing, and that alone feels like an act of defiance. And fast, but Lachiel slips just enough to blunt the worst of its impact. He isn't winning, but he's forcing Theodore to spend more energy and reveal more of his technique. The laughter in the arena starts thinning, replaced by uneasy murmurs. Anna's public humiliation slowly transforms into a brutal battle of pride between brothers. Theodore's attacks grow sharper, meaner, and far less merciful. He desperately wants this over now, before everyone notices Lachiel adapting under pressure. Lachiel's breathing turns ragged, but his eyes remain fiercely alive. That look says he has found a thread to pull, a single mistake that could flip everything. So he shifts his weight, waiting, gambling his battery body on one desperate opening. Arena tightens with dread, understanding that even a weak man becomes dangerous once he stops fearing defeat. Then, in a sudden desperate burst, Lachiel leaps forward. That unexpected move catches everyone completely off guard. Our hero crashes into Theodore's personal space, forcing his stronger brother to react. Theodore's eyes widen for a split second, and that tiny hesitation is absolutely priceless. Lachiel throws everything into that momentum, turning mere survival into a real counter. And the duel stops looking so one-sided. Even with his body screaming in protest, our boy pushes through too furious to fall. Theodore tries desperately to recover, but Lachiel keeps the relentless pressure glued to him. First time, the favored Prince Theodore is dragged into uncertainty. The crowd that mocked Lachiel now leans in, stunned and hungry for more. They came to watch a sickly prince get crushed, not claw his way back. Through sheer madness, Lachiel's face hardens with a fierce comeback fire, because now he can smell a real chance at victory. The tide is turning, and our prince is ready to seize it. As a lone swordsman steps forward, the crowd's gaze fixed on him. A palpable tension fills the air, everyone waiting to see who will crack under the immense pressure. But just as he prepares to fight, our protector's body gives a sudden, unsettling wobble. That tiny shake instantly shatters his carefully built confidence. He's blindsided by a violent coughing fit, his own body betraying him right there on the spot. He looks down in utter disgust, a horrifying sensation twisting deep within him. Lachiel instantly recognizes the fatal flaw of his little brother. Theodore, our guy is such a lightweight, a single drink. The cunning prince spent the entire night preparing, packing a hidden slot with 20 kinds of vicious liquor. The moment Theodore crashed into the shield, that insidious trap slipped straight into his unsuspecting body. Now Theodore can feel it, clearly. Something inside him is rapidly going terribly wrong. It's his teeth, forcing himself steady, refusing to crumble before the crowd. Even now, he desperately clings to the belief that Lachiel will fall within 5 short minutes. In his heart, this entire fight is about finally winning his father's long-sought approval. He dreams of finally standing proudly as a true citizen of the Empire. He already imagines himself returning, completely transformed into a worthy crowned prince. To Theodore, this fight has become so much more than just his own personal struggle. This battle is for the Empire and even for his sick brother, all while wondering if Lachiel has already fallen. This is the powerful reason he clings to, the conviction he repeats. It's the only thing keeping the crushing fear from completely swallowing him whole. Immense pressure crushing his chest, Theodore swears he will win this day. He tightens his grip on his sword, trying to force his trembling body back under control. Then, with a desperate surge, he lunges at Lachiel, needing to strike before his weakness over his weakness. Surges again, fueled by raw desperation, as if sheer speed alone can save his crumbling pride. But the instant he moves, his face twists in confusion. Something feels terribly, horribly off. Even Lachiel is stunned that this brat actually endures his secret, posting on his left. Lachiel's shock deepens when he realizes Theodore is still standing, somehow. Yet Theodore groans aloud as the burning sensation inside him finally starts catching up. Our man grits his teeth, driven down under the relentless crushing forest. Lachiel presses the trap harder, almost daring Theodore to survive another hit from his insidious plan. Then our prince goes for broke, hurling another round of his secret weapon at his little brother. A fresh 0.1 liters of the secret, a fresh post itself into a frenzy, turning Lochiel's relentless attack into pure public humiliation. Our cunning prince all but toasts his little brother, forcing the next dose of the cocktail down. Theodore freezes, utterly blindsided by a second. Unexpected leap. Blindsided by a second. Finally cracks, and pure disbelief floods his face, distorting his features. His mind slips hard, and suddenly he feels completely ripped away from the roaring arena. He reels in utter confusion, cursing his head to itself. Arrow clutches the bottle with both hands, visibly trembling at the unfolding spectacle. A glass filled with a dark red drink slides onto a table nearby. A bartender sets it down. A polite word coming from an unseen patron. Everything falls eerily silent, as if Theodore has been dumped completely outside the world. A neatly dressed figure stands there, idly twirling a glass, making the silence grow even stranger. The stranger then lifts the glass with a bright, casual toast, making the haze. A blue-haired stranger with a sword staggers into view, and all Theodore can do is wonder if he's truly hallucinating. With a heavy clunk, he drops down into a bright arena. Facing a massive crowd, he forces himself awake, trying desperately to sober up as his heart jolt. He forces himself awake, trying to desperately to sober up as his heart jolt. Mysterious figure lifts a drink with casual cheer, as if this entire nightmare is just a friendly toast. Theodore blurts out in drunken confusion, wondering if he's truly hallucinating as a hiccup escapes him. A glass lands with a hard clunk, making the madness feel weirdly. A whirring sound fills the air as the stranger acts like Theodore just needs to snap out of it, which only makes the situation more insulting. Our guy can only question his own sanity all over again. Utterly bewildered, then he stammers about the substance stored in the circle slot, finally sensing this nightmare is tied to nowhere. He him with almost playful cruelty that this is going to hurt. A lot. Pain slams into Theodore before he can even brace himself, ripping a guttural groan out of him. And the voice simply tells him to endure it, as if his agonizing suffering is nothing special at all. It's far too late, because another brutal hit is already crashing down upon him. Pain tears through Theodore again, and his whole body violently jerks under the intense purge. Then a chilling command echoes, "Break it." Inside, Theodore gives way with a sickening lurch. He can only stare in utter shock, wondering what this horrifying sensation even is. Then, a fierce resolve sparks within him. He will take this head on. His disbelief hits him all at once. A wave of utter confusion. What breaks loose is ugly and immediate. A stream of nasal discharge. And then, absurdly enough, a dog appears, adding to the surreal chaos. Nearby, a nobleman in a fur-lined cloak lowers his head in stunned silence. Unable to process the scene, no one can speak a word, because this entire thing has turned far too bizarre for comprehension. The symptoms are messy, utterly humiliating, and impossible for anyone to ignore. Off to the side, that fur-lined noble remains bowed, deeply shaken by the bizarre spectacle he is witnessing. A voice trembles with awe, asking if Lochiel has truly awakened the legendary Azrahan core technique. He cannot bring himself to believe such an impossible feat, but in a crowd this massive, the collective reaction cannot stay hidden for long. Even from that distance, the magical disturbance feels incredibly violent and undetakeable. It all happens at once. A sudden, overwhelming surge of energy. The circles resonate so fiercely that the magical clash becomes utterly impossible to ignore. Someone in the crowd can only blurt out a stunned, confused reaction upon magical stuff. Then cries rise from the crowd, calling out for the crowned prince. Another voice calls Lochiel's name in utter disbelief, pointing out his bleeding, but Lochiel calmly hushes Theodore, explaining he is merely cleansing the impurities from his mana. Eerie calm, as if he already knows the perfect moment has arrived. Then Theodore, still reeling, admits his defeat, utterly unable to believe what just happened. He repeats the loss back at Lochiel, stunned that even the prince himself can't quite believe it. Lochiel accepts that disbelief with a strange calm, as if even he knows this miracle sounds utterly insane. But then, panic cuts sharply through the arena. Lochiel is visibly bleeding. His name spreads through the crowd. But Lochiel keeps his eyes fixed on Theodore, telling him he truly gave everything he had in this fight. While Theodore was pouring all his strength into dragging him out of that ruined body, Lochiel remembers stepping into treatment with a completely different state. prince had convinced himself that the treatment was finally starting to work its magic. He really truly believed it was happening. So now he asks Theodore the only thing that truly matters: how does his body actually feel? Theodore answers with deep shame, utterly crushed by what he has become in this humiliating display. Lachiel cuts through that instantly, asking about Theodore suddenly realizes he actually feels far, far better. Lachiel explains it simply. Of course he feels better because every last drop of alcohol is now completely gone from his system. Theodore spits out the last of it in one miserable final burst. Then, with newfound clarity, he names himself in full, second in line to the imperial throne. Before everyone gathered, Theodore Palermo Magentano admits his defeat in today's duel against the Crown Prince. He stands there heaving for breath, his body and pride both utterly wrecked. Then, with a loud voice, he calls on the emperor and all the priests have reassured. Another groan slips out from Theodore as the full weight of the humiliation finally settles in. His body sags even more under the intense aftermath of the ordeal. Then, a stunned realization hits him with overwhelming force. It actually works. And just like that, the incredible truth crashes over him. He actually did it. Lachiel clicks his tongue, a subtle gesture, feeling the profound result settle perfectly into place. A shaken voice calls out, "Your Highness," as the impossible finally sinks in for everyone. Prince clenches his fist, a silent declaration of his resolve. He steels himself, knowing that this victory is only the beginning. The true challenges, and the real fight for his life, are still waiting just around the corner. He clenches his fist and tries to grab onto hope before it slips away again. But the system cuts in like a cold executioner, warning him that anything less than a full extra day means basically nothing. Our boy deflates instantly, realizing he got excited way too fast. Still, he latches on to the one part that matters most. Because even a tiny opening means fate is not completely nothing. Our boy deflates instantly, realizing he got excited way too fast. Still, he latches on to the one part that matters most. Because even a tiny opening means fate is not completely sealed. Then the real miracle clicks into place. Every time Lachiel heals someone, his own lifespan rises with the amount of treatment he pulls off. Relief crashes over him so hard it almost hurts, and he swears he will keep making medicine no matter how many batches it takes. But that old fear still drags at his chest, because in his past life, all the medicine in the world never truly saved his own failing body. It's both of them at once. The situation is still a disaster, and our guy knows one mistake could send him straight back toward death. But he refuses to drown in that despair again. Lachiel has already suffered through helplessness. 1. And this time he is done being dragged under, without mercy, and demands the truth about the duel. Lachiel admits that yes, he really did unleash the Azrahan core technique, even though that should have been impossible for someone like him. The Emperor pushes harder, trying to tear out a proper explanation. But Lachiel can only confess that even he does not fully understand how it happened. The answer leaves the Emperor staring at him with deep suspicion. Lachiel keeps his posture respectful and repeats himself carefully, refusing to panic under the pressure. Even when the Emperor bears down harder, our man does not expose more than he safely can. The Emperor is not easily shaken though, because he is the one who planted that technique into Lachiel in the first place. Lachiel answers with humility, reminding him that he has lived his entire life under that imperial grace. Not soften at all. He knows better than anyone that Lachiel's frail body was never supposed to handle power like that, and the contradiction gnaws at him. Lachiel bows his head, apologizing for his weakness while insisting he has finally pushed past a brutal wall. Attitude. Yet the air stays tight and sharp, because the Emperor openly admits his son has shattered every plan he had in mind. Rainer tries to smooth things over, only for the Emperor to shut him down immediately. Even so, he honors the duel and allows Lachiel to keep his title, because a victory that overwhelming cannot be denied. For one brief second, it almost feels like the danger has passed. Then the Emperor pauses, and that silence feels worse than a shadowed threat. He declares he will personally watch Lachiel's every move. The words hit our boy like a hammer, because this is not simple concern anymore. This is scrutiny, testing, pressure, and a direct warning that the crown itself may now be in play. When the Emperor demands a response, Lachiel can only stare back, completely blindsided by how serious this just became. The Emperor tries to dismiss him and end the exchange, but Lachiel does not leave quietly. He pushes forward and says recovery will take more than medicine, because the Emperor also needs regular exercise if he wants to stop his body from stiffening. And then this absolute menace goes even further, bringing up vegetables and even smoking like he's giving a royal health sentiment. The emperor stopped cold. He looks at his son like he cannot believe this boy is actually lecturing him to his face. Lachiel stays calm and sincere, framing everything as genuine concern rather than defiance. For a moment, the emperor is left speechless, but inside, irritation starts twisting. His mind keeps circling back to the same mystery. The Azrahan core technique should not have erupted with that much force from Lachiel's body, and that impossible image refuses to leave him. In the end, he can only reach one conclusion. Lachiel must have pushed out the battlefield. The air with a strange weight. Lachiel has always been the sickly son, crushed by weakness and betrayed even by medicine itself. And yet now, even the smallest sign of change from him is enough to shake the people around him. A single spark from this broken prince starts storing hearts that had already given up on his warm thought. Emperor feels it too, whether he wants to admit it or not. Hope stirs in his chest again, fragile and dangerous. And when he looks at Lachiel, he stops seeing a political burden for a moment and simply sees his son. That hits our protagonist right in an old wound. His mind flashes back to his own, back down on him like ice water. By the time he got that phone call in his old life, it had already been too late, and now he remembers that this emperor is also fated to die from a stroke. In the fantasy web novel world, the protagonist realizes he has entered that death comes down, future on the spot, because if the emperor falls, everything falls with him, including Lachiel's chance to keep earning the life-saving benefits he desperately needs. And so loudly, he nearly tears the mood in half. Lachiel snaps back in surprise and demands to know why this man is yelling now of all times, but Piero is somehow crying and glowing at the same time, begging to be asked about his tears like a full-on drama king. Lachiel humors him. Piero beams and admits those are tears of joy, because after everything his prince endured today, he can barely contain himself. Tomorrow, and the question carries a strange tension. Lachiel answers without hesitation that he has someone he needs to meet. That simple reply leaves a pause hanging between them, because Piero can tell this is not some casual outing. Our guy already has his next move lined up. And it sounds different. Sorrentino Gardens, one of the capital's 10 most famous restaurants. Piero is not shocked that Lachiel knows the place, especially after hearing his princes visited before. But the disguise raises all kinds of alarms. Why would the crown prince sneak into a luxury restaurant? Just as the Diok said. Quiet knock sounds, and that little signal tells Piero this place is hiding far more than fancy meals. Appears, and Lachiel starts giving the most absurd order imaginable. He asks for bizarre items, impossible substitutions, and even hints that he plans to stay until morning like some sleep-deprived noble lunatic. Piero is ready to question his entire life, but the staff does not even blink, invite him to follow, and that is when it becomes obvious this nonsense order is actually a password. Through a hidden route and down below, Piero is completely stunned. He cannot believe a secret place like this has been tucked beneath a famous restaurant the whole time, and he is even more baffled that Lachiel knows exactly how it works. Meanwhile, Lachiel feels a rush of relief, because everyone matches the novel of Crab. Meanwhile, Lachiel feels a rush of relief. Piero asks what this place is and why they came. Our boy just grins and says he is here to collect some very juicy examination fees. Sharpens, and the joke drops away. Lachiel admits he is searching for someone specific, and now every second starts to matter. He scans the room carefully, trying to lock onto his target before anything goes wrong. And then someone nearby suddenly doubles over with a rough grunt, like he understands its stuff is announcing this. Men face each other in a brutal underground arena, and Piero finally understands they have stepped into something filthy and dangerous. He blurts out the obvious question, and Lachiel answers bluntly that this is the underbelly of the capital, which really should have been obvious by now. Our protagonist studies the darkness with cold focus, because he knows places like this chew up the weak and spit out the bones. Even the corridor feels wrong, like violence is soaked into the walls. Vicious figure and wonders if that might be Demian. Then he panics and blurts out that the man looks like a complete brute, which honestly feels fair in a place like this. Lachiel shuts that down immediately, because the real brute they want is someone else entirely. Right then, a tired voice cuts through the room, low and dangerous, and the atmosphere turns heavy in a place like this. Lachiel shuts that down immediately, because the real brute they want is someone else entirely. Right then, a tired voice cuts through the room, low and dangerous, and the atmosphere turns heavy in a place like this. In Q, the man they came for finally appears. A huge presence pushes forward, and the entire space seems to tense around him like prey sensing a predator. Heavy footsteps echoed closer and closer, each one pounding against Pierrot's nerves. Lakiel realizes this meeting could change everything, and for the first time in a while, even our guy looks truly locked in. Failing from his side, and the moment lands with real weight. He stands there in ominous silence, wrapped in a dark red aura that makes him feel less like a man and more like a warning. Then he steps forward and the name finally hits like thunder. Demian Kyan has arrived and Lakiel's gamble is only just beginning. For a second before danger stomps in and crushes it again. Lakiel feels the air turn cold as a blood-red presence steps forward, and then two names hit like execution bells. Vol and Demian Kyan. Our boy instantly realizes this is not some harmless interruption. Trouble has just walked straight into his path, and it carries a blade. With all that pressure closing in, Pierrot still thinks like a shield before he thinks like a man. He tries to take the medicine first, desperate to protect Lakiel from any hidden poison. And that loyalty honestly hits hard. But before he can do it, they are ordered aside and forced to clear out. Even then, this stubborn old guardian keeps reaching for the cup, like his own life means less than the prince's. Rises over a packed arena and whips the crowd into a frenzy. Demian Kyan is introduced like a living nightmare, a devil-handed swordsman whose name alone makes people shake. They brag that he entered the pit at only 17 and terrified everyone from the start. Then, in just 3 months, this absolute menace tears through every gladiator and seizes the title of champion. Man drops, and the entire place tightens like a noose. A stunned gasp rolls through the crowd almost immediately, because whatever begins below is already beyond normal. Then something massive crashes into view, with a brutal thud. The mood shifts from excitement to dread in a heartbeat. His stomach nearly flips. The monster is even worse up close, and our guy blurts out his disbelief before he can stop himself as a gravity drang into something ugly. Then the truth lands like a hammer. This arena is throwing a man into a pit as photo shadow. Into the pit like a landslide with teeth, shaking the ground under every step, and right when it looks like the victim is finished, one foot twists lightly in the dirt. That tiny movement changes everything. A heavy body slams down hard a moment later, and the arena erupts as the fight turns real. Furious that its prey is fighting back, it lunges in a savage rush, all muscle and killing intent, ready to crush everything in front of it. But Demian moves first. One clean slash rips across the charging beast. So, fear crawls up his spine, but fascination grabs him just as hard. Because this is the kind of power that rewrites common sense. The whole arena crackles with that dangerous electricity people feel when they know they are witnessing a legend being carved out in blood. Our protagonist is watching the main hero prove exactly why he stands above everyone else. Even with a monster fight unfolding nearby, Pierrot's mind stays locked on one thing. Keeping Lakiel alive, he still insists on testing the medicine first, and he does it with the kind of devotion that makes you feel guilty just listening to him. He refuses to let the prince gamble with his own body. This man is loyal to the bone, and honestly, he is trying to make him feel guilty just listening to him. He refuses to let the prince gamble with his own body. This man is loyal to the bone, and honestly, he is trying to make him feel guilty just listening to him. He refuses to immediately. This overwhelming swordsmanship is exactly why Demian Kyan becomes the central hero of Emperor of the Runeblade. His blade work is so absurd that people compare him to Javier Astrahan, the greatest blade master in history. Our guy isn't just watching a strong fighter. He is watching a future legend swinging steel. A scream rips through the air and shatters the tension. The cry leaves everyone's nerves raw, and confusion spreads fast when Lakiel suddenly starts doing something no one expects. A guard rushes in to push them back, all authority and attitude, then freezes the second he realizes who he is. The moment turns awkward real fast. He tries to smooth things over, but Lakiel has no patience for polite nonsense. He cuts straight through the act and forces everyone to listen, even while his own nerves threaten to betray him. Our boy quietly braces himself and tells himself not to back down now. He knows one bad move here and this whole gamble blows up in his face. When he is challenged, Lakiel answers without the slightest hesitation. He bluntly tells the man that his splitting headache is never going away at this rate, then flips the whole exchange by saying he is actually here to help. That only earns him a deeply suspicious stare. To them, our protagonist suddenly looks less like a prince and more like a staying headache is never going away at this rate. Then flips the whole exchange by saying he is actually here to help. That only earns him a deeply suspicious stare. To them, Our protagonist suddenly looks less like a prince and more like some back-alley miracle salesman. Comes back cold and hostile. They want him gone, fast, and they clearly think he is full of nonsense. But Lochiel doesn't flinch. He trashes the cheap medicine they have been relying on as worthless junk, then pauses just long enough to let that insult sink in. Before she is assassinated, with a cheap medicine they have been relying on as worthless junk, then pauses just long enough to let that insult sink in. But follows this just long enough to let that insult sink in. Then pauses just long enough to let that insult sink in. Then pauses just long enough to let that insult the knife in deeper. Lochiel states with brutal certainty that the headache will never leave if things continue like this. He doesn't soften it because he knows false comfort won't hook a man who has been suffering this long. Our guy is gambling everything on one move. Tell the ugly truth first, then offers power and rouse. Hammer, and the sufferer visibly buckles under it. Lochiel calls the condition what it really is, a living hell that keeps dangling false hope in front of him. Then he tears apart the treatment itself, saying they have been stuffing the man with cheap imitation painkillers. Instead of fixing the cause, is on the caretaker accusing him of overdoing the dosage and making the whole mess worse. Finally comes out. Who exactly is this guy, and how does he know so much? Lochiel answers with absurd confidence and declares that he is the crown prince. It is such a shameless flex that the whole mood wobbles for a second. Our boy really chooses the boldest possible lie first, and trusts his face to carry it. He suddenly pulls open his jacket and pivots without missing a beat. He admits he is joking and quickly reveals the real card in his hand. Kuzman sent him. That name changes the atmosphere instantly. Because it clears the atmosphere often, Lochiel presses the advantage and explains that Kuzman is the man's manager and promoter, proving he isn't just some random lunatic who wandered in off the street. Pushing while suspicion is still off balance. He says Kuzman already told him about 4 separate complaints, and that detail makes the other man narrow his eyes and finally take him seriously. Then our protagonist offers something far more dangerous than medicine. A different way to ease the pain. Steps forward holding a blazing torch. That fragile spark of hope starts burning hotter than doubt. Determination etched on his face as he tests the medicine on himself first. The weight of his promise hangs in the air, a desperate gamble for both their lives. Lochiel watches, his calm demeanor belying the turmoil within. He can't help but throw a teasing jab at Demian, masking the tension with a smirk. But the stakes are painfully clear. He steadies Demian, urging him to endure just a little longer, knowing every second counts. His teeth, trying to brush off the pain like it's nothing compared to his past struggles. But then, agony crashes over him like a tidal wave, doubling him over as he clutches his stomach, a desperate scream escaping his lips. Each flare-up is a brutal reminder of his suffering, stealing his breath and drowning. The pain is savage, relentless, and Demian feels it crushing him under its weight. To dull the torment, he resorts to buying painkillers through Kuzman, even as the debt tightens like a noose around his neck. Each purchase drags him back into the arena, a vicious cycle of fighting, suffering, and sinking deeper into darkness. Kuzman embodies the filth of this trap, and Lochiel sees through the chaos, landing on the only solution left. He knows that breaking free is the only way to escape this hell. He realizes that saving the novel's strongest hero could rewrite his own fate. Surrounded by gladiators, the stakes of this lifespan game suddenly shift, looking more profitable than ever. The tension crackles in the air, and with every heartbeat, the powers of a new beginning draws close about his own fate. Surrounded by gladiators, the stakes of this lifespan game suddenly shift, looking more profitable than ever. The tension crackles in the air, and with every heartbeat, the possibility of a new beginning draws closer. Kiel sees this chance, or will he fall victim to the very system he seeks to escape? Flares in our hero's chest as he hisses for Piero to steady himself. Terror unmans Piero, his body folding like parchment under a silent panic. Our protagonist feels his suspicion snap into bone-deep certainty. In that heartbeat, incredible, it unfolds exactly the way our protagonist predicted. Just as he foresaw, Kuzman prowls like a serpent, senses twitching at the faintest hint of danger. But just then, armored soldiers slammed through the ceiling. Boots crashed in. Dead panicked. On purpose, drawing that snake straight into his grasp, Piero explodes in fury, his palm colliding with the prince's cheek in a thunderous smack. Pain rockets through our hero's jaw as steel sings free, blood spilling bright in darkness. 4, 3, then pivots his shoulder, crashing into a blade-bearer's armor. One stunned soldier freezes, disbelief cracking his veneers as confusion bleeds into dread. Another snarls, calling him a bastard even as his legs threaten to collapse. Our hero's vision blurs. He still needs that antidote to live. Or all the snarls, calling him a bastard even as his legs threaten to collapse under him. Our hero's vision blurs. He still needs that antidote to live. Or all this gambit dies with him. Achiel watches as Pierrot bravely tests the strange new medicine, but the loyal physician nearly gags on the brutal bitterness, sending the entire room back into a desperate panic. Someone lunges, terrified that their last hope is slipping away. Another desperate cry tears through the air, and the scramble for that precious antacid into the city step out from the desert. Snaps back at once, furious and desperate, reaching for the bottle himself, but the other side refuses to yield, meeting him with the same stubborn force. Neither of them backs down because hope this precious makes people ugly fast. Achiel's eyes harden, and our dying prince decides he is not losing this chance. He gets shamelessly greedy for survival, ready to fight for even a few extra days. Then a sharp grin spreads across his face. The system cuts in coldly, confirming slot 01 holds just 0.01 out of 10 liters. Just then, the poisoned man starts fading fast, groaning that he cannot hold on any longer. Achiel clicks his tongue, already knowing hesitation will kill him here. He barks at Pierrot to get to the table, seizing control before fear swallows everyone. Then our man rattles off the exact spot beside the fifth thoracic vertebra, with chilling precision. He names the Simsu point and orders them to press it. Without delay, the pain twists through him like a blade. A brutal gush bursts out of him, and the poison finally starts giving ground. Achiel pounces on that opening and demands the antidote, immediately. 0.01 liters of the antidote stored in the circle slot. The system responds at once, discharging the antidote from the circle slot. He leans in close and calls out sharply, trying to drag the man back from the edge. Hands clamp down hard as they try to hold him steady. Erupts into a scream like poison and antidote are ripping through him together. After that outburst, he slumps there with a weak groan, and the room finally breathes again. Then the system confirms the treatment worked on Kussman. Detoxification with a projected lifestyle. Reward drops. 4 days transferred to Achiel, pushing his projected lifespan to 118 days. That is all our boy needs to hear, and he lights up like a man snatching victory from death. He immediately orders them to take Kussman inside, refusing to waste a second. Pack up and head back to the palace. But the moment the commotion dies down, a wave of pain suddenly hits him. The corridor falls silent as the swordsman stands over the guards he just cut down. He grimaces because even victory cannot hide how miserable his body feels. Every inch of him screams, and our man can barely keep himself together. That only makes him stare at the gladiators in disbelief. Once it comes, someone clicks their tongue and grumbles that they warned him not to overdo it. Then panic spikes again as someone cries out to the prince. Achiel blinks in confusion, barely holding himself upright. That he can see it. A strained groan slips out as his body threatens to fold. Still, this guy somehow keeps his pride and dryly asks if they finally believe he is the crown prince. The answer comes back with a stiff little huff, not nearly as impressed as he wants. Another wave of weakness slams into him, and he looks ready to collapse. His vision washes out into a blur. Out of the blur, one face rises and stops his heart cold. It is his mother, and the sight cuts deeper than any wound. She looks exactly like she did right after she died, turning comfort into horror, as he is reliving that cursed day all over again. The memory drags him back to the moment he felt utterly alone in the world. A faint voice calls for a doctor, and that single word pierces straight through him. Caught between recognition and dread, then the truth twists even deeper. What he remembers is not just loss, but abandonment. A sudden flash jolts him wide awake, startling the attendants at his side. A man steps forward and introduces himself as Pierrot, the crown prince's personal physician. He reaches out and introduces himself as Demian Kayan. Introduction short and turns, already calling them back to work. Pierrot can only stare at the prince, already bracing for whatever trouble comes next. Pierrot watches the sleeping prince with exhausted suspicion, already sensing more trouble ahead. He knows that look by now, and it never means peace. And sure enough, the second Achiel's mind clears. He starts plotting again, His thoughts lock onto the gladiators because those fighters suddenly look like a way to survive. It turns ruthless fast. If detoxification buys time, then breaking curses might buy even more. So where others see a brutal arena, Lachiel sees a mine full of stolen days. Desperation turns his healer's mind, and every curse's body starts looking valuable. He is not being noble here. Our man is cornered, and cornered men get creative. That is when the arena stops looking terrifying and starts looking profitable. Lachiel starts sizing up the gladiators, convinced their curses could mean a massive lifespan payout. We're back in him, because now he sees a path bigger than one lucky save. The plan is still insane, but for the first time it feels scalable. If he can keep healing people like this, then death becomes something he can bargain with. Root, hope starts spreading through the people around him too. Word of the first treatment begins to circulate, and skepticism starts to crack. What began as a desperate gamble starts earning real credibility. Reports that after a single treatment, the stabbing pain is almost gone. That kind of result hits hard because pain disappearing overnight is impossible to ignore. Each success gives Lachiel more authority, and every doubter gets a little quieter. It becomes his weapon now, and everyone can feel the balance shifting. But while his reputation rises, his own body remains a wreck. That contradiction stings because the man saving others can barely stand himself. Even so, Lachiel forces himself upright like he is winning a war just by sitting up. The effort shows all over him, and even that simple movement looks brutal. Still, he refuses to stay down, because resting feels too much like surrender. Toward the next treatment and the next stolen day. That is when acupuncture comes back into focus, carrying both promise and risk. He knows the method well, but this world is strange enough to make even him hesitate. It's, at least to himself, that he is not fully sure it will work here. But uncertainty never stops him for long, because doing nothing is just waiting to die. The doubt only sharpens his focus and pushes him to test every option, seeing his own symptoms like clues, hunting for any weakness he can exploit. The pressure in the room rises with him, because everyone senses another reckless attempt coming. Piero can only watch with that mix of fear and loyalty, already bracing himself. Lachiel, battered but unbroken, keeps pushing because he refuses to die on schedule. That stubborn will is the only thing holding this whole desperate plan together. Every breath feels like borrowed time, which makes his next move even more urgent. He has proof his methods can work, but proof alone will not save him. So the room settles into that dangerous silence before another gamble. Lachiel keeps thinking like a healer and a condemned man at the same time. One wrong move could wreck his body even further, but one right move could buy him days, then months, then maybe a future. That is why he cannot stop now, no matter how broken he feels. Worry hangs in the air, but even he has seen too much to walk away, and with death still breathing down his neck, Lachiel prepares to gamble on his own body again. Because for our guy, survival is not a wish anymore. It is a full-time job. His body shudders violently as pitch-black oblivion claws at his senses. Hope's flicker dies as agony surges back with a sick crawling fury. A sharp jolt rips through his bones. Before he can sacrifice, nerves, panic driving him to thrash wildly. He claws at invisible torment like a trapped animal, raw scream tearing his throat. His limbs convulse uncontrollably, hurling him across the bed as chaos erupts. Piero dives forward, alarm etched across his face as he grips Lachiel's trembling hand. Our hero forces a shaky breath, voice brittle but determined, as he reassures his loyal servant. He realizes that nightmare rises from a whisper of statement. That tiny trigger turns his eyes up in a battlefield. Elation strikes. Withdrawal symptoms lash his body into a merciless fit. His hypersensitive nerves scream at the slightest touch, each sensation a blade slicing deeper. He knows he needs a way to silence this torment. Before it consumes him again, he pulls his spinning thoughts back under control, knowing hesitation equals death. Just then, a distant voice pierces the chaos with a sliver of hope. A blacksmith offers impossibly fine needles, a solution that almost feels like salvation. His head, refusing empty hope. Only a dwarven master can forge the precision he demands. Time bleeds away with each tremor, pressure mounting in his collapsing chest. His organs practically screech through the system, alarms echoing inside his feet. Kicks in. His entrails offering smug little tips as if they're experts. Their first suggestion is useless garbage, fueling his growing frustration. A mocking prompt slips in next. savoring his agony while dangling a cryptic clue. To hammer in the point, it threatens a full-on bowel revolt at any moment. A nasty gut clamp proves the threat isn't idle, pain twisting his insides. A system chime reminds him to consider his HP savings for some desperate solution. For clarity, he can burn HP on skills or summon a servant. Hope flares as he hits for a random servant draw, wagering everything he's built. The system teases the offer. Absolute loyalty and powerful abilities cost 300 GP out of his 500. Lachiel swallows his pride and pleads silently with fate for a life-saving ally. The 300 GP vanishes, leaving him dangerously low at only 200 remaining. Before the result lands, the system coldly asks what kind of servant. Slips from his cracked lips, vitality. The system nods to his desperate preference, life hanging by a thread. A list of candidates flickers into view, each name more bizarre than the last. Steels himself for utter nonsense, bracing for disappointment. The first name pops up, causing his brow to climb in disbelief. Then the next candidates flash by, somehow more cursed than the last. System matter-of-factly outlines, one perfect, one mediocre, one utter dud. Our protagonist can only groan at the cosmic joke unfolding before him. He stares at the absurd options, wrestling with the dumbest crisis of his life. A name jumps out and twists confusion into outright disbelief. He tries to slam the brakes on this train wreck, but control slips away. In a fit of frustration, he blurts the worst option: poopy cactus. All that's left is raw acceptance as he grits his teeth in defeat. The system coldly confirms Candidate 3 poopy cactus, sealing his fate. His final HP drains away and the summoning becomes painfully real. Desperately prays for a miracle, every HP point burning away. Then, a sudden pop and blinding flash break the tense silence. A tiny sting lands first, sharp enough to make him cry out. Across his arm, and he calls Pierrot in shock. The servant yelps at the sting, then freezes as confusion overtakes him. Before anyone can react, a small hedgehog materializes, and Lachiel blurts its name: Quilbert. The manual flutters down, explaining that Quilbert changes size by munching sunflower seeds. Red seeds make him expand, blue seeds shrink him back to pocket size. A skill list unfolds next to this odd companion, suddenly looks like a potent weapon. Every plucked quill, another transforms Quilbert into a spiked rolling bomb. His eyes light up at the tricolor quill barrage, medical applications flooding his mind. Without hesitation, he asks Quilbert if he can harvest those sharp needles. Quilbert chirps his eager consent, poised to lend his quills. Calm as a master surgeon, Lachiel requests 4 needles of each color. He tests a white quill's gentle buzz, instantly picturing relief for his gladiator patients. The system refuses assistance, making his hackery feel dangerously forbidden. Lachiel brushes off the threat with a wry shrug. He'll test that later. For now, he's ecstatic just to hold 4 perfect Quilbert quills in his hand. Everyone around gapes as if they've stepped into madness incarnate. He raises the quills like a doctor unveiling a forbidden cure, eyes burning with ambition. Pierrot stares at the strange sign next to him, voice trembling as he asks what it is. Through the room, disbelief painted on every face. Lachiel introduces Sir Quilbert with absurd swagger, treating this chaos as routine. He spins a casual yarn about hearing rustling by the window, while trying to sleep. Keep flying, he shamelessly passes the burden to Quilbert's little quills. Someone hesitates, as if an old legend suddenly snaps into focus. They realize this might be a summoned servant, the rare creatures bound to Lloyd Frontera. They exist, and once chosen, they serve a master for life. Now the court dangles jaw wide, astonished that a bedridden prince pulled off this miracle. Pierrot's eyes flick to Lachiel, shaking by his side of his master he never suspected. He unravels, begging forgiveness, as if he'd committed high treason. Lachiel dismisses his torment, quipping that pain drives people to madness, as Sergio awkwardly notes how needles seem all too familiar. Then Lachiel drops the bomb. The needles are already inserted, and the electric shock hits into the battlefield. Then Lachiel drops the bomb. The needles are already inserted, and the electric shock hits into madness, as Sergio awkwardly knows how needles seem all too familiar. Then Lachiel drops the bomb. The needles are already inserted, and the electric shock. A smug grin flickers on Lachiel's lips. This reaction is exactly what he craves. Confidence floods him, hands flying with surgical control. leaving everyone scrambling. Payoff as the treatment succeeds beyond expectation. The system confirms Demian Kyan and 13 others healed as the Hex brand fades. 80 days surge back into his lifespan, raising his total to 171. Precarious days? Healed cheers as surplus XP levels up his trigger exam fee and boosts his deposit ratio. His court peers stare, utterly perplexed by this ecstatic eruption. They can only wonder what miracle has sparked such unbridled joy. To them, it's mere recovery, but to Lachiel, it's a reclaimed future wrested from death's grasp. Satisfied, he declares the gladiator's treatment complete. Then his gaze snaps to the next target. He's ravenous to push his breakthrough even further. He sends out his next request, breath held. The answer crashes back flat. No. A pale curtain drifts across the view as refusal slams him, momentum dying in its wake. Elsewhere, a meticulous report reaches the throne room. A voice solemnly briefs His Majesty on the latest developments concerning the Crown Prince. The king's eyes narrow in surprise at one striking detail: newly appointed bodyguards. With crystal clarity, those men are now royal guards, sworn to follow Lachiel everywhere. And it doesn't end there. He's even bestowed them in exchange for such loyalty. Now the next question burns. What has he offered them in exchange for such loyalty? As all details: contracts, salaries, benefits powerful enough to bind absolute loyalty. The king can only stare at his bedridden son, flanked by former gladiators. The irony amuses him, stirring a deepening curiosity about his enigmatic heir. The report continues. Lachiel has summoned every servant and maid in the entire royal villa. The old man remains frozen in baffled silence, unease threading through his thoughts. Something ominous hangs in the air, and the kingdom breaks up for whatever comes next. Of needles, each one a testament to his loyalty and desperation. As he endures the pain of this untested treatment, Lachiel watches intently, his heart racing with hope and fear. The silence in the room stretches thick with tension, as the atmosphere shifts from noble residence to a makeshift climbing. Soon, the villa buzzes with the urgency of patients waiting for their chance at salvation, and the stakes have never felt higher for our hero. Patience presses in, their faces a mix of hope and desperation. Without hesitation, Lachiel calls for the next patient, determined to keep the momentum alive. But just days ago, he stood alone in the garden, lost in thought, grappling with the weight of his own uncertainty. Back then, the confidence he now exudes was just a painful gamble, and every groan from his patients echoed the stakes of their shared suffering. The atmosphere was grim as Lachiel pressed a patient for the truth about his treatment. The man winced, caught between lingering pain and a flicker of hope, admitting that the worst might be easing. That small difference ignites a fire in Lachiel. He seizes the moment and declares the treatment of his own. He leans that and desperately passes. That's what shifts, ignites a fire in Lachiel. He seizes the moment and declares the treatment of his own. He seizes the moment and declares the treatment of his own. He seizes the moment and declares the treatment of his own. Adds to that pattern of shifting over. But instead of basking in relief, Lachiel pivots, pressing for more, eager to harness this newfound trust. Trying to say is, gratitude is just the beginning. Lachiel interrupts the patient's thanks, shifting gears to something more significant. He praises Kyan's swordsmanship, his admiration clear as he leans in, crafting a proposal that could change everything. With a calculated move, he asks Kyan to stand by his side as a bodyguard, transforming a healed patient into a vital ally in his quest. Generous benefits of joining him, he sounds like a pioneer of modern employment law, aware of the looming dangers ahead. He knows Swordmaster syndrome will only intensify, and the urgency of their situation weighs heavily on him. Approach, he lays out support that includes maternity and parental leave, making it hard for any proud swordsman to refuse. His offers grow even more enticing, and the hardened fighters around him start to lean in, intrigued. Quickly, flashing a grin that shows he knows how to negotiate. Lachiel, feeling the pressure, panics and blurts out a 4-day workweek, pouring his heart into this contract. But Kyan, ever the menace, counters with a cold, hard number. 7. The room erupts with energy as others join in, eager to negotiate their terms, revealing their true motivations for wanting in on this deal. Lachiel calls them out, recognizing that their desire for pay and benefits outweighs any noble cause. Their blunt honesty feels refreshing, a stark contrast to those who preach loyalty only to betray. As he contemplates this newfound group, a bigger opportunity begins to take shape in his mind. A force that answers to him alone, a powerful ally in a world where his orders might clash with the Emperor's. Lachiel hires them all as his personal special guard, and the room crackles with excitement at the birth of this new force. But as the thrill settles, a harsh reality crashes over him. Despite treating them, the gains are minimal. Just 18 more days of life. The weight of impending death looms larger, and he knows he must act quickly. To change his fate, Lachiel pivots, announcing his plan to build a hospital at the villa. Piero's confusion is palpable, revealing the gap between Lachiel's innovative thinking and the world's common sense. But when Piero bursts in, electrified by a sudden realization, he misses his face. Lachiel pivots, overwhelmed with emotion. Piero believes his prince is putting the suffering of others above his own failing body. Amused yet aware of the misunderstanding's utility, lets it linger. He quickly refocuses on practical terms, realizing they need a standout treatment to attract patients. The royal residence's reputation alone won't draw commoners in. So he devises a plan to create buzz with dramatic cures. With confidence, he names the initiative the Royal Korean Medicine Clinic, ready to turn the tide. It's 500 patients in just a few days, chasing survival with relentless determination. But as he looks around, frustration boils over. Everyone else seems absurdly healthy. Those 500 treatments only buy him 2 extra days, and desperation claws at him. Just when he thinks of checking the health of his attendants' families, a new idea ignites within him, a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos. Panic, and an attendant confronts him about his intentions. The accusation lands hard, questioning whether Lachiel sees patients as people or mere tools for his plan. As the tension escalates, another attendant jumps to his defense. But the room is charged. Without attention, Lachiel, rattled, prepares to respond, but the chaos spirals as emotions flare, and he realizes he must regain control before this clinic turns into a circus. Locks onto the answer in a flash, and the whole mess suddenly starts making sense. Piero is still ready to risk his own body first, but our protagonist's attention drops past the medicine and lands on one small child. That heavy feeling in his chest turns real fast, because this boy isn't just any patient. This is George. His own body is actually better than a test. His voice and greets George like a real older brother, not some distant royal monster. He knows a crown prince can scare a child half to death without even trying. So he tears down that wall on purpose and tells the boy to forget the formalities. Right away, Lachiel tries to make this feel safe, because fear is already poisoning George. The more uneasy he becomes. The boy's body language screams panic, so Lachiel offers him a small gift and tries to coax him closer with patience instead of pressure. He gently asks for trust, hoping to pull the truth out without hurting him, and George flinches back instantly. Like even a simple task, hoping to pull the truth out without hurting him, and George flinches back instantly. Like even a simple touch from Lachiel offers him a small gift and tries to coax him closer with patience instead of pressure. He gently asks for trust, hoping to pull the truth out without hurting him, and George flinches tactics and brings Fido into it, using the little distraction to loosen the boy up. That finally cracks George's open, and the pain pouring out of him is brutal. He truly believes a demon lives inside him, because the other children keep mocking him until that lie starts feeling real. Even while saying it, the poor kid hesitates, trapped between shame and desperate hope. Explains what actually happens, and Lachiel's eyes sharpen at once. Something feels wrong, his consciousness cuts out, and when he wakes up, he is completely drained. That pattern hits our protagonist like a medical alarm bell. At last, the shape of the illness starts to emerge, from the fear and superstition, driving something that's terrifying, and that alone starts easing the pressure in George's heart. Then he gives him a gentle pat, trying to replace fear with warmth. George panics immediately and begs him not to touch him, terrified this so-called demon might spread out. And that is when Lachiel cuts straight through the nonsense and names the truth. It's epilepsy. Hard, but Lachiel doesn't stop at instinct. The system backs him up with cold precision, confirming that George suffers from epilepsy caused by irregular brainwaves. Worse, it is severe enough to trigger full-body seizures, so now the fear has a name, and somehow that makes the danger feel even more real. His title with a playful grin, basically telling the boy that if the crown prince says it's true, then it's true. It's a little cheeky, but honestly, the kid needs certainty more than elegance right now. Still, inside, our man is frustrated because naming the illness is not the same as finding the cause. While that gap keeps gnawing at him, Someone calls out to him and breaks his concentration. Lakiel answers almost absent-mindedly, but then something in the room feels off. For one split second, it seems like he might be the one about to collapse. Then the real shock slams everyone at once. Georges drops instead and panic explodes so fast that the room's fear whips out to blow. But Lakiel forces control back into the room before hysteria makes everything worse. He gives them the hard truth with a doctor's calm. There is no miracle move in this exact moment. They have to wait for the seizure to pass, then care for the boy properly afterward. It's cruelly simple, and that helplessness weighs on everyone. Notices something strange in the middle of the chaos, and his focus narrows. A weird sensation crawls through him, sharp enough to make even his own body jolt in surprise. Someone blurts out the impossible possibility that mana is coming from George. And just like that, a shield technique enters the picture. One famous reveille. That mana is coming from George. And just like that, a shield technique enters the picture. One famous reveille. That mana is coming from George. And just like that, a shield technique enters the picture. One famous reveille. Feel instantly. If mana is basically another kind of flowing life force, then maybe it can be observed the way a doctor reads the body. So our protagonist pushes deeper, gambling on the bizarre medical instincts waking up inside this ruined prince. The risk is obvious, but this guy is already past the point of playing it safe. And then it happens. He starts seeing the network of flows itself. Lakiel can actually trace the body's hidden pathways, following each current, each pulse, each point where something goes wrong. What looked like a curse now starts arranging itself into a pattern his medical mind can understand. For the first time, Georges' attacks stopped feeling random. Insight comes at a brutal price. Lakiel's body is already hanging by a thread, and forcing this level of perception tears through him like fire. He looks ready to fold right there, as if solving one child's illness might kill him first. Our boy is basically trying to perform advanced diagnostics with a body that should be in bed praying. Stop. If he backs down now, Georges goes right back to living in terror, and Lakiel cannot stomach that, so he forces one last push while the whole room freezes between hope and dread. Then Pierrot rushes in, alarm finally cracking his usual composure, because he can see Lakiel burning himself out to save someone else's child. Lakiel's mind is moving faster than ever. He has seen enough to know Georges is not suffering from some vague curse or random collapse. He stares at the boy with grim focus, fitting together clues nobody else could even recognize. The room finally breathes again, but the tension stays thick, because everyone can feel this attack is exposing something much bigger. It confirms what his instincts have been screaming. Timing, symptoms, pattern, every piece starts locking into place under the pressure. Lakiel reconstructs the condition step by step, refusing to let fear blur the facts. This is where our protagonist stops being a frightened transmitter and becomes a real doctor of the passive, and all the tools this world still denies him. He hates these limits, but our guy is done letting this world dictate who lives and who dies. A fierce grin spreads across his face because exhaustion is losing to resolve. He has a sick child, a terrible family, and almost nothing to work with. And that just means Lackey is about to get dangerous. And rips through the corridor, halting every footstep in the shadowed hall. His pulse hammers as stern guards snap to attention, demanding the crown prince's name. He lets out a frosty scoff, reminding them they just zapped their prince with a fixed current. For 3 hours, Lakiel strides forward, commanding the guards to escort him straight to Sir Zenithus. One guard falters mid-step, dread flickering in his eyes as he senses lurking danger. Every heartbeat thunders through our hero as the man at the chamber door hesitates, uncertain what horrors await inside. Break open, spilling an eerie glow that tastes like raw magic. The guard's face drains to ash as mana crackles through the air, and he blurts out a desperate plea to his mother. A wave of shock freezes him when he finally recognizes the crown princes. Fizz, our hero rips open the packet, flinging apologies into the stunned chamber. He presses for a staggering favor, voice trembling with desperation and authority. The court reels as he demands a bolt of lightning be channeled straight into his back. Silence hangs thick, every heart pounding as the bright. Our boy feels it instantly. A weak electric buzz crawls through Lakiel's wrecked body, like dead flesh is remembering how to live. Pierrot is ready to risk himself first, but before anyone can even breathe, Lakiel's pulse suddenly kicks and flutters, unbreaking his entire rest. And that tiny change hits harder than any miracle, because for the first time, death doesn't feel completely in control. Where they stand, staring like they've just watched a corpse blink. They're used to seeing Lakiel collapse the moment his body is pushed even a little, But this time, he stays awake. That fragile hope from earlier suddenly grows teeth. If he can endure this much and remain conscious, then maybe this impossible treatment. If he can endure this much and remain conscious, then maybe this impossible treatment. They're used to seeing Lachiel collapse the moment his body is pushed even a little, but this time, he stays awake in that fragile hope. From earlier suddenly grows teeth. If he can endure the usual crash, already expecting darkness to swallow him whole. But then, nothing happens. No blackout, no violent drop, no instant punishment from his broken body. Confusion flashes across his face, because our man knows exactly how weak he is, and surviving even one more second like this drops a number that makes everything more real. Lachiel now has 200 GP, and that tiny stash feels like treasure in a body that started at absolute zero. For anyone else, 200 might be pathetic. For this guy, it's proof that the impossible can be measured, counted, and maybe exploited. To feel serious, the system turns into a complete clown. It announces some absurd reward tied to the liver, like his internal organs are throwing a birthday party without asking permission. Then the joke becomes very real, because Lachiel gains another 300 GP on top of what he already has. Suddenly, this ridiculous organ donation nonsense is not just funny anymore. It's life-saving. He stares, completely stunned by the insanity unfolding inside his own body. A modern doctor trapped in a doomed prince is now watching his liver hand out bonus points like a generous uncle at a family gathering. It's so absurd that his brain almost rejects it. But absurd or not, our hero knows what these persons may not be standing on. Into that spiral, a gentler voice pulls him back. The call reaches him softly, grounding him in the room and reminding him he isn't fighting alone. That matters more than he wants to admit, because when a man has one foot in the grave, even a quiet voice can feel like a rope, dragging him back to the surface. Pulls over. Georges is crying, and the poor kid is so overwhelmed that he can't even hide it. The second his sister points it out, embarrassment hits him like a slap and he jerks back, trying to recover whatever dignity he has left. But honestly, nobody can blame him. After watching Lachiel hover this close to death, contain, and Georges can't just stand there anymore. He bolts off with all that pent-up emotion while everyone else watches him go in stunned silence. No one stops him, because deep down they all understand exactly what that desperate burst of movement means. Hope has finally entered this room. And no one stops him because deep down they all understand exactly what that desperate burst of movement means. Hope has finally entered this room. And no one stops him because deep down they all understand exactly what that desperate burst of movement means. Hope has finally entered this room. And silence fell from all that desperate burst of but the tension doesn't. Faces stay fixed on Lachiel, and our prince sits at the center of it all. Still alive. Still thinking. Still calculating his next move. He has proof that his body can respond, proof that HP can be gathered, and proof that fate might actually be negotiated. And once a doomed man realizes death can be cheated, he stops surviving and starts planning something far more dangerous. Yet, and the whole town is already buzzing. A worker from the villa strolls around looking almost too relaxed, and people immediately stop him to ask what kind of miracle happened. When he proudly admits he got several days off, the crowd freezes because the crowned prince is in devastating blow. The crowd freezes because the crowned prince is in devastating blow. When he proudly admits he got several days off, the crowd freezes in devastating blow. When he proudly admits he got several days off, the crowd freezes in devastating blow. The crowd freezes in devastating blow. When he proudly admits he got several days off, only one figure bigger. It turns out this isn't some special favor for one lucky servant, because most of the attendants receive the same break. When people ask how Lachiel is doing, the worker says the prince looks healthier than before. But his expression turns weird fast, because our guy isn't just recovering anymore. Running around, trying to treat illnesses like a physician possessed. Contain himself like he's been waiting all day to drop the real bomb. He whips out a flyer with dramatic flair, and the people around him stare at it in total confusion for one long second. Then it clicks, and the whole group jolts in display. Whatever Lachiel is planning, it's not small. The Royal Korean Medical Clinic, and he goes all in with zero hesitation. The flyer promises free consultations, acupuncture, moxibustion, joint treatment, and enough strange medical terms to make everyone's heads spin. His own name stands at the top of the rest of the world, so now the town isn't just curious anymore. It's hooked. Hearing that rumor spread exactly the way he wanted, our boy lets himself enjoy a tiny, satisfied smirk. This absolute menace really turns public confusion into free advertising. But the moment doesn't last long because Pierrot arrives and quietly says it's time. Lachiel answers like a man marching towards war, then steps forward without a shred of hesitation. But Lachiel is already up and moving. Piero points out how early he is, and Lachiel reminds him that today is the grand opening of his clinic, with a calm pride that says he has poured everything into this gamble. But Piero can't hide his uneasy anymore. The question that has been eating at him finally breaks loose, and he asks, simple curiosity. He's haunted by every impossible technique Lachiel has shown him, from treating pain in ways he has never imagined to driving needles into joints with terrifying confidence. A real physician's pride is on the line here, and Piero looks like a man who hasn't slept because his whole understanding of medicine is cracking apart. He remains standing. The more he thinks about it, the more it hurts. He expects. He suddenly realizes this isn't just confusion for Piero. It's humiliation, frustration, and the fear that all his years of service might mean he still understands nothing. So Lachiel blurts out the truth as plainly as he can, saying he comes from another world, and yeah, to anyone else that sounds completely insane. His fists tighten at his sides, and the air between them turns painfully heavy. He wants to believe Lachiel, but the answer is so absurd it leaves him trapped between loyalty and disbelief. For a moment, neither man knows how to bridge that gap. Piero pushes again, begging for the real explanation. Lachiel insists that was the real one, then finally asks why this matters so deeply to him. Piero answers without delay, because beneath all his confusion is one raw, honest wish. He wants to become a better physician. More than that, he wants proof that his years beside Lachiel truly mattered, and our hero answers with warmth, assuring him they already do. Heartfelt moment, anxiety creeps right back in. Lachiel may have the knowledge, the plan, and the nerve to pull this off, but none of that matters if no one actually comes. The clinic is about to open, and the silence before the rush feels brutal. For all his confidence, our guy can still feel failure breathing down his neck. Lachiel starts shamelessly praying for patience like his life depends on it, because honestly it kind of does. Then the formal welcome rings out, announcing the Royal Korean physician to the crowd. And right on cue, the atmosphere explodes. The empty fear vanishes in an instant, as people search for problem. Immediately, one attendant tries to keep the line under control, but the crowd is already arguing over who arrived first, and nobody wants to wait. The Royal Korean Medical Clinic doesn't open gently and erupts like a dam breaking, and suddenly, everyone wants a piece of this strange new medicine. Its impressions can make or destroy everything, so he snaps into work mode without wasting a heartbeat. He greets a patient smoothly, but one of the attendants rushes over looking completely overwhelmed, asking what he should even do. Not the power god. So Lachiel gives a sharp, practical order and tells him to move through the hall, checking whether any waiting patients are getting worse. The round confirms what Lachiel already fears. The nursing setup is a mess, and if this chaos keeps growing, someone is going to slip through the cracks. Then the system suddenly chimes in with perfect timing. Take Pulse has leveled up, and the upgrade is ridiculous. Now the pulse reading can generate a fuller report, and his awakened organs can directly consult the matching organs inside the patient. The system immediately loses all dignity. Lachiel's organs start acting like idiots getting ready for some glamorous blind date, full of excitement and zero shame. Our guy is trying to save lives, and his internal team is out here behaving like gossip addicts. Then reality smacks them in the face. Their so-called matches turning out to be a bunch of old men. With so much attitude, it almost feels disrespectful. Each organ blurts out its own findings, with the heart and lungs tossing in snark while the large intestine casually reports mild constipation like it's delivering. Royal news. Then the liver cuts through the nonsense and drops the real problem: hepatitis. Made firearms staken. Body is hanging on by a thread, and Lachiel is left stunned by how absurdly overpowered this organ consultation really is. Doesn't soften the warning at all. He turns the diagnosis into a royal command and makes it crystal clear that if the old man keeps drinking, punishment will follow. It's half treatment, half intimidation, and honestly, the threat works. Our boy knows some patients need medicine, and some needs to help. By the time the sun starts to fall, Lachiel finally calls an end to the day and tells the non-critical patients to come back tomorrow. The staff are exhausted, but beneath that fatigue is pure awe, because they have just watched him hold the whole disaster together. One attempted to apologize for messing up the medicine earlier, clearly ashamed, lets that guilt down immediately, praises everyone's effort, and then his eyes sharpened, because he already sees the next problem coming. Drags him straight back to memories of his old clinic. For a second, he almost groans out for Ms. Kim and Ms. Lee. like his overworked staff from another life might somehow appear and save him, but then something yanks his attention away. A desperate voice cries out nearby, and a woman begs for someone to save her child. Lachiel moves fast and checks the patient himself, but the moment he feels that fever, his expression hardens. The heat is far too intense, and he immediately demands to know when it started. The answer comes quickly. The child was completely fine until this afternoon. Then the chills hit around sunset, and now her condition is collapsing at terrifying speed. Keel cold. His mind races, and he cuts them off before they can say anything else, because he recognizes the pattern with a jolt of dread. This isn't some ordinary fever. It reminds him of the disease that once shattered Napoleon's army, and then it even gained his time. The same kind of plague that ravaged medieval Europe may have just arrived at his door. Fragile hope begins to settle. Men start collapsing one after another into the killing cold. Our hero Lachiel feels a chilling dread as he realizes the truth. It's not just any sickness. It's the very same epidemic type of death typhus that once wiped out armies. Simple fever. It's epidemic typhus, a vicious infection that tears through people at terrifying speed. Lachiel explains that a rickettsial infection drives this savage fever. It can turn deadly in an instant, and everyone knows its brutal reputation. Oregon Council pipes up, and his liver swears the rickettsia are already swarming her. Our guy hesitates for a second, caught between his medical certainty and the sheer disbelief of his body talking back. Lachiel pushes past it, asking one crucial detail. Off balance. She bathed just yesterday, and apparently she does it every single day. That makes his suspicion snag because regular bathing should make epidemic typhus far less likely. So he digs deeper, asking about the household's cleanliness, especially the bedding. Carefully asks whether the patient stayed somewhere pests might have been lurking. Then it clicks, and the family suddenly remembers something vital. They trace it back about 2 weeks, to when the mother's carriage broke down after visiting relatives. Where else to go, she ended up spending the night near a farm. The owners offered her a proper room, but she refused it. Instead, she stayed with a dog, and that one detail makes Lachiel's alarm spike with a terrible certainty. The answer hits Lachiel hard, and our man knows exactly what kind of filth may have reached her. Then he learns the fever only started today. The timing lines up perfectly, and Lachiel realizes that farm stay matches the incubation period for the disease. At the same time, he notes the others share matching symptoms that resemble typhoid fever. He snaps into command without wasting another breath. Lachiel concludes that was the moment she got infected. Even as someone nervously questions the idea, the illness spreads through blood-sucking lice, a terrifying thought. He warns them this is bad. She's elderly and the fever is already raging too high. If it keeps climbing, she could spiral into pneumonia, nerve damage, or even dead tissue in her limbs. As his words sink in, then Lachiel raises his voice, taking complete control of the dire situation. He orders them to strip the patient and wipe her down thoroughly with warm, damp towels. He tells them to dress her in 4 gowns, while someone anxiously asks about the clothes she wore. Then he orders them to burn everything she touched, even the bedding, and cleanse themselves too. He makes it crystal clear, ignore him, and they lose their jobs and face prison. Crushing weight, and the room finally moves into action. They bow to his authority without another word, scrambling to obey. Lachiel makes sure even Lord Dinlair understands he is not exempt from these strict orders. Then he drives them forward with urgent force, his voice cutting through the tension. The whole room erupts into motion at once, a flurry of desperate activity. Even the hesitant ones scramble to obey, fear driving their every move. Brief uncertainty flickers through the air, but Lachiel is already thinking ahead. Racing against time, he decides a kudzu decoction is their best shot to bring the fever down for now. Yet the strange medicine draws wary eyes and suspicion from those around him. He explains that it's a fever remedy and painkiller, made from ephedra and kudzu root. He repeats the formula plainly, making sure no one mistakes it for poison. Then Lachiel gently urges Lady Dinlair to drink, hoping to ease even a fraction of her suffering. The cup to Lady Dinlair's parched lips. A fragile stillness settles over the bedside, everyone holding their breath. A weak murmur slips from her lips, barely audible in the tense quiet. Her as sweat trickles down her feverish skin. At last, she rasps out a desperate plea for just a little water. 3 maids rotate in shifts, tending her day and night for 3 brutal days straight. But the battle rages on. Refuses to break, and every passing hour drains more life from her fragile body. Lachiel knows the decoction alone is nowhere near enough to save her now. He realizes her internal balance has been completely wrecked, pushing her closer to the brink. Collapsed too far, leaving her body unable to recover its strength. So now he has to restore that balance before anything else can be done. That means finding a powerful herb, one rich in yin energy, to pull her back from the edge. His exhausted mind to work, cursing himself to think faster to remember anything. Our guy clings to one stubborn spark. This battered brain still remembers something. Anything. Even his snarky inner voices are useless right now, and the pressure is driving him insane. It hits him. Eliku, the one place that might still hold what he desperately needs. He whirls to Piro and orders the carriage prepared at once. His mind set, his target is the Imperial Vault where the Empire hoards its rarest treasures and strange artifacts. But his gut tells him this is his best chance to find the cure. The problem is brutal. Only the Emperor can open that vault, and the process is buried in endless red tape. But Lachiel leans on the one privilege he still has. He's the crown prince of it. Hangs in the air before anyone dares to answer his bold request. A lone guard waits in silence outside the closed doors, a silent sentinel. The palace air turns cold and formal. Around him a stark reminder of the power he faces. Lachiel presents himself before the Emperor, a daunting task. Still, our man pushes forward, casting a long shadow into the throne room. Hush, the silence almost deafening. The Emperor's presence alone crushes the air with an undeniable authority. Even standing there feels like stepping into a lion's den. Every nerve on edge. Asks why his son has come at such a late hour. His voice resonating with power. Lachiel feels that monstrous aura immediately and knows this old man is no joke. A true force to be reckoned with. Even so, he forces himself to speak, letting out a quiet sigh as he stumbles toward the real reason. He feels that monstrous aura immediately and knows this old man is no joke. A true force to be reckoned with. Even so, he forces himself to speak, letting out a quiet sigh as he stumbles toward the real reason he came. Out plainly, he wants access to the Imperial Vault tonight. A shocking demand, the request makes the Emperor pause, his eyes narrowing, and he demands an immediate explanation. Lachiel scrambles to frame his urgent plea carefully, knowing every word matters. That he has been running a clinic at his villa, treating many patients lately. Then he brings up the 4 noblewomen who arrived in desperate condition 3 days ago. The Emperor presses him hard, and Lachiel insists the item needed to save one of them is likely inside the vault. Emperor doesn't buy it so easily, suspecting Lachiel may be using a dying patient for personal gain. Still, there's a strange glint in the old ruler's eyes, almost amused that Lachiel came to him like this. Our hero catches that hidden satisfaction at once, and knows the old fox is enjoying every second. Inside, our guy fumes, realizing even royal privilege comes with humiliating hoops to jump through. So he drops the act and pleads with real urgency. His voice raw, he reminds his father that a patient is still fighting for her life. This very moment, every second is still fighting for her life. This was beacon by the battlefield of space to move. Every second is still fighting for her life. This very moment, every second is still fighting. A silence follows, and the Emperor finally reveals where his doubt truly lies. He points out that Lachiel spent most of his youth bedridden and never received a proper education. So to him, this sudden medical brilliance sounds utterly impossible. The Emperor admits he still doesn't trust what Lachiel claims, his gaze piercing. Worse, he openly questions whether Lachiel can diagnose or treat anyone correctly at all. That challenge hangs in the air like a blade, sharp and undeniable. Lachiel reads the situation fast and realizes his father wants proof, a direct challenge. He calls the test out directly, asking if he's wrong about his father's intentions. The Emperor answers with a single, cryptic number: 4 years. Lachiel immediately understands what that means, a sudden clarity washing over him. And the Emperor confirms it without hesitation, his eyes fixed on his son. Then he points to the captain and orders Lachiel to diagnose the man on the spot. Proceeds, the Imperial Vault will be opened to him, a monumental reward. But the men watching think there's no way Lachiel can possibly know the truth about the captain. After all, that secret is known only to Roberto, his wife, and the Emperor himself. His attention to Captain Roberto, his expression unreadable. Then, with perfect calm, he asks the captain if he's hiding a bald spot. The question lands so suddenly that the entire room freezes in stunned silence. Insisting Roberto's hair looks thick and full, clearly visible. And that's when Lachiel drops the answer. Of course it does. Because the man is wearing a wig. Roberto completely falls apart on the spot, his composure shattering. Lachiel's inner voices start screaming like little demons in triumph, celebrating the win. The captain can only groan, crushed by pure humiliation in front of everyone. A pathetic, broken sniffling follows as his dignity dies right there. Then the Emperor ends it, telling Demian to move forward. The test concluded. A small sound slips out as the tension finally breaks. A collective sigh of relief. The way forward opens for our hero, his path now clear. Gil focuses on the first step, his heart pounding with anticipation. Then he sees it, a sight that fills him with a surge of relief and knows he's made it. A charged silence hangs in the air, building the moment before the grand reveal. Last, the Imperial Vault stands before him, its massive doors looming. The moment should feel utterly victorious, a triumph against impossible odds. But just as he's about to step inside, something makes him stop short, a chilling thought echoing in his mind. A thunderous boom rattles every pillar as brilliant sapphire light floods the vault's threshold. Our hero stumbles forward, dread curling in his chest as the door groans open. The vault keeper greets him with frosty formality, reminding him that rules outweigh royal bloods become shadow light. Lachiel snatches Damien's spectral form and dashes into the labyrinth of shelves. Each echoing step threatens to betray them as clocks tick mercilessly in his mind. This absolute menace against time propels him through the maze, adrenaline fueling every desperate breath. Falls as the Emperor's frosty voice cuts through Lachiel's hope. He accuses our boy of half-hearted effort, stirring humiliation and anger in his veins. Fury smolders behind Lachiel's calm mask as he refuses to let deadlines crush his resolve. His voice rings sharp, warning Lachiel to tread carefully or risk catastrophe. Loyalty and fear mingle in every syllable, reminding the prince of the stakes. Lachiel nods, resolve hardening as he inches deeper into the vault's treacherous innards. He demands every artifact tied to frost and ice. His voice drips urgency, every syllable weighed by Lady Dinlair's fragile life. Demian flickers, ignites, pressure mounting with each passing heartbeat. Flickers in Lachiel's chest as he watches Demian glide through icy corridors. He breathes prayers into the hushed air, begging fortune to favor his spectral ally. Every second feels like an hour as he pins his salvation on Demian's silent quest. On Demian, confusion and awe warring on his face. Then the spectral servant rattles off shelf coordinates with uncanny precision. Each whispered location lands like a punch, leaving our hero staggered. The vault keeper's approving nod seals the miracle. It's impossible yet undeniably real. Parchment, eyes skimming lines until comprehension blooms. He gasps as frost sigils dance on the page, harnessing mana into a protective shield. Relief surges through his veins. This artifact could ward off fatal chills. His pulse races through his veins. This artifact could ward off fatal chills. Lachiel channels mana into the chill-laced artifact, heart thundering in his ears. Ice blooms along his fingertips, coalescing into a shimmering barrier of frost. Triumph floods his senses as the shield holds steady. Proof he wields it true. Proof he wields it true. Frost shield, astonished by its colossal form yet feather-light feel. A crisp gale swirls around him, confirming its potency to soothe Lady Dinlair's fevered bones. Confidence blooms beneath his practiced smile, masking raw adrenaline. With a shout, he beckons Demian forward, ready to see the next vital relic. Forward, shield cradled like a royal treasure in trembling hands. He radiates confidence, voice steady as he unveils the enchanted frost emblem. Inside, his heart pounds with panic, aware of every jerry-rigged enchantment. He's banking everything on this makeshift salvation, praying it holds every barrier-rigged enchantment. He's banking everything on this makeshift salvation, praying it holds every jerry-rigged enchantment. He's banking everything on this makeshift salvation, praying it holds every jerry-rigged enchantment. He's banking everything on this makeshift salvation, praying it holds every... A courtier perks up, murmuring that Demian's specter has returned. His tone drips curiosity as he follows the pair's triumph with cold eyes. Nearby, another noble arches an eyebrow, tongue clicking at how unshakably close they've grown. Suspicion coils around Lachiel's victory, threatening to twist hope into peril. Edges forward, footsteps silent but ominous as nightfall. The vaulted hall stills, every eye drifting toward this new arrival. Lochiel's smile falters, adrenaline sizzling through his veins as dread settles. The air crackles. Something dangerous lurks on the verge. A single revelation detonates across the vaulted chamber. Pain and disbelief colliding. Conversations shatter into gasps as every face pales under horror's weight. Lochiel's blood turns to ice as the truth claws at his chest. Unspoken dread floats his following whole. Apart when a voice booms the forbidden accusation. A single drawn-out cry echoes through stone. Treason, each syllable carving panic into every heart. Courtiers reel and jaws drop as loyalties fracture in an instant. Everything hangs by a fraying thread now. Who will emerge, unbroken, when skies darken? All over Pierrot's face, but loyalty wins in the end. He finally bows to Lochiel's will, deciding that if the prince truly wants to save the sick, then he will stand beside him. The tiny surrender changes everything, turning panic into a shaky kind of faith, and our guy immediately spends that trust on the most insane request possible. If the prince truly wants to save the sick, then he will stand beside him. The tiny surrender changes everything into a shaky kind of faith, and our guy immediately spends that trust on the most insane request possible. He wants to strike him with a sword, like the prince is finally snapped for real. But Lochiel doesn't blink, and he pushes harder, ordering him to keep attacking until the frost shield breaks apart. That is exactly when Demian's survival instincts kick in. To him, one bad swing means treason, execution, and his whole life getting buried with him. Like he already sees the only road out of this disaster. He tells Demian this gamble is not just for the patients, but for everyone in the room, including Demian himself. Even then, the man refuses, because no amount of logic makes hit the Crown Prince sound safe. So Lochiel starts explaining the core of the plan, laying out how the Everfrost core converts mana into a shield of ice. He plans to turn the shattered frost crystals into medicine, and suddenly this madness almost sounds clever instead of suicidal. Demian tries to find an easier route and suggests dropping the shield for a clean strike. Lochiel tests that idea on the spot, but the icy barrier flashes up and vanishes almost instantly, proving that the timing window is brutally tight. Lochiel has to keep feeding mana into the shield while Demian smashes it at just the right moment, without carving up the prince underneath. Demian finally understands and Lochiel lights up because at last somebody gets it, but the man still circles back to the same problem. This still smells like treason. Then, because this guy is this guy, he reveals the one cure for his fear: money. We're trying to save people without asking for anything back. For one brief second, it almost feels heartfelt. Then he ruins the mood completely by making it clear that admiration does not pay his bills. Lochiel can only let out a tired sigh because honestly, this is exactly the kind of nonsense he expected. And stands in front of him. Demian's whole miserable life has been dragged around by one ugly master. Poverty, every hardship, every compromise, every shameless demand somehow traces back to money. Our protagonist even remembers that an emperor of the Runeblade, Demian, is famously cheap. So of course this absolute menace is trying to negotiate in the middle of a medical crisis. Half irritated and half impressed by how committed Demian is to being ridiculous. Even after all that, the man keeps up the formal refusal, stretching the deal like a merchant haggling over onions instead of a prince's life. And when he finally edges closer to agreement, he still has the nerve to ask for prompt payment. My guy is extorting royalty and acting like customer service matters. He slides free with a sharp, dangerous ring. The room tightens at once, because the joke is over now and one mistake could turn this into a royal murder. And somehow Demian still finds time to complain like his back is suffering from the burden of shaking down a crown prince. Even in a life-or-death moment, this man stays hilariously shameless. No one else can step in. Pierrot moves first. True to his word, he offers himself as the first one to test the medicine, ready to risk his own body before letting Lochiel gamble on someone else's. That hits our hero completely off guard. Beneath all the chaos, Pierrot's loyalty lands like a punch to the chest and swings, only to realize the shield is tougher than he expected. He tries again and again. The barrier holds, stubborn and cold, forcing him to respect just how dangerous this plan really is. Every failed strike drags out the tension. Then Lochiel grits his teeth, swallows the battlefield and orders him to keep going, fully committing to this insane treatment. The attack. His weapon crashes down onto the blue frost barrier, and the impact sends pain ripping through Lochiel as he keeps feeding mana into the shield. The process is less like treatment and more like controlled torture. Another groan tears out of him, but our guy refuses to stop, because backing down now means death later. The barrier cracks with a sharp burst, and glowing frost fragments explode into the air like shattered blue glass. The impossible gamble actually works. For one breathless moment, fate itself feels like it just took a hit. The keel's so fast he almost forgets how close he is to collapse. He immediately tries to move everyone along and secure the frost crystals before this miracle turns into another disaster. But then he notices someone still down nearby, and the hive vanishes instantly. Dr. Mode slams back into place, because there is no time to celebrate while a patient is still hanging by a thread. Off ingredients with the precision of a man rebuilding hope from memory. Kudzu root, ephedra, jujube seeds, peony licorice root, then ginger and cinnamon bark. He locks in the structure of a classic kudzu decoction without hesitation. He orders everything boiled down, then watches the simmering mixture like his own. Finally, he adds the frost crystals, turning pain, mana, and reckless improvisation into actual medicine. He crushes and blends the mixture carefully, refusing to leave anything to chance. Then, just as he prepares to inspect what he has made, the system rewards his madness with a brand new skill. Decoct herbs. Our boy instantly gets the details, and they are huge. 1. It boosts the quality of his decoctions and even reveals effects, side effects, and toxicity, which is absolutely busted for a desperate doctor. Brew with the kind of pride only a man on the edge of death can have. The system confirms he has created a completely new formula based on the traditional Kudzurikano, and somehow that dumb name actually sticks. The system sweetens the deal again by unlocking analyze ingredients. Exactly like any sane person would to free broken information. He accepts instantly, and the analysis floods him with every detail about the medicine in one shot. The moment he learns it restores water key, hope surges through him so hard. He hopes her to see water key, hopes her to discover every detail about the medicine in one shot. Name bursts out before he can stop it, and our hero takes off toward her like he is racing death itself. When the Crown Prince arrives carrying the treatment himself, Lakil ignores every stare and demands an update on Lady Dinlair, because all that matters now is whether he is already too late. The answer is brutal. Her vitality has dropped even further, and death feels so close it is practically breathing. Standing. So he turns to Pierrot, clinging to the thinnest thread of hope. Lakiel offers the medicine to her. The whole room goes still, trapped in that awful silence where everyone is waiting for either a miracle or a funeral. Lady Monio is the first to break under the weight of it. She is stunned that the prince not only made the medicine himself, but carried it here. In a miracle, only feels like a different man entirely. The grumpy, reckless superior they knew is gone, and in his place stands someone willing to bleed himself dry for a patient. One of them openly admits the prince has finally earned real respect. Another immediately tries to rewrite history, and appears that patience is full. Either way, gratitude starts pouring toward him from every side. Our hero is barely staying upright. Sweat runs down his face, his body trembles, and the exhaustion hits him like a collapsing wall. He knows he is completely spent, drained right down to the bone. Even so, he keeps himself together by sheer stubbornness. This man is running on fumes, prayer, and pure medical space. It confirms that Lakiel has successfully treated epidemic typhus with his iced Kudzurikano, and the room's admiration surges at the exact same time. That praise triggers a massive bonus amplifying trigger exam fee, level 2, by 15 times. Lakiel freezes because if the reward stacks the way he thinks it doesn't, and then the next message proves it. Lady Dinlair's lifespan jumps by 27 years and 3 months, with the bonus feeding straight into his DNP. For value and rounds the deposit up like it is doing him a personal favor. Final result, 8 more days added, pushing Lakiel's projected lifespan to 146 days. That is when our guy finally understands the real mechanic behind his comeback. Praise and admiration are not just nice feelings in this world. They're fuel, and now that he knows what powers his survival, Lakiel has a brand new weapon against fate. Lakiel thinks he has bought himself a little hope. His body betrays him again. A savage cough tears through our prince, folding him over and reminding everyone that death is still breathing down his neck. The room's fragile optimism cracks in an instant. Because this guy is not recovering yet, he is still racing a clock that wants him buried. Lakiel keeps moving, escorting Lady Dinlair home with the calm dignity of a prince who refuses to look weak. She is overwhelmed, almost trembling with gratitude, because the man who should be worrying about his own life is still taking care of others. Our boy brushes off her thanks. Like her recovery, it's worth it. Household starts sending him off with heartfelt blessings. He accepts it with that quiet, dangerous confidence of someone already plotting 3 steps ahead. Suddenly stops the warm farewell cold. His eyes lock onto one person and the mood shifts at once. He asks for a private conversation, not loudly, not dramatically, just with enough authority to make refusal impossible. And right there, you can feel another piece of his survival plan clicking into place. The man can barely hide his confusion. Lachiel is sitting in a bizarre posture, looking less like a royal patient and more like a doctor forcing his own body into cooperation. The question slips out awkwardly, because our prince's methods keep getting stranger by the minute. But Lachiel stays complete, like this weird setup is exactly where he wants to be. He is so shaken by what just happened that he hurriedly offers payment, trying to repay the prince's effort with whatever dignity he has left. Lachiel answers with a dry little laugh and points out the obvious absurdity of it is such a smooth response that it disarms the man completely, while also making it clear Lachiel wants something far more useful than money. He calls for Kai and pulls the next card from his sleeve. He confirms that Kai is an artist, more specifically a sculptor, even if he is still only an apprentice. Our man does not ask this casually. He is checking a tool, measuring talent and deciding whether this person can help. Turn off, writes Kai, but Lachiel is anything but idle. His strange little operation starts taking shape piece by piece, quiet enough to avoid resistance and bold enough to spread fast once released. Before long, whispers begin crawling through the streets. People start asking each other if they have heard what the Crown Prince is doing. The sun shines from the bottom. It's still coming down. The answer spreads like fire. A brand new opening has appeared at the royal villa, and suddenly every unemployed soul in town perks up. One older man practically shoves a younger one toward the notice, reminding him that 5 years of job hunting is long enough to desperate from its energy. When he knows exactly how powerful that combination was, the details, both men freeze. Whatever they expected, it was not this. At the same time, another lure opens its doors. The heir of Houston Lair's celebration exhibition welcomes the public. Curiosity starts boiling all over the square, because now people have 2 reasons to gather. Stay, now because they are soft voices drift beneath the paintings as guests wander through with growing admiration. The debut earns open praise, and the artist receives it with nervous gratitude, clearly overwhelmed by the attention. It feels elegant on the surface, almost harmless, but Lachiel is not here just to appreciate art. He is hunting for talent and handling. Move. He singles out the artist and makes it known that he wants him personally, which instantly puts the poor guy on edge. The hesitation is obvious because being chosen by the Crown Prince sounds flattering right up until you realize this absolute menace always has a bigger agenda, and Lachiel's expression says he is nowhere near done. Fails the real bait. At Lachiel's order, the nurses are brought forward, and the crowd absolutely loses its mind. People start gushing over their beauty and presentation like they are staring at some grand masterpiece. And honestly, the reaction is so over the top it works. Turns medical staffing into public spectacle because if dignity will not recruit people, hype definitely will. There in the square, a registration desk waits for applicants to sign up for the nurse selection exam. Suddenly, this is not just gossip anymore, it is a real chance at a new life. One desperate man gets fired up on the spot, swearing he will earn enough as a high-paid nurse. And when people realize 1 month's wages could cover 2 years of rent, the crowd's restraint just dies on the spot. Applications can be submitted immediately in Frontera. Hands clutch the notice tighter and tighter because this offer feels almost unreal. Lachiel lays out the perfect trap, mixing money, status, and purpose into one irresistible promise. People do not feel manipulated at all. They feel chosen, and that makes the hook sink even more. Dresses him formally, pulling us back to the mastermind enjoying the chaos from behind the curtain. His attendant asks if all of this really makes him that happy, and Lachiel cannot even hide it anymore. The joy spills out of him in the most shameless way. This flood of applicants is not just staffing, it is a parade of precious lifespan deposits marching straight into his arms. The math is beautiful. Better nurses mean better treatment. Better treatment means more lives saved, and more lives saved means his own odds of survival climb with them. Every skilled recruit looks like another chunk of stolen time being handed back to him. Meanwhile, every skilled recruit looks like another chunk of stolen time being handed back to him. Meanwhile, every skilled recruit looks like another chunk of stolen time being handed back to him. Meanwhile, every skilled recruit looks like another chunk of stolen time being handed back to him. Meanwhile, every skilled recruit looks like another chunk of stolen time. Here, When you pay this well, sainthood starts looking very believable. Finally reaches its moment of truth. Steady footsteps approach and the tension tightens so hard it feels like the room might crack. Then the treatment begins and every ounce of hope hangs on the result. Lachiel narrows his focus completely. Because this is not some noble experiment anymore. This is our man fighting for his own survival. With both hands erupt. The silence turns heavy, almost sacred, because everyone senses that one wrong move could ruin everything. Even the air feels tight as the people around him watch with raw nerves, desperate to see proof that this insane plan actually works. Then at last, a long breath escapes, somewhere in the room, and that tiny sound feels bigger than a fiction room. And that tiny sound feels bigger than a fiction room. And that tiny sound feels bigger than a fiction room. Only a heartbeat. A sharp little snap suddenly cuts through the air, followed by a quick, clean whip that makes every nerve in the room jolt awake again. Whatever just happened, it is fast, precise, and dangerous enough to drag all that tension right back to the edge. And Lachiel's next movements are about to decide whether this miracle holds or shadows. Lachiel doesn't wait for fate to kill him quietly. Our prince storms straight into action and throws his own name behind a massive recruitment drive. Acting like a man who already owns the outcome, he proudly hosts the whole event himself, then immediately starts hunting for the best nerves. This guy slams the first test into motion. And get herded toward the examination hall like soldiers being pushed onto a battlefield. Then Lachiel drops the rule with brutal simplicity. Reach the main royal villa as fast as possible. No second chances, no mercy either. Only the first 10 from each group survive the cut, and the other 40 are finished on the spot. Proud like a hammer. Panic explodes instantly and people start shoving, sprinting, and fighting for space as desperation takes over. The pressure turns ugly in seconds and then a sharp cry tears through the chaos. Somebody gets caught in the crush, and the cost of this test suddenly feels terrifyingly real. Eager and gasping, thinking the worst is finally over. Lachiel doesn't give them even a heartbeat to recover. He rolls straight into the second trial and points them towards 6 medicinal herbs laid out before them. Our guy keeps the pressure high, because he isn't just looking for speed anymore. Crueler. Lachiel tells them they can use any method they want, and that tiny bit of freedom somehow makes the room feel even more suffocating. Everyone freezes around the table, trapped between caution and ambition. And under that crushing silence, one applicant starts to sway. Their breathing falters are in it. One ugly moment. Nobody moves. A few applicants clearly want to help, but fear locks them in place because saving someone might cost them their own chance. That hesitation says everything. In a profession built on care, and then it does. And can't hide the rage anymore. They burn with frustration because even after making a choice, they still fail to pass. And that's when the real twist lands. Lachiel has been baiting every single one of them, and the whole group realizes they've been judged on something far deeper than herbs. Answers with the calm confidence of a man revealing the final card in his hand. He lays out the truth like it was obvious from the start. Completely unshaken by their anger, this wasn't about memorizing plans or gaming the rules. Lachiel has been measuring their instincts the entire time, and now everyone is forced to face what they revealed about themselves. That truth cuts hard because a nurse without compassion is basically a walking disaster. Lachiel knows skill can be taught, but a cold heart beside a sickbed can ruin lives. So he steadied himself and calls in the next group, hoping for better, creeping in. Even the people around Lachiel begin to panic because every group keeps proving the same ugly point. Not one of them stops for someone who falls. That failure tells him more than any written exam ever could. So our man pulls Demian aside for a walk, already grinding through his next move. His attention away, the source turns out to be a girl being rejected so harshly that they're practically denying her humanity. She insists she is human, and the pain behind that protest is impossible to miss. There's humiliation in her voice, but also stubborn pride that refuses to break. And before the situation gets any uglier, instead of brushing her aside, he offers her a chance. It's a small gesture on the surface, but for someone being treated like she doesn't even belong, it lands like a lifeline. And just like that, the tension shifts from cruelty to possibility. It confirms that she came here to take the test. Then our prince sets a new condition with that same dangerous confidence he's been carrying all day. If she can beat their mutual friend in a sprint, she clears the first trial immediately. It's suddenly enlightening to make everybody hold their breath. Touch the target, race back, and whoever returns first takes the win. No tricks, no excuses, just pure speed. Annis accepts instantly, clear-eyed and confident, like she has already decided she will not be humiliated again. A single title hits Lakil right where he's weakest. It drags up all the weight he's been carrying inside, all the fear, all the pressure, all the desperate need to survive in a body already marked for death. Our protagonist clenches down on that anxiety and forces himself forward anyway. Because if this gamble fails, he loses. Piero volunteers to drink that strange medicine first, wagering fate on every drop. A servant's fluttering flag signals arrival and raises every heartbeat in the room. Breath hitches, shoulders tighten, the air electric with dread and hope. Our boy lowers his head under the weight of loyalty and terrifying possibility. Lakiel roars an order to press forward, determined not to let panic strangle their one lifeline. He pushes himself upright, jaw clenched, fighting every tremor. A ragged gasp escapes him as weakness creeps back, body rebelling against his will. A ragged gasp escapes him as weakness creeps back, body rebelling against his will. Our hero won't quit, but the toll is written on his hollow eyes. Nights in his mind as he grasps the gravity of emergency treatment unfolding before him. Instantly, every second morphs into a race against collapse and death. Our protagonist steels himself ready to wield his medical skills, as well as the feat, demanding to be the guinea pig, refusing to risk his prince first. His resolve stuns Lakiel into a shocked pause. Honor warps the air into a deafening hush. That silence drags claws across every soul, heavier than any battle cry. Chilling calm, volunteering to swallow the potion herself. Her admission smacks everyone across the face, unearthing stunned disbelief. Loyalty warps into shock as our guy's eyes widen. The stakes spike higher than ever, promising the cure might actually take hold. He practically lights up, convinced her success signals real talent he can't ignore. Without missing a beat, our boy sweeps her onto his side, sealing that fragile alliance. The contract onto the table, treating it like treasure he can't wait to claim. Then he shoves it her way, his grin a silent dare she can't ignore. Her eyes scheme the dense legal jargon, every line screaming formality. And heavy stakes. It's her name with a friendly smile, the effortless brutality of that gesture rattling our guy. Lakiel's heart thunders, certain some unseen force is playing him for a fool. She merely blinks back, eyes wide and innocent, acting as if none of it matters with his cramped clinic days, drowning in disease and endless struggle. He aches for more fighters like her, warriors born from desperation and raw talent. That longing tightens his chest, fueling a drive to make this alliance unbreakable. She folds her arms and names her terms, flipping the script from plea to pact. Suddenly the room morphs into a battlefield of bargaining and hidden agendas. Piero stands rigid, panic flickering in his eyes at the unknown demands. Our boy exhales, knowing every condition could cost him more than life itself. Boom. Nearly 50 others share her cursed gift. The declaration rips through the fragile calm, shredding composure into jagged shards. Lakiel's eyes blaze with disbelief and rising excitement at the staggering scale. Our hero realizes he's stumbled onto an army. He never realizes he's stumbled onto an army. He never sees as an infalmy man. While it's moved, he's bear the true price. Her entire clan is shackled by a hereditary illness. Fear curls in the hush, twisting hope into a knot of dread. Lakiel's heartbeat stutters as he shoulders the cost of healing multitudes. Responsibility crashes onto him like an avalanche of despair. Describes how their tails act as rogue limbs, thrashing of their own accord. At her words, one tail whips through the air, punctuating the claim with wild proof. A chorus of soft hums rises as tails twitch, alive with unknown energy. The surreal display burns disbelief. Lakiel's mind races, picturing predators exploiting exposed emotions like a buffet. His stomach twists at the vulnerability etched into every twitch and quiver. Then a tail unlaces itself, wriggling as if punched out its own punch card. That casual autonomy sends a chill through our boy's spine. It cripples them, turning every step into agony. Then tails creep back before a full moon cycles, mocking any cure. A nervous chuckle breaks out as someone jests Annis is nothing more than a lizard in noble robes. That grotesque humor lands like acid, twisting hope into horror. Lock onto him as she demands he undo every cursed tail affliction in her bloodline. Panic floods Lakiel, terror squeezing his chest. He fights to steady his voice, mind screaming he's never treated anything like a self-swaying tail. The weight of impossible expectation bears down. His color drains, eyes hollow with dawning hopelessness. He stands frozen, drowning in doubt over whether his skills can conquer this living puzzle. but a flicker of determination ignites as he clenches his fist. The question looms, will our hero master the impossible cure or fall to despair? Lakiel feels the entire negotiation slipping through his fingers. Piero, overwhelmed by the desperate promise, falters under the immense pressure. Just then, his loyal servant drops to his knees in sheer despair. Lakiel lunges for a new angle, offering to protect the clan in high society. Lost in confusion, so our prince calmly spells out his offer. Lakiel asks for the clan's full support in return, desperate to lock in their trust. But Piero refuses again, polite yet stubborn to his core. His loyalty runs deeper than any simple bargain. Down once more, his unwavering loyalty hitting harder than any defiance. He isn't chasing comfort or a quick fix. Piero demands a lasting solution, fearing that if Lakiel falters, everything will collapse even worse than before. Piero makes it clear he won't settle for a mere bandage over a mortal wound. Lakiel immediately understands. This man demands a lasting solution, and Piero confirms his resolve. So our prince presses him directly, asking if his condition still stands. Piero leans in with trembling hope, asking the question that truly matters. Lakiel answers with brutal honesty. He has no cure right now, yet he refuses to give up, vowing to investigate the problem himself. Completely off guard, this prince is far more honest than anyone expected. Surprisingly, that honesty makes him easier to trust, even without a firm promise. Piero senses a real opening has finally appeared, accepts the terms and prepares to withdraw, waiting for Lakiel's next move. Suddenly, Lakiel clicks his tongue, frustration boiling over inside him. Then a spark hits him all at once, and a crucial idea lands hard in his mind. Lakiel panics at the thought of losing someone so capable and loyal. He calls out fast, desperate to stop Piero before the chance disappears. Then his mind jumps somewhere absurd, and the answer almost mocks him. He deals with the ridiculous image, knowing that treating a tale with a mind of its own is pure madness. The strain catches up to him, and a pained groan slips out. Another wave of ugly, sharp pain rolls through his body. He grits his teeth again, his body and brain both screaming in protest. He searches every corner of his memory, but nothing cleanly fits the problem. Desperation starts to bite, and then another jolt tears through him. The system blurts out a new skill, acting like it's being helpful. The sudden voice nearly launches Lakiel out of his skin, and he snaps at the terrible timing. Piero, however, stays perfectly composed, which somehow makes the ambush even worse. Piero gently warns him that stress only drags his health down further. He keeps piling on medical advice as if sheer sincerity can hold Lakiel together. Lakiel jokes that Piero's jump scares will kill him first, but Piero calmly denies it. Lakiel momentarily speechless. Piero even warns him about permanent wrinkles, and Lakiel can't help playing along. He stares, half amused and half baffled, wondering if Piero really means it. Piero is trying so hard to cheer him up, and it's painfully wholesome. That warmth lands deep in Lakiel's chest. He knows this man is genuinely good, so he brushes it off with a laugh, pretending a few wrinkles mean nothing. Modern instincts kick in, making him blurt out the miracle weapons of skincare. He starts explaining too much, then suddenly freezes as the real clue slams into him. He cuts himself off, lunging after the thought before it vanishes completely. Everything else falls away as the answer starts taking shape. Botulinum toxin, that's the word, and Lakiel grabs it like a lifeline. Out of every poison humanity has ever twisted to medicine, this one stands apart. Powerful enough to cause paralysis, perhaps even in a controlled, localized way. On top of that, another crucial piece clicks into place. The target isn't random at all. It's buried deep within the werewolf's autonomous tail muscles. Piero can only stare, completely lost as Lakiel races ahead with his thoughts. Then our prince reveals he already possesses a poison suited for exactly this purpose. Another groan escapes him as the immense pressure mounts. His consciousness starts slipping, but he forces himself to stay upright. Then he barks an urgent order at Piero, demanding Kuzman's poison capsule from the vault. Piero confirms he kept it safe, and Lakiel immediately orders him to bring it. Pain bites again, but he pushes through it with sheer willpower. Then he orders Piero to take him to Anis's room. No hesitation now. Our prince heads straight for Marquis Fenot's chambers. Urgent knock breaks the silence. Marquis Fenot answers in surprise, clearly not expecting a royal visit this late. Lakiel wastes no time, announcing he may have found a way to meet their condition. Anything else, he says two things must be confirmed. First comes the most delicate part. He has to pinpoint the exact place for the procedure. Then his body suddenly jerks with a sharp, startled twitch. A startled breath catches in someone's throat. Then Lachiel steadies himself, as if a crucial piece has finally settled into place. The reaction is immediate. Someone blurts out, pure confusion. The werewolf meridians don't match human anatomy exactly. Still, aside from a governing vessel, the rest follows a pattern he can work with. He notes that the Jangang and Yoso points in the buttocks sit farther apart. Then he casts his fists. Finger is an entirely new meridian, something humans simply do not have. Lachiel spares them the full lecture, keeping the explanation mercifully short. Then he asks Annis to transform, and the request leaves the entire room stunned. He explains that the channels will shift during transformation, and he needs to observe every change. Annis agrees, though the tension in the room spikes instantly. But just as things start moving, someone urgently cuts in. Another voice stops everything cold. Then someone steps forward offering help instead. A tiny flourish follows, almost absurdly casual for a moment this tense. A clawed hand rises into view, the mood turning suddenly ominous. And then the truth lands. Annis is only 6 years old. That realization hits Lachiel like a physical slap. The child bursts into tears, and the whole room instantly feels awful. A small, confused voice reaches out for family. Even the little whine that follows makes the situation more heartbreaking. The joke, comparing the kid to Goofy instead of some fearsome beast, that only makes things weirder when he remembers it was his old dog's name. Then our guy doubles down, asking Annis for a paw like this is a pet trick. Ending. The growl he gets back says that joke lands terribly, and then he gets smacked for it hard and fast. The pain answers immediately, and Lachiel knows he absolutely deserves that one. Leaf, apologizing as he finally backs down. The room just stares at him, completely thrown by his antics. Still, he regains focus and announces that he has found the precise injection point. Now the real danger emerges, the precise dosage of the paralytic toxin. He knows this may be the most critical problem of all. Before he can move, he has to identify exactly what kind of poison this is. Can he safely calculate the amount? If he's right, this poison becomes the key to Botox injections in Annis's tail. His first thought is Kuzmin, but trusting a man behind bars feels like asking for disaster. His attention lands on the servant quietly holding the medicine. He rejects that idea immediately. There's no way he's trusting that snake, so Lachiel turns the risk inward, saying he can test it himself. Repeats it like he's already made peace with the danger, but Piero steps in at once, offering to be the first test subject instead. That answer stops Lachiel cold. Or shatters the moment. His organs explode in outrage inside his head. His lungs join the riot, horrified by his suicidal nonsense. Even his large intestine and liver start cursing him out like fed-up coworkers. Then a blinding light suddenly pours down. Lachiel can barely process it, wondering if he heard that right. Then the voices piled on, demanding to know if he really said he'd test poison. His liver reminds him exactly who has to metabolize that toxin, and the answer is not pretty. And then it screams the truth. Him. Obviously, you absolutely Western idiot. Lachiel freezes, completely blindsided by his own body revolting against him. So the system throws out another option. Feed it to the summoned servant instead. Lachiel recoils at once, offended that anyone would suggest poisoning tiny and adorable Quilbert. No one is experimenting on Quilbert like some disposable lab rat. Then the system finally offers the useful part. There's a servant built specifically to analyze substances. It can even identify poisons. And suddenly the path forward cracks open. Only roar to life. A blackened lump sits in the heart of the intense flames. Everything is poised on the edge of a monumental breakthrough. Ending. But the system's next revelation leaves Lachiel utterly stunned. He can only stare, asking in disbelief if this is truly serious. Our hero Lachiel clings to a desperate hope, questioning if his spectral servant possesses such an incredible ability. Dio Liver perks up at once, confirming it with a casual duh, as if this ridiculous system still holds endless secrets. That answer stops Lachiel cold, making him wonder where Dio even turns up the stage of death. Dio calmly reveals he was just chilling in a system waiting room. literally sleeping until Lachiel dragged him into action. It's ridiculous enough to be true, but our guy quickly cuts the chatter. He orders Dio to spit out the useful part of this absurd explanation. A roll call, naming the heart and lungs as if they're all in a group chat. It doubles down on the organ roll call, making it painfully clear Lachiel's body is basically running an internal conference call. Lachiel freezes for a second, trying to process how deep this madness really goes. Realization hits him, and he asks if all his other internal organs are also trapped within this bizarre system. Dio confirms it with a casual duh, adding that other summoned servants also wait there for their turn. Lachiel almost asks how this whole system works, but Dio instantly shuts down, clearly hitting some hard coding. The rules are absolute, and whatever secret sits behind the system is completely off limits. So Lachiel changes tactics and pushes for a hint, already dreading another humiliating gacha-style summon. But Dio flat out refuses, looking like he wants no part of helping. Some voice piles on with the same cold denial, leaving Lachiel stonewalled from every angle. That's when our guy decides to fight dirty, realizing he can pressure them another way. He snaps back in frustration, half furious and half impressed, that these Lacreeks are really laughing at him. Explodes, telling them to keep their precious secrets, rage boiling under his weak condition. The answer he gets is the same robotic refusal, and that's exactly what pushes him over the edge. Suddenly his organs start panicking, as Lachiel does something reckless, and even his heart and intestines realize this idiot is forcing a crisis. Sputter in confusion, going huff. No, puff? Lachiel feels the backlash instantly and nearly chokes, but he also knows he's finally got their attention. He keeps holding out through the pain, gasping and trembling while his own body rebels against him. And begging to stop, because this stunt is no joke anymore. Even the system calls him unhinged, warning that his madness is throwing every organ into chaos. The pressure keeps climbing until the whole internal lineup starts breaking down in fear. It's fast, and the trembling turns from annoyance into full survival mode. The lungs finally snap and scream that he's literally killing them, which is exactly the leverage Lachiel wanted. At that point, they cave, desperate and humiliated, admitting defeat before he actually dies. To make sure this lunatic prince finally stops. With the power shift complete, Lachiel demands the defining trait of the servant that can analyze substances. The answer comes in one absurd word, and somehow, that single clue changes everything. Lachiel immediately likes what he hears, because now he can work with this. And then the summon arrives with a wet little sound that is way less majestic than expected. What appears is a pathetic-looking sunfish, and Lachiel stares at it like the system is trolling him. But instead of rejecting it, he leans in and greets the creature like he's just found a new partner in crime. The sunfish blinks back with that vacant little glub, and somehow the bond is already forming. Lachiel instantly decides this weird little guy is perfect for him, which says a lot about his current mental state. Fish just keeps making confused noises while Lachiel starts plotting at full speed. The sunfish gives another little glub, and the hedgehog chirps back with a tiny quill. The sunfish reacts with another tiny glub as the prince prepares to use it for science. Fear again. But Lachiel is already too locked in to care. A hand reaches into the box and lifts one capsule, and the mood flips from comedy to dangerous precision. Lachiel dangles the capsule like bait, and Sweets talks the fish. Acting way too friend. Ubby closer, all smiles, while the poor thing has no clue it's being volunteered. Someone immediately calls him a devil for this, and honestly, they're not wrong. The system repeats its useless refusal. But by now, Lachiel has found a loophole. Brutal requirement. The servant just has to consume the substance, so Glubby the immortal sunfish gets summoned into a test run, swallows the sample, and instantly starts dying while cursing this betrayal. Even with only 97 days left on his own life, Lachiel forces himself to stay focused because this result matters in my own life. Lachiel forces himself to stay focused because this result matters. Fails with clinical precision, treating the fish's suffering like a proper lab report. The expected outcome is simple and horrifying. Eat the substance, then die, and then die again because the poison absolutely does its job. The flashy twist kicks in. Dio announces that Glubby has a revive ability, and suddenly the suicidal experiment becomes repeatable. The fish pops right back to life, turning a one-time test into a broken cheat code. Stunned for a beat because this ridiculous servant is way more useful than it looks. Flustered, Lachiel hurriedly apologizes to Glubby. He apologizes to the fish because he just discovered his victim is also a meticulous little scholar. Everything it eats. including the substance and the median lethal dose with terrifying accuracy. And the details are so specific that the tiny snitch basically does toxicology better than half the Empire. That confirms Lochiel's suspicion, and he realizes the substance is basically diluted Botox. The moment that clicks, his whole treatment plan starts locking into place. Now he can calculate it. Now he can finally calculate the exact dose. That means the impossible treatment finally becomes real, and Lochiel's comeback starts taking shape. Sir Piero gets called in immediately because once Lochiel has a plan, everyone else has to sprint. Anna pops up out of nowhere as usual, while Piero stumbles in and tries to keep up with the prince's pace. Spots the new servant. He's completely thrown and blurts out that Lochiel summoned another one. Lochiel casually confirms the little guy appeared in the middle of the night. Like this is normal now. Then he jokes that servants just keep flocking to him, and the confidence is starting to look real. And Lochiel instantly demands to know what's so funny. Piero explains that Lochiel suddenly reminds him of a famous figure from old records, and that comparison is no small thing. Lochiel recognizes the name at once and recalls the legendary estate developer from the Kingdom area. Confirms it, and says that man was recorded traveling with 5 summoned servants. He repeats the point with even more weight, making it clear Lochiel may be stepping into the shadow of a monster-level historical genius. Lochiel brushes it off with a joke, but you can feel the ambition riding under that. Often snaps for Piero to bring Anus at once. Lochiel cuts the history lesson short and orders Piero to bring Anus immediately, because the treatment starts now. The command hits like a whip, and everyone scrambles under the prince's sudden momentum. Is on the spot, still shocked but fully committed to following through. Meanwhile, the mood shifts toward Anus, whose anxiety is written all over her as she waits like a cornered animal. She stares ahead and wonders if this crown prince can really fix her tale at all. Makes sense, because it hasn't even been a full day since he first saw the problem. The tension hangs there, sharp and awkward. While everyone waits for proof, Anus points out the obvious with a dry edge, noting he seemed to figure things out just by looking at her tale. Keel more or less accepts that and doesn't bother pretending otherwise. Piero quickly apologizes for the awkwardness, trying to smooth over the prince's blunt approach. Anus lets it slide because she's used to people staring, but the emotional sting is still there. They move into proper introductions, grounding the moment before the madness resumes. Piero formally introduces himself as the crown prince's personal physician, giving the meeting some needed dignity. The exchange settles for a breath, just enough to reset the room. Herself with full noble weight as the heir of Rovo and daughter of Jacinto. Piero steps in carefully and asks Lady Annis for permission to offer one important warning. He tells her that whatever treatment Lochiel proposes, she absolutely needs to stay calm, which only makes him more nervous. Admits the truth outright. Once she hears the plan, she'll probably think the prince has lost his mind. That lands hard, and Annis can only stare back in disbelief. Now her fear spikes, because what kind of treatment needs a warning like that? Lochiel calls out with full confidence, ready to unveil his answer. He eagerly motions them over, practically dragging everyone toward the setup before doubt can stop him. Annis can barely believe it and asks if he really found a solution in just one day. Lochiel answers with shameless confidence and tells her to trust him, acting like this miracle is already done. Still trembling, she asks him to explain the treatment, and he can tell she's terrified. Then he cheerfully reveals the first step. He's going to jab her tail with a needle, and the tail instantly lashes in alarm. He can recover. He drops the second bomb and says he'll inject poison into the exact same spot. He beams like he just invented genius, while the room splits between fake applause, panic, and total disbelief. Annis immediately rejects the idea because of course she does. Piled on with the same reaction, making it clear this plan sounds completely insane. Even so, someone starts urging her to nod along and trust him, despite how bad this sounds. Another voice backs Lochiel up. Instead, she responds. Lochiel himself seals it with a direct, steady demand for trust, and Annis reaches the only sane conclusion left, deciding the title means nothing if the man proposing this is crazy. Then the answer came fast, and it hit him all at once. He tests the strange medicine, a silent act of loyalty. But just as hope flickers, our hero Lochiel suddenly lurches upright, clutching his head in agony. The entire room freezes, watching him with bated breath. Tries to reassure Annis, the patient, to trust his unconventional methods. But then, a sudden sharp pain makes him cry out. It seems even our brilliant doctor isn't immune to the odd side effects of his own treatments. despite Lakiel's strange behavior, decides to put her faith in him. She admits his methods don't inspire confidence, but her people's suffering weighs heavily on her heart. If this works, a future free from pain awaits them all. Is to risk everything for her kin, her resolve shining through. Annis tells Lakiel she is ready for the procedure to begin. Our prince, ever confident, gives the signal to start. It drapes over Annis as the examination begins. A moment of quiet anticipation. Lakiel suddenly stops, a strange number flashing before his eyes. He lets out a confused sound, clearly taken aback by this unexpected system message. He exclaims in shock at the system's odd response, but quickly regains his composure. Lakiel then commands his attendants to prepare the medicine. His focus unwavering. The onlookers are amazed by his swift, decisive actions. To his lord, a sense of urgency in his voice. Yet, despite the dramatic tension, nothing immediately changes. The room holds its breath, waiting for the next crucial moment. A bolt of raw energy streaks through the darkness, illuminating a mysterious blue-lit figure. Energy crackles around it, hinting at immense power. Our hero watches, a strange sense of wonder filling him. Lakiel marvels at the Azrahan core technique, its power never failing to impress him. He realizes that the body's acupuncture points, long theorized, truly exist within this world. For millennia, healers relied solely on passed-down knowledge. In the world, even advanced technology couldn't reveal these vital energy channels. This inability to see what he knew was there had frustrated him since medical school. He always felt their presence, but direct observation remained impossible. In this new world, he sees them with absolute clarity. A profound revelation, this newfound vision ignites his determination to begin the complex procedure. He prepares himself, ready to apply his unique skills. Hero declares his first move, targeting the Hyunchu point with precision. He barks a command, urging everyone to move swiftly. All actions must happen simultaneously for this delicate operation. He activates Slot 01's discharge ability, a precise dose of paralytic agent flowing out. A needle expertly slips into place, delivering the strange medicine. The substance begins to spread, initiating its profound effect. Hiss cuts through the tense air, a sound of focused effort. Lakiel pushes the needle deeper, driving it straight into the target point. Every movement is deliberate, a testament to his skill. It's another needle into the Myungmun point, precisely 2.1 inches deep. With a confident affirmation, he moves on to the next target. The Yoyangguan point awaits, requiring a depth of 2.4 inches. Previously taking a circuitous route, suddenly finds a shortcut through the Hyunchu point. It surges, flowing powerfully down both sides of the erector spinae. His precise intervention is already redirecting vital energy. Annis feels a strange sensation, a wiggle spreading across her back. She lets out a small sound of surprise as Lakiel observes the results. He confirms the tail has gone limp, a crucial step achieves. Lakiel declares that the true challenge is only just beginning, the initial paralysis merely a first step. The system, however, interrupts with a familiar, unhelpful message. It seems even his internal guide has its limits. Scoffs, exasperated by the system's lack of assistance. He curses, realizing the tail is already attempting to recover its movement. But Lakiel anticipated this, ready for the stubborn resistance. He vows to finish the procedure swiftly, pushing past the Yosu point with incredible speed. Our protagonist announces his final critical step. The climax of his daring treatment is at hand. Suddenly pales as a shocking realization hits her. She lets out a choked sound, unable to comprehend what is happening. A wave of confusion and alarm washes over her. Out in disbelief, realizing a needle has been placed in the back of her head, Annis rages, demanding to know why he targeted her head instead of her tail. Her confusion turns to outrage as she questions his methods. Annis utters a bewildered "what?" as her head suddenly flops forward. It droops uncontrollably, a strange, unexpected reaction to the treatment. The room watches, stunned by this bizarre development. Declares his need to purchase something from the system, a crucial next step. He then exclaims in triumph, celebrating his success. Yet, the immediate aftermath remains unsettling, leaving everyone in suspense. Breaks the tension, as Lakiel reassures Annis the procedure is complete. He tells her she can finally relax, her ordeal over. Piero, still confused, confirms the acupuncture worked perfectly. Questions the speed of the treatment, barely believing it's already done. She starts to protest, feeling it hasn't been long enough. But then, a sudden realization makes her gasp. Lakil explains that her tail should have curled by now, but it remains unresponsive. He reveals his ingenious trick. He rerouted her body's nerves to paralyze the tail. The system, however, interjects with a question, demanding clarity. Dramatically reveals the new location for her tail nerves, her left pinky toe. From now on, her little toe will wiggle with every emotion. Replacing the unruly tail, our hero declares his magic trick. Complete, inviting applause. For his silence fills the room as Anis processes this unbelievable news. She lets out a hiccup and a sniffle, tears welling up in her eyes. Overwhelmed, she can only utter a confused, emotionless powers that had haunted her since childhood begin to surface. The heavy burden of stigma and prejudice endured as a werewolf now feels like it's lifting. A lifetime of pain is finally being released. She realizes she is finally free from all the suffering and discrimination. Anis tearfully thanks Lachiel, her voice filled with profound gratitude. But our prince quickly reminds her of their agreement, demanding she uphold her end of the bargain. Of her promise, to bring all her kin to him if he cured her tail. But before anything else, he insists she sign a document. Lachiel wants her commitment in writing, securing his future plans. A mix of surprise and amusement on her face. She lets out a soft sound, processing his unusual request. She then remarks that Prince Lachiel is truly eccentric, a unique character indeed. Booming triumphant laugh. Clearly overjoyed, Piero asks if this outcome truly excites him so much. Our prince dismisses the question, his joy evident in every cackle. He wants them to behold his vision, to be amazed by his grand plan. Lachiel imagines a future filled with 50 S-tier nurses, a powerful new workforce. But for now, the scene remains unchanged. Building anticipated becomes reality. 50 werewolves from Anis's clan have now joined his staff. Our prince has secured a formidable new team for his burgeoning clinic. Recruits have undergone rigorous training in patient care and emergency procedures. They've also mastered specialized nursing techniques, becoming invaluable assets. Furthermore, they've learned to identify, store, and process herbs, along with brewing decoctions and handling moxa sticks. Piero proudly presents the revised staff rotations to Lachiel. Our prince approves enthusiastically, clearly impressed by the new schedule. His clinic can now operate 24/7, a massive step forward for his ambitions. A brief silence falls as the system once again delivers its unhelpful message. Piero lets out a surprised exclamation, clearly taken aback. The system's limitations continue to be a source of frustration. Piero exclaims his delight, marveling at the incredible progress. He then quietly offers the medicine to Lachiel, awaiting his decision. A tense silence descends upon the room, everyone anticipating. The Reign of Aquia confirms Lachiel's success, detailing the localized tail paralysis procedure on Anis and 50 other werewolves. Despite the system's continued unhelpfulness, his grit and determination are undeniable. He has truly achieved something remarkable. Groans, the tension in the room stretching on. Suddenly, a new organ, imbued with the earth element, begins to stir within him. It grumbles, complaining about the excessive noise. A truly absurd reaction. System's strange notification. His stomach is awakened, demanding attention with the voice of a hungry child. It cries out for food, specifically fried pork cutlets. A truly bizarre internal craving. Its hungry demands, listing off more delicious modern dishes. Sweet and sour pork, fried chicken, and pizza all flash through his mind. Our hero's internal organs are clearly very particular about their cravings. Stomach's demands grow louder, insisting on food now. Our hero finds himself in a truly absurd situation, his own body clamoring for a feast. What will he do to satisfy these insatiable internal cravings? When Lachiel starts fighting for his life with actual plans, his body humiliates him in the most human way possible. His stomach suddenly roars for fried pork cutlets, sweet and sour pork chicken, even pizza, like our guy's dying body. Decided that freezes beside him, torn between panic and disbelief, while Lachiel folds over from sheer hunger. And for a man already living on borrowed time, even an empty stomach feels like one more blade at his throat. Crash is even lower than that. Lachiel, Desperate and half delirious, starts thinking he would happily settle for candy if that is all this miserable palace can offer him. Even Piero looks at him like the crown prince has suddenly regressed into a picky little kid. It is such a ridiculous wish that the tension almost turns funny, but underneath it, our man is still one skipped meal away from disaster. Starts arriving. A small group enters together, and trailing beside them is one tiny figure that instantly catches Lachiel's attention. The moment he notices them, his medical instincts kick in, and his mind starts racing. For someone who knows how to read the body, stomach, Lachiel's mood flips completely. He tightens his fist, already buzzing with excitement because his brain is no longer just thinking like a patient. Our crafty prince is thinking like a survivor with a system. And that means one thing: fresh HP might be within reach. Yeah, this guy is practically thrilled at the thought of squeezing another donation out of his internal organs like a shameless tax collector. The mood turns uneasy fast. 2 staff members whisper that the patient in Ward 6 has been acting strangely, and the quiet around them starts feeling wrong in that dangerous way. Then hurried footsteps rip through the silence, sharp and urgent, like trouble is charging straight down the hall. Whatever is happening in Ward 6 is no longer something anyone can ignore. His name suddenly starts tearing through Frontera Square like wildfire. The whole town buzzes with gossip, and at first our boy is the punchline again. People whisper that the crown prince is so hopeless he even flunks a nurse exam, and the mockery only gets louder. But then another rumor drops, and the laughter dies fast. Lachiel has started selling off the royal villa's valuables. He is not dumping luxury for greed or gambling, but to keep the royal clinic alive. Little by little, the crowd realizes this sickly prince is giving up his own comfort so abandoned patients still have somewhere to go. And just like that, ridicule starts curdling into stunned respect. Even further and start talking about Lachiel like he is some kind of saint. But our protagonist is not basking in praise for even a second. He sits there in heavy silence, feeling the pressure crush back down onto his chest. For him, this is not noble sacrifices anymore. It is a rad exaggeration for a start effect. He gives his answer. The room just freezes. Lachiel bluntly says he wants an apothecary to manufacture medicine and sell it. Someone immediately suggests the obvious fix, charging patients even a small fee for treatment. But our man shuts that down at once, because he knows desperate people disappear. The battle feels first failure. Future by locking the poor outside the door. Under that calm face, the real calculation is ruthless. More patients mean more chances to stay alive, so he gives Pavard his word that treatment will remain free. No matter what, then his eyes sharpen because he already has a completely different money-making scheme. Ready to fire. Real plan with full confidence. He is going to make medicine and sell it for profit. Not bargain bin medicine either, but something expensive enough to squeeze serious money from the wealthy. He says it so casually that everyone around him looks torn between admiration and total disobedience. Our guy has fully entered business mode, and now the rich are about to sponsor the poor whether they like it or not. It is a premium product. Polished, exclusive, and wrapped in status. He wants it to feel like a luxury brand, the kind nobles buy just to prove they can and then he lands the real hook. The product will carry the Crown Prince's own endorsement. That target is crystal clear now, with any crowd and pressure. Someone finally asks the question hanging over everyone's head. Lachiel lights up and reveals the key ingredient. A Minotaur's bizarre. That answer only makes the room more confused, because half of them have never even heard of such a thing. Our man is out here pitching fantasy gallstones like a miracle lucky out from beauty to bring. As that answer only makes the room more confused. That answer only makes the room more confused. That answer only makes the room more confused. Stare and ask what exactly he is talking about. Lachiel pauses for a second, searching for a name dramatic enough to sell the madness. Then he gives it this grand weighty title, like he is unveiling some sacred treasure from a lost age. The name hangs in the air with absurd conflict. Lachiel starts selling the effects like his life depends on it, because honestly it does. He explains that the pill works as emergency support for brain disorders, heart disease, and high blood pressure. While he talks, an old humiliation creeps back into his chest, dragging him mentally toward those miserable job interviews. Heart disease and high blood pressure. Still, he pushes through and adds one more irresistible hook for rich, nervous nobles. It also calms anxiety. Part finally makes the whole pitch sound slightly less insane. So when they ask if he truly plans to use 4 Minotaur Bizarres, Lachiel confirms it without blinking. Another doubt rises right away. Who would actually swallow something this bizarre? But our protagonist stays calm, convinced that rarity alone will make the upper class finally make the upper class. The deal even more by promising an ingredient stronger than ordinary bizarre. It is rarer too, which means the medicine gains prestige before anyone even takes a dose. In Lachiel's mind, that seals the whole package: power, scarcity, and status. Also, the battlefield presents the medicine like a luxury masterpiece, while everyone else looks at him like he may have finally snapped. Thinking, they flat out admit they do not believe a pill like this should exist without anyone knowing about it already. If it is really that effective, why is it not famous across the kingdom? Lachiel answers instantly, wrapping the whole thing in mystery. And clenching the whole thing in mystery digs them deeper into his web. Naturally, they demand the name of this supposedly lost land. And with total confidence, Lachiel gives it Joseon. The name means absolutely nothing to anyone there, so the confusion on their faces only drags them deeper into his web. Naturally, they demand the name of this supposedly lost land. And with total confidence, Lachiel gives it Jose, just as all this strange medical knowledge comes to him through dreams. Connecting the dots, the acupuncture, the medicine preparation, all of it supposedly traces back to those dreams. But instead of reassuring anyone, that explanation makes the whole thing feel even more suspicious. Some of them start thinking poor Piero only followed along because he is too loyal to doubt his prince. One of them finally gives up trying to understand and focuses on the only thing that matters to him. If the wages arrive on time, he can tolerate all the madness. Then another ugly truth suddenly crashes down on Lachiel. He has basically been treating people without a license. And our man freezes because that problem never even crashed down on Lachiel. He has basically been treating people without a license. And our man freezes because that problem never even crossed his mind. That of course there is a proper medical licensing exam. And that realization punches straight through his confidence. It stings even worse when they point out that Piero, unlike him, actually passed it. Lachiel can only force out an awkward laugh and pray fate does not punish him immediately, but he crushes the panic fast because the money problem is still screaming in his face. They need Minotaur Bizarres now. Someone suggests the sensible option, sending a servant to a herbalist in the capital. Lachiel shuts that down too, explaining that Herb Run is already out of stock, which only makes the ingredients sound even more absurdly rare. Then he drops the wildest answer yet. They will just buy a live Minotaur that lands like a hammer, and the whole room recoils in disbelief. Lachiel has already picked their destination before anyone can recover. Even then, someone carefully asks the obvious question. Does he really intend to go himself? Our guy does not hesitate for a second. He insists he must inspect the Minotaur personally and judge the bizarres with his own eyes. By now, everyone around him is convinced the Crown Prince has completely lost it. One can only mutter in disbelief, while another looks like reality itself has become offensive. But Lachiel does not slow down for their panic. He barrels straight through it and demands that they stop speaking. He shocks them even more, because he means they leave immediately. Lachiel starts firing off orders and bulldozing every protest with pure desperation. The whole place erupts into frantic scrambling, half-packed supplies, and people trying to catch up with his madness. Then the carriage lurches forward and terrified itself. Damian nearly breaks apart, shouting in panic as he gets left behind. Everyone is dragged into the mess before they can even think straight. Piero calls after Lachiel too, still clinging to his duty as the prince's physician no matter how reckless this all looks. Loyalty is the only thing holding this disaster together. Into a steady rhythm, and the gamble is officially underway. Once inside, Lachiel realizes the ride is surprisingly comfortable, which almost feels insulting considering how close he is to death. So our guy cracks a joke to himself, figuring Crown Prince status. A thick silence, Lachiel's eyes snap open. Something in the air changes, and he catches the sharp scent of salt riding the wind. A voice suddenly calls out that the harbor is visible just beyond the hill. And just like that, the mood inside the carriage tightens all over again. A single report changes everything. Cremo is finally right in front of them, the port city rising ahead like the gateway to either salvation or disaster. The harbor spreads into view, and with it comes the next brutal step in Lachiel's plan. Because now that they have arrived, the real hunt for the Minotaur begins. Sunlight floods the sea in molten gold, but our hero wakes with something far more dangerous than hope. Lachiel is still weak enough to drop dead if fate gets its way. Yet the moment morning taps at his door, His mind is already racing ahead. Plain rice arrives first, simply backing out of the bullshit. And that is exactly why this guy looks so suspiciously pleased, like he is about to turn breakfast into a medical operation. Harbor ships slide in through the morning haze while workers crowd the docks in a rush of noise and motion. Lakiel starts directing everything with sharp, exact orders, placing each item as if one mistake could cost him his life. He corrects positions again and again, refusing to leave anything to chance. Our man is not acting like a spoiled prince here. He is acting like a doctor preparing for a desperate procedure. Lakiel leans back with that faint little smile that always means trouble for somebody else. Then his destination finally comes into view. Kramo's monster auction house, the kind of place where wealth, greed, and danger all shake hands. One name catches in his mind more than the rest. Kramo is not just a place to him now. It is the key to whatever gamble he is about to make. His arrival, the staff fires back with attitude, offended that some random visitor dares demand attention. Another employee steps in, still clueless, ready to brush this off like a minor inconvenience. Then the truth hits him all at once. The poor guy nearly folds on the spot when he realizes the man at the door is the crowd prison stays at home past. The entrance like wildfire, and suddenly every face turns pale. Lakiel calmly starts counting the people who failed to recognize him, and every number makes the air heavier. What begins as awkward confusion turns into full-blown panic. Then one terrified soul lunges forward, and every number makes a wrath path. What begins as awkward confusion turns into full-blown panic. Then one terrified soul lunges forward in alarm, desperate to stop this disaster before it becomes a career-ending future. The real authority finally appears. Isol Kramo, mayor of Kramo and master of this whole operation, steps in with all the dignity he can gather. That dignity lasts about 1 second. The instant he recognizes Lakiel, even he stumbles. Because this is not overcoming. The instant he recognizes Lakiel, even he stumbles. It's through the building that the crown prince has arrived, and the entire place starts vibrating with panic. Lakiel barely reacts, brushing past all that chaos with cool, almost lazy indifference. He acts like this is nothing serious at all. According to him, he just came to buy something, which somehow makes everyone even more nervous. He tries to wrap him in layers of protection, terrified that something might happen under his roof. Lakiel shuts that down fast and calls for Kuon, then points to his own escort. Like, relax, I did not come here helpless. But Isel keeps hovering anyway, sweating through every second, standing. Our boy wants freedom to move, while the mayor looks like he is guarding a walking national crisis. A tired groan, already exhausted by all this overprotective nonsense. Then one command tears through the auction house, and suddenly everyone starts scrambling to clean, arrange, and perfect every corner in record time. The whole place transforms into a frenzy of forced elegance. Lakiel looks a little guilty, like he accidentally triggered a royal inspection and ruined everybody's morning. Starts issuing precise requests, asking for a red bottle first with the confidence of someone who already knows exactly what he wants. The answer comes back hesitant, and that tiny pause says a lot. Something about this place is making even seasoned staff second-guess themselves. Still, Lakiel starts enjoying the atmosphere a little, probably because a monster auction is exactly the kind of absurd chaos that wakes this guy right up. Notices it first, and quietly points out how unnaturally silent everything has become. Lakiel feels it too, and the hush presses down harder than either of them expects. It is not peaceful silence either. It is the kind that makes your skin crawl, like the whole building is waiting for something. Ugly. The battle feels its way. The tension probably comes with the territory, because this place does not trade silk or jewels. It trades monsters. Aim drifts through the dark tension like an order carved into stone. Basha. Lakiel yawns through it, half bored and half calculating, wondering if there is not even a minotaur available today. That casual reaction is almost funny, because everyone else is wound tight while our guy acts like he's checking stock at a farmer. The figure remains standing. Then he learns the auction is nearly over, and suddenly the clock starts feeling very dangerous. Thing freezes, a heavy door groans open, and the entire room seems to stop breathing at once. From beyond the darkness comes a low, savage growl that rolls through the hall like thunder under the floor. Every nerve in the place tightens. Whatever is behind that door is not just valuable, it is terrible. Beast steps out, and the scale of it is just insane. This thing looks strong enough to rip apart walls for fun. A mountain of muscle and rage packed into one monstrous body. The auctioneer instantly whips the crowd into a frenzy, proudly unveiling the star prize of the day. The Minotaur that it took 3 brutal months to capture, like that somehow makes caging a nightmare sound classy. More ridiculous, they boast that the Minotaur is colossal, top grade, and vicious enough to make ordinary hunters disappear. 7 elite hunting teams from the eastern mountain range had to work together just to bring it down, and somehow, to this room, full of rich lunatics. That does not make it a horror. It makes it a luxury item for breeding, display, and showing off. Opening bid drops like a hammer, 50,000 magins. Instantly the room erupts, voices crashing over each other as greed takes over and every rich fool starts throwing money like common sense died at the door. One bidder all but screams that he is taking the beast home, no matter what. In a heartbeat, the auction house turns into a battlefield, made up of the happiest event. In a heartbeat, the auction house turns into a battlefield made of wallets and ego. Its mind, Lochiel does the opposite. Our man studies the bidders one by one, reading the room with cold focus instead of getting swept up into madness. He is not here to admire the spectacle. He is measuring people power and opportunity, because every face in this room might matter before the day is done. And what happens here for Lochiel to relax now? Around him, the wealthy elite tremble with excitement, completely hypnotized by the Minotaur's overwhelming presence and the thrill of owning something. Completely hypnotized by the Minotaur's overwhelming presence and the thrill of owning something monstrous. The beast keeps them hooked, the bids keep climbing, and greedy keeps getting uglier. In the middle of all that madness, our boy narrows his eyes and realizes somebody here is a complete rip-off artist, meaning the real game is only just beginning. Our hero, Lochiel, just found a tiny flicker of hope in his dire situation. At least he is the crown prince now, a position of immense power, but that fleeting relief instantly shatters as his expression turns out, which is all we've seen. Humes, feeling completely swindled by the situation. Who dares to outbid the crown prince himself? He realizes his royal title means nothing here. His hopes for this auction vanish as the bid skyrockets to 500 million. Suddenly, a new voice erupts, questioning Lochiel's presence at the auction. But their true outrage explodes over the item's price. 60,000 magins for such an incredible haul feels like highway robbery. They feel completely cheated after all their hard work. Bill clenches his fists, stewing in his own misery and frustration. He just wants this humiliating situation to end. But then a wooden placard suddenly shoots up, boldly displaying a new bid. The price now stands at 70,000. Imagines the crowd gasps at the 10,000 magan increase. Someone in the back just saved the day, they exclaim. The auctioneer quickly accepts the new bid, confirming the 70,000 magans. Whispers ripple through the crowd, identifying the bidder. It's Sir Guinness, a man favored by the King of Amboise. Guinness de Champs, the Grand Merchant, has entered the fray. Stunned by this unexpected challenge, Guinness boldly declares he is not the prince's subject. He throws the ball back into Lochiel's court, daring him to respond. The crowd murmurs, praising Guinness for putting the stingy prince in his place. But a nervous voice warns them to keep it down. Lochiel, our boy, has a long memory for grudges, and he hears every word. Fine, Lochiel thinks, accepting the challenge from this audacious bastard. He demands a mano-a-mano fight, no holding back. Our prince is ready to bring it on. Tar as good as his. Sir Guinness counters with 72,000, then Lochiel raises it to 75,000. The bids fly back and forth, with Guinness firing back at 80. Lets out a triumphant, "Ha! The featured item, a pristine Minotaur, is finally settled. He has paid the exorbitant price." Near announces the final sale for a staggering 250,000 magans. The crowd gasps in shock. Guinness, the Grand Merchant, declares his victory over the prince. Tension lingers in the air, but then a small, squeaking voice cries out. Pierrot, our loyal servant, expresses his relief at Lochiel's loss. He is actually glad the prince didn't win. Completely taken aback by Pierrot's words, spending 100,000 magans on a single Minotaur would be a terrible financial decision, Pierrot explains. His servant is lecturing him. Lochiel realizes Pierrot is worried about his finances, even daring to lecture him. He wonders if this is true motivation for staying by the prince's side. States his only reason for staying is the generous and steady pay. If that guarantee vanishes, He has no reason to remain. Lachiel sputters in outrage at his servant's shameless demand. Asks if Piero has no gratitude for being saved from the arena. Piero calmly replies that gratitude is separate from salary. He insists that heartfelt feelings and wages are two entirely different. True hero of the original novel, the one he rooted for while reading the story. That protagonist, Demian Kyan, holds a special place in his mind. His immense power, a heart glowing with crackling purple energy. Damien is the strongest being in this universe, the perfect bodyguard. Our prince needs him on his side. Lachiel realizes Damien must stay by his side, not just as a bodyguard. He needs Damien to live a stable life, no matter what. This is crucial for everyone's future. Everyone can be happy and safe in the end, Lachiel believes. He grudgingly promises Piero that his wages will always be paid on time. Piero immediately thanks his sire with renewed enthusiasm. Lachiel then asks the mayor to lead them to his home. The mayor, flustered, quickly agrees. Our prince explains they are running because losing with such a cheap trick is just too embarrassing. A chilling realization washes over Lachiel. No way, he thinks, his mind racing. A terrifying thought grips him, making him repeat the words in disbelief. Damn it, he curses under his breath. He remembers Piero's unwavering loyalty, refusing to let the prince test the medicine first. Just then, something in the darkness slowly opens its eye. Deep shadows, a pair of glowing eyes slowly comes into view. A low, guttural growl echoes through the air. Our hero realizes the creature is even more impressive up close. Groan escapes Lachiel's lips. The merchant, Guinness, gloats about snatching the Minotaur from the prince's grasp. He laments that Lachiel missed the sight of his defeated face. He should begin the taxidermy work immediately. Of course, the other man replies, that's why he was summoned. He praises the taxidermist as the finest in Cremos City, who always pays well. The taxidermist asks what style the patron prefers for this grand commission. Guinness demands it be as grand as possible. He wants a truly magnificent display. Guinness plans to unveil this masterpiece at the king's birthday banquet. He then asks about the mage needed to preserve the fur. I didn't forget, my friend, Guinness assures him. But then, a chilling realization dawns. Wait, something is wrong. Wait, mine. The Minotaur's internal voice cries out in confusion, but the Minotaur's terror grows. What the Minotaur's panic fills the air as humans close in without mercy. Its helpless confusion makes the moment incredibly cruel. No, it screams. Pull it out. What? The Minotaur realizes humans are all the same, cruel and merciless. No, it cries. Those evil humans, its fear turns to a desperate rage. It kneels in grief, cradling a fallen body as the crowd watches in stunned silence. Come at me, it roars. What kind of trick is this? The Minotaur bellows, struggling for breath. It feels a crushing weight. I can't breathe, it cries out in agony. A sickening crack echoes through the air. The Minotaur lets out a pained cry. Its roars of anguish fill the space. The Minotaur continues its mournful roars. A deep groan escapes from Lachiel. He feels the pain of the beast. Piero warns Lachiel that he has pushed himself too hard. His internal organs are protesting his brutal schedule. Lachiel vows to get a Minotaur tomorrow, ensuring it costs less than 100,000. Suddenly, frantic shouts of Piero! Piero erupt. His Highness, it's a disaster. The urgency in the voices is palpable. Your Highness, it's a disaster, the servants cry. Lachiel, barely able to keep his eyes open, demands an explanation. They insist he must take shelter immediately. Still groggy, demands an explanation for the shouting. But before anyone can finish speaking, the answer crashes down. A monstrous pressure fills the air, screaming of imminent death. What? Lachiel gasps in shock. Piero shouts a warning, urging His Highness to step back. But the threat is already upon them. It's too late as chaos explodes right in front of Lachiel. Bodies lurch, voices break, and the room becomes a kill zone. A massive shadow tears into view, freezing everyone with its terrifying force. Exhausted mind snaps fully awake as pure survival takes over. This thing isn't just a threat, it's here to crush everything. Servants stumble back in panic, guards lose their nerve, and resistance feels meaningless. The nightmare from the auction has come straight to the palace. Monitor? Lachiel whispers in disbelief. The monstrous pressure only intensifies after his realization. Its next move feels terrifyingly inevitable. Pressure from the Minotaur continues to grow. The moment stretches on, filled with unbearable tension. Lachiel can only stare, frozen in fear, as the beast looms over them. A thunderous crash shatters the fragile calm, throwing dust and splinters everywhere. An old latch snaps open, and fate begins its cruel sprint against our hero. Suddenly, a heavy beam tears loose, its shrieking scrapes echoing like a death knell. A furious roar explodes, panic flooding every corner of the room. Our guy stumbles, a groan ripping free as dread claws at his gut. Then a savage impact slams into him, brutal and mercilessly. Close. Another pained gasp escapes as this nightmare claws its way into reality. Shock nails him when the impossible beast stomps inches from his face. The creature bellows its fury, and our prince feels death's shadow. Despair. A sharp cry bursts out before rational thought can even spark inside. A wicked blow whips through the air with bone-crushing velocity. Pain detonates in an instant, and the victim crumples beneath the onslaught. Terror finally erupts in a primal scream tearing through the chaos. The terrified noble shouts his rank, clinging to titles as a lifeline. He begs recognition, hoping status alone might halt those jagged horns. But the Minotaur mauls him without mercy, rendering rank utterly meaningless. Courage crumbles and he panics, begging the beast to erase his memory. Pure fear drives him backward. Every frantic scramble fuels by dying hope. He decides hiding offers his only sliver of salvation. He bolts toward shadowed corners, mind blank with sheer terror. Then he skids to a halt, caught off guard by something unexpected. Flares when he glimpses the mayor's gilded residence shining ahead. But his relief snaps shut as another threat claws at his focus. One tiny word hangs in midair, loaded with impossible disbelief. Weakness jabs Lachiel like an icy dagger of confusion. Our prince blinks, his heart thudding against his ribs at the revelation. A jarring spark of realization slices through the lingering dread in his veins. Silence cascades over them, thick and suffocating like a stone seal. Then a buried memory slams him, wrenching heart and mind into terror. His voice catches raw as cold dread slither up his spine. A single name tumbles from his lips, trembling with sharp fear. He freezes mid-breath, already sensing the horror standing before him. The monster's silhouette fills the space, and our guy's blood congeals in his veins. Shadows stretch toward them, swallowing the cavern in oppressive vastness. The beast emits a low, rumbling call vibrating through every trembling stone. Lachiel stares, grim recognition unfurling like a poison bloom. In his brain, those haunted eyes jerk him back to his crowded Bugyong clinic days. He knows that look too well, the desperate stare of a patient losing hope. The Minotaur hesitates, as if buried memories clawed at its savage mind. Action lingers oddly, stirring unease in Lachiel's heart. For a single breath, panic loosens its vice as he senses hidden sorrow. Then darkness swallows the atmosphere again, as rage reasserts its threatening weight. A memory bursts forth, a grand hall hushed under masked tension. A nobleman brandishes a placard marked 71,000, each number a raw wound. Lachiel's chest tightens, tasting the bitterness fueling this creature's boundless fury. Bitterness sharpens into imminent danger radiating off the beast's every sinew. Lachiel braces, knowing one misstep could ignite this monstrous rage instantly. A low menacing growl rolls out, saturated with deadly intent. Then the Minotaur stills, its hulking frame frozen mid-attack. Lachiel senses the shift and stumbles, heart pounding in raw confusion. A startled cry tears from his throat before he can swallow it. The creature rumbles again as if weighing some dark decision. That subtle shift unhinges Lachiel's senses, leaving his instincts scrambling. Suddenly, a boulder-sized object crashes down with bone-jarring, terrible force. Just as his body twitches under searing agony, another crushing blow follows, sending pain rippling through every shattered bone. Demian lunges in, planting himself between our prince and the beast. He refuses to yield an inch, his loyalty forged in unbreakable steel. For Lachiel to retreat, death's breath hot on their heels, but our prince steels himself, unwilling to surrender after conquering every trial. Lachiel snaps that he refuses to die, his voice crackling with defiance. Amid the chaos, A battered book lodges under a fractured pillar. Everything stills for a heartbeat, tension hanging thick enough to choke. Lachiel squints at the blurred page, fighting through pain to decipher meaning. Maze of incomprehensible strokes. He calculates that one clean hit from this monster means total ruin. A low hum vibrates in his chest. As he schemes, he mutters another guttural rumble, unsettling every nerve in Lachiel's body. Then a sudden slash slices through the air, sharp as vengeance. He jerks back, caught off guard by that ruthless strike. From our hero, his danger constricts like iron. Pressure shifts in an instant, the warning arriving a heartbeat too late. Dark flecks scatter across the gloom, painting fear in every corner. Another violent impact shudders through the chamber, rattling every splintered beam. Lachiel lashes out at Damien, disbelief and pain igniting his fury. A loud crack thunders, warning that their defenses are fracturing. Lachiel grits his teeth, iron will burning through searing agony. A thunderous crash rocks the room again, unsettling every bone. Damien deadpans the obvious, and Lachiel scowls at the grim humor. Ends like a suffocating shroud, each breath a ragged fight. Dread coils tight in Lachiel's chest, whispering of imminent doom. Yet Damien speaks up calmly, as if requesting tea instead of survival from death. Eyes blazing desperation beyond simple mortal fear. If they survive this hellscape, he demands a price steep with irony. The madman's tone is absurdly businesslike, as though this were any other errand. Bears half panicked and half outraged, his voice cracking under stress. Damien flatly refuses to accommodate his tantrum, loyalty bound to duty. Lachiel's protests falter as dwindling options for her. Challenging, he realizes the ugly truth. They have nowhere safe to hide. The weight of that realization slams into him like a warhammer. Damien reminds him they're trapped on the second floor, death's maw yawning below. Violent crash answers, tightening the room into a suffocating coffin. Another deafening blow rattles every shattered shard around them. Damien remains steely, refusing to indulge chaos in their darkest moment. Swallows his fear and calculates the cruel math. Jumping beats crushing. From below, he hears gears of an ambush clicking into position. His mind flashes to the looming political ruin if the Crown Prince falls. Guards rally outside, their desperation fueling a last stand to save their prince. Pieces it together. They intend to fling him clear, even risking broken bones. But first he must take the terrifying leap into uncertain air. Damien steels himself and declares his plan, eyes blazing with unwavering resolve. Races like a man ready to gamble both their lives. A horned monstrosity lunges, its massive hand shredding the air. A distant shout answers from below, hands ready to catch their falling prince. Furious countdown, each number rattling nerves raw. Before Lachiel can draw breath, the beast lunges again with savage timing. He protests, panic spiking as Damien forces the savage timing. He protests, panic spiking as Damien forces the savage timing. The Minotaur bellows, becoming the ignition for their absolutely worst timing yet. Lachiel groans, already cursing the cruel fate that never misses a chance. Of course, it spirals into disaster, his cursed luck turning traitor. Once he gets off that battlefield, Uru, like a savage warhorn demanding their move. Then the command cracks through the chaos. Jump now or perish. Lachiel can only bite back a bitter laugh. Irony slashes through his fear, but as he springs forward, something unravels and everything goes on. The leap explodes into pure chaos as the ground vanishes beneath them. Lachiel braces for a bone-shattering fall, heart hammering like war drums. Then a massive blur streaks past, a whirlwind of surprise. Lucy Cromie emerges in a flash. Her presence rises and doesn't fall, catches in someone's throat. Raw shock splintering the air. A desperate cry follows, bleeding hope and fear in equal measure. Words die half-formed, lost between the promise of rescue and horror. Lachiel stands frozen, utterly blindsided by this sudden turn of fate. His mind struggles to process the impossible silhouette before him. And with pounding heart, he whispers into disbelief, "What is this?" Just as a fragile hope settles in for our hero, Lachiel, a sudden gasp escapes him. An emergency alert blares inside his mind. He stares, utterly bewildered by this new unexpected crisis. Our hero demands, his mind racing. The mysterious system begins an urgent scan. He feels a strange, invasive energy coursing through his body. beast announces 2, followed by a sharp ding. The system reveals a comprehensive medical report, not for him, but for Urus, the king of Minotaurs. It details a body completely out of balance from long confinement, sedatives, and forced feeding. Lochiel gasps in alarm. The report reveals Urus's heart is in truly terrible shape. It's stable angina, and the chest pain has worsened significantly. Threatening his very life. Urus faces an imminent heart attack or even cardiac arrest. The system warns that half his heart's blood vessels are blocked. Lochiel realizes the beast must be suffering unbearable pain. It feel like a car driving over his chest, Lochiel realizes. He now understands why the beast thrashes so violently. Our hero feels a pang of sympathy but quickly remembers his own precarious health. He's in no condition to treat anyone right now. The one who might end up in the hospital. Or even worse, if he loses his grip on this thrashing beast, he'll go flying. His own life hangs by a terrifying thread. He'll be smashed to pieces, pinned against the beast's massive, thrashing body. Just then, a new threat emerges. A swordsman closes in, forcing Lochiel to freeze in terror. The swordsman shouts for Lochiel to get out of the way. He lunges forward with a fierce cry. Aiming for the beast, our hero barely manages to react. And curses, his attack missing its mark with a sharp whoosh. He aimed for the beast's eye, but in the frantic rush, his blade only strikes the massive horn. Frustration boils within him. Ever Loyal shouts encouragement to Lochiel. He promises to get His Highness out of this dire situation, no matter the cost. Our hero feels a flicker of hope amidst the terrifying chaos. The swordsman calls out to his comrade, urging them to hurry. He plans his next attack targeting the beast's vulnerable side. They must act quickly to create an opening. He asks his comrade to target 2 specific spots, the beast's side and its shoulders. The cuts don't need to be deep, he explains. They just need to create a small opening. They don't even need to be wide, just enough to create a small opening. He urges them to work together with him, as one. Their lives depend on this coordinated effort. Roars again, and the tension in the air becomes unbearable. Lochiel feels his grip slipping, his strength failing under the immense pressure. He can't hold on much longer. A voice from the enemy's side scoffs at their desperate efforts. They declare that Lochiel can forget about escaping this predicament. The situation looks increasingly bleak for our hero. Lochiel, utterly exhausted, thinks this might not be the worst day to meet the Grim Reaper. The beast lets out another low moan. Then suddenly, our hero cries out in sharp pain. No way, Lochiel gasps in utter disbelief. He recognizes a familiar face in the chaos. Is it Anise? Here in this desperate, impossible moment. Anise rushes forward, her voice filled with desperate concern. She demands to know if His Highness is all right amidst the danger. Her sudden arrival brings a surge of unexpected hope. Manages a weak affirmation, still reeling from the surprise. Anise urges him to move quickly, prioritizing His Highness's safety above all else. They must escape this deadly trap. Lochiel groans, still struggling with his weakening body. The beast lets out a questioning moan, sensing the sudden shift in the air. The tension remains thick, refusing to break. It lets out another frustrated roar. But the enemy leader curses loudly. He's furious they let their prey get away. Just then, someone steps in close, physically blocking their path to escape. A new, confident voice challenges the enemy leader, Onort. He declares that Onort has lost his prey. Guess you'll have to settle for me then, he taunts, stepping forward fearlessly. Rumbling growl, a sound of pure power. A sense of impending doom fills the air around them. Yet the new challenger stands firm, ready for battle. The challenger mutters about definitely needing that bonus for this fight. Then, he lurched forward in a sudden explosive rush. A powerful boom echoes as he slams into the beast. The challenger attempts a direct attack, aiming to cut straight from the beast's hand, but the system, with a dry, unyielding tone, refuses to assist him with that request. Our hero feels a strange sense of irony. Effort, surprised by the beast's unexpected toughness. His attack doesn't have the immediate effect he expected. The uneasy tension lingers, unbroken, as the beast holds its ground. The beast lets out a deep, guttural moan, then stomps its massive feet. Poom, poom, the ground shakes with heavy impacts. Dust and debris fly into the air. The challenger exclaims in surprise. He lets out a short, disbelieving laugh, realizing it was a clever fake-out. The beast is far smarter than he thought. Suddenly, a sharp, unexpected sound cuts through the air. What was that? Everyone wonders. A voice commands, "Listen." Everyone's attention snaps to the source. The voice repeats, then a resolute "all right" follows. Suddenly, a hand shoots forward in a decisive, calculated move. Our hero is taking action, despite his weakness. A sharp whoosh cuts through the room as something connects with precision. Lachiel feels a surge of energy, a desperate gamble forming in his mind. Eyes sharpen with fierce resolve as he lunges into action. He pushes through the searing pain, grunting and crying out. Every single movement is an agony for our weakened hero. Attendants cry out in shock and alarm. They can't believe what the crown prince is doing, risking his life so recklessly. Fear grips their hearts. Remain standing. The two attendants freeze, staring ahead in sudden, terrified silence. One gasps, finding the sight utterly creepy. What has Lachiel done to cause such a reaction? Lachiel gasps for breath, every inhale a struggle. He cries out again, "Ah!" The pain is immense, hurting like hell. He pushes through it with sheer desperate willpower, letting out a deep, pained moan. Lachiel knows he must act precisely, with zero hesitation. He waits for the perfect critical moment. Suddenly, a crushing shadowy force pins Lachiel where he sits. No, he thinks, struggling against the unseen weight. This new threat is overwhelming, threatening to crush him. Ending. Damn it. Lachiel curses under his breath, utterly frustrated. The moment stretches on, the tension building to a fever pitch. He needs an opening, and fast, before he's crushed. Suddenly, Lachiel shouts, "Quilbert, use barbed bash!" His summoned creature lunges in with a powerful barbed slam. The attack fills the panel in a blur of impact. A sharp spin cutting through the air with a heavy whoosh. Pain from Quilbert's powerful attack. Someone gasps, recognizing Sir Quilbert. Then, something else suddenly drops in from above, with a violent shred, adding to the chaos. Beat of this opening. He pushes the attack, knowing hesitation here means certain death. The beast reels, and the people around him finally realize this insane plan might actually work. Their shock turns into desperate support. What are you doing down there? Someone cries out in disbelief. They went through hell to get him out of danger. Yet our man dives right back into the fray, turning a rescue into a full-blown counteroffense. Nice, bullseye, Lachiel thinks, pleased with the hit. He remembers the red sunflower seed from Quilbert's first summon, which made him huge. "Let's go," he urges. "You want to cash in that bonus, don't you?" Bonus, no doubt, Lachiel thinks with a grin. The enemy leader, utterly frustrated, shouts for them to just get out already. The beast lets out a low, rumbling growl. Lachiel realizes he can't feel his leg, the heavy cost of his desperate actions. The moment stretches on, the tension building to an unbearable peak. The beast lets out a low moan, sensing his weakness. It hits immediately, and his body starts failing under the immense strain. Even so, Lachiel keeps forcing the plan forward with terrifying stubbornness. The beast roars, sensing his vulnerability, but our hero pushes on. Beast lets out another pained roar, momentarily stunned. Lachiel, seizing the moment, shouts a desperate command. "Now, Demian, grab the quills." He needs his allies to act immediately. He holds for a tense moment, everyone waiting with bated breath. Suddenly, something rushes in with a sharp whoosh. What was that? A new, unexpected threat emerges. He groans, pushing through the searing pain. He's preparing for a desperate last-ditch gamble. "Go," Lachiel commands, but then a desperate cry of no erupts. Something suddenly rushes in with a sharp whoosh, cutting through the fragile opening they fought to make. The danger isn't over, and the room plunges right back into chaos. Lands and everybody's nerves snap tight at once. One more interruption here could ruin everything they fought for. A collective gasp fills the air, heavy with dread. Their breath catches in their throats as the result finally becomes clear. Fear and hope collide in the same heartbeat, a desperate gamble. A loud blast echoes and the beast lets out a confused. Quickly, a final sharp sound cuts through the air, then silence descends. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for the outcome. What will happen next in this desperate struggle for survival? and that silence feels way more dangerous than the chaos before it. Our boy Lakil stands in the middle of shattered stone and wreckage, with cold moonlight washing everything in a sick blue glow. Even after all that madness, Demian stays steady at his side, trying to reassure his prince was losing his princess. But Lakil can feel it in his bones. This is not over. Demian trying to calm him down, the air still feels wrong, like disaster is only holding its breath. Lakiel's instincts keep screaming that something worse is coming. And because this guy is still a doctor-brained menace, even while half-dead, his thoughts drift straight to the Minotaur's liver. And how absurdly that straight battle it could be. Then pain rips through his body and reminds him he is in absolutely no condition to go treasure hunting. It's that greedy little fantasy immediately because he knows the truth. This body will die long before he ever reaches that prize. So our protagonist drops all nonsense and pushes for the only plan that matters now. Run. The moment he tries to force that decision, Demian panics and moves to stop him, terrified that the prince is about to collapse on the spot. Or he already has a destination, and the second he locks onto it, his whole attitude hardens. He insists that he will lead them himself because the safest place in the city is not a fortress or a barracks. It is the royal apothecary, the one place where medicine supplies. And maybe a sliver of hope still wait for him. Around the royal apothecary as everyone braces for the next disaster. Out at the harbor, a large ship cuts through the dark water like a lifeline sent at the last possible second. Its owner urgently offers Lakil passage, and suddenly escape is no longer just a desperate wish. It becomes a real path out of this nightmare. Instantly understands the appeal because getting the prince out alive is the obvious move. For one brief moment, it feels like fate is finally giving him a break. But then the mayor refuses to leave, and that answer hits like a slap across the face. Lakil can barely hide his confusion, because staying behind sounds dangerously close to choosing death. For even a second, he stands there carrying the full weight of his office, and he makes it clear that the city's safety rests on his shoulders. So he chooses to remain, command the guards, and face the chaos himself, even if that means sending Lakil away without him. And that lands hard, because our guy had quietly written this man off as a shameless survivor, with a truth Lakil cannot argue against. Every person here is chained to a role they cannot simply abandon when fear kicks the door in. Lakil realizes the man is right, and that bitter understanding settles deep in his chest. So he accepts the choice with a heavy heart, knowing respect sometimes arrives, just as much as a bad understanding settles everything else. The Crown Prince hangs over everyone like iron, but Lakil understands his own burden is even crueler than that. He has to survive, no matter how ugly or humiliating that survival feels, because the royal line cannot end with him. Once that decision locks in, the order is given, and the ship prefers to cast off into the dark. Blares through the night, and the ship finally pulls away from the dock. For one fragile second, it feels like they might actually escape. Then something out in the darkness makes the crew freeze and stare into the black water ahead. And just like that, hope starts cracking again. The instant he understands the scale of what's coming. Whatever he notices out there is not a small problem, not even close. His hand clamps down on the rail so hard it almost looks painful, because that number in his head means pure disaster, the kind that swallows ships whole. Desperate warning tears through the air, and everyone is ordered to get down immediately. Then impact hits, brutal and sudden, and the whole world lurches under them. Pain, confusion, and panicked cries spill across the deck as people struggle to understand what just slammed into their only escape route. The night stops feeling silent and starts feeling hungry. Crashes into him all at once. They are stranded at sea with nowhere to run. To make it even worse, Lakil can't even swim, and his internal organs start reacting like a bunch of terrified coworkers in a group chat. His body is basically screaming, his brain is lagging, and death is closing out. So our man snaps at himself to think, because if his mind stalls now, they all go under. Lakil checks on Demian. The man answers with grim humor, acting like saving a prince should at least earn him interest later. It's the kind of joke people make when they know they might die in the next minute. Then Demian steels himself and charges straight back into the fight anyway. That loyalty is not pretty or elegant. It is raw, stark cold, and terrifyingly real. Apart under the violence, wood splinters, bodies slam across the deck, and every impact makes the vessel groan like it's being torn open by giant hands. There is no safe corner left, no clean escape, no room to breathe. Their lifeline is turning into a floating coffin. Drops lower, uglier, more vicious, like it has finally decided to end this. Lachiel can hear the battle turning against them with every passing second. The sounds alone tell him enough. Defenses are failing, strength is failing, and the beast is still nowhere near done. Fear starts pressing on his chest harder than the past. He at himself and forces Han to wake up before hesitation gets everyone killed. He locks his eyes onto the beast and refuses to look away, no matter how badly his instincts beg him to panic. Our protagonist drags his mind off raw terror and shoves it back into analysis mode. If he cannot overpower this thing, then he has to. Sure, immediately, recognizing that this monster is far beyond anything Lachiel has faced before. Under that crushing threat, Azrahan Precision Diagnosis suddenly upgrades, like survival itself is hammering new functions into place. And then a new option appears: acupoint scanning. Breathless instant, our guy realizes he can read the timing and location of the beast's attacks almost completely. New ability is absurdly useful. Lachiel can read a target's acupoints, predict movement, and track incoming strikes like the monster's body is betraying its own secrets. The limits hit him too. He can only lock onto one living target at a time. But right now, that is more than enough because every swing is absurdly useful. Lachiel can read a target's acupoints, predict movement, and tracking its own secrets. The limits hit him too. He can only lock onto one living target at a time. But right now, that is more than enough because every swing is absurdly useful. Even with that advantage, Lachiel knows dodging alone will not save him forever. This is a ship, not an open field, and there is nowhere to keep retreating once the deck runs out beneath his feet. His strength is already draining, and one mistake means the sea or the monster claims him. So he forces exhausted mind to grind harder, searching for any plan that can actually turn this around. And selfish. He just wants to live. But somewhere in that panic, something inside him shifts. Because survival is no longer only about himself. Everyone on this ship is trapped in the same nightmare. And our boy finally stops thinking like prey and starts thinking like someone who has a responsibility to carry. Ruva, already half dreading whatever answer comes back. Fear still claws at him, but he pushes through it because trying and failing is better than freezing and drowning. He finally accepts that he has a role here. Too, just like the mayor did back at the harbor. And then heavy impacts thunder closer, each one sounding like something massive is charging straight toward them. Suddenly screams at the sight of a horse, completely blindsided by the insanity charging into this disaster. And before anyone can even process that, Lachiel makes a move so reckless it stuns the entire deck. Our absolute madman swallows red sunflower seeds that are strictly meant for summoned servants, and the system instantly flags it as illegal consumption. Everyone around him is too shocked to even react properly, because whatever happens next is either genius or complete catastrophe. Hope, a desperate chance to change his fate. But before that fragile hope can settle, Lachiel suddenly collapses, his body giving out without warning. That moment lands like a hammer, and all hope turns ominous as he hits the floor hard. Panic surges through the rim, all over again. Then the beast swells up, growing to an unbelievable size right before their eyes. The sheer scale of it shocks everyone senseless, sending Pierrot's fear skyrocketing. Our boy stares in utter disbelief, trying to grasp how this absurd transformation even happened. A cruel warning hits him late. This strange medicine can turn dangerous incredibly fast inside a human body. Lachiel remembers the bitter joke. He's the doctor here, yet that changes absolutely nothing. Worse, this giant form only lasts 3 minutes, before the dust has been overdone. It blows like thunder, shaking the very air with its raw, untamed force. And when that borrowed size finally fades, the side effects are ready to hit Lachiel like a brutal hammer. The punishment is severe. A full 5 days in a coma the instant the effect is battled. Terrifying countdown now hangs over our hero, and every single second bleeds away his chances. Lachiel realizes he has barely over 2 minutes to end this madness, and the pressure is suffocating him. He knows the brutal truth immediately. There is no clean victory to be found in this chaotic situation. If he fails to stop this rampaging monster in time, then his death is practically guaranteed. The stakes could not be higher for our desperate protagonist. So with his body screaming in protest, he forces himself to ask the only question left. Pain answers first, a savage tearing groan ripping out of him as his battered body rebels fiercely. Every fiber of his being screams in agony, his teeth through the excruciating pain. The agony is savage, a hellish torment, but he absolutely refuses to fold under the pressure. So, if pain is the price for survival, he decides right then and there to pay it. Ending. Just then, someone struggles violently in the chaos, desperate to break free from the beast's grip. The monster roars again, wild and impossible to control in its fury. Lakiel makes the hard call. He cannot possibly kill this thing in just 2 minutes. So he shifts his goal in an instant, his mind racing for a new strategy. Now, all he can do is stop the rampage and calm the monstrous creature down. If he can buy that much time, Demian and the Knights might just survive what comes next. Another jolt of pain rips through him, but our hero keeps moving. Fueled by sheer desperation, he barks for needles at once, clinging to the one plan he has left to save them all. Around him, the others scrambled frantic. A sharp crack cuts through the room as Lakiel braces himself, stepping directly into the fray. Then, with reckless resolve, Lakiel throws himself forward onto the beast. My guy actually rides the monster like this madness is just a normal workday. Bellows furiously, enraged by Lakiel's incredible nerve. For a split second, even Lakiel is thrown by the sheer force of the creature's reaction, but he quickly regains his balance and surges forward again, refusing to give up. With a sharp whoosh, he snatches up the acupuncture needles, his movements precise despite the chaos. Then he commits completely to his desperate plan. It is time for the needles. A sharp breath escapes him. As he focuses, his mind is still trapped. He starts with the Cheonyu point, betting everything on perfect precision in this wild situation. He steadies himself for the strike, his hand unwavering despite the beast's thrashing. The monster screams in pain as the needle goes in. Then the title card hits, the Apothecary Prince, but his ruined body betrays him at the worst possible moment. Shaking uncontrollably, the needle lands, but the point is wrong, missing its crucial target, barely piercing the surface of the skin. The needle fails to reach the mana channel, and Lakiel curses his own useless, failing body. He immediately calls Demian over, demanding forces to correct his mistake. And he orders Demian to hammer the back of the needle down, a desperate measure in a desperate time. A sharp call cuts through the panic and the beast's roars. Steel flashes in the chaos, a glint of hope in the madness. Lakiel seizes the opening and gives the precise command to Demian. He knows exactly what he must do: shut down the beast's overactive nervous system. His plan is brutally simple: suppress the sympathetic surge and awaken the calming response. He targets Tian Liao next, moving with frantic, desperate precision despite his own pain. He locks in again, his focus absolute amidst the roaring beast. The monster howls under the intense pressure of the treatment. For Demian once more, needing perfect timing for the next step, metal slams into place with a sharp clang. Then he drives the treatment onward, pushing through the Guillemaic point with unwavering resolve. He follows immediately with Yongye, pressing the advantage, and then Yepeng, pushing the calming effect deeper into the beast's system. Next comes Zhengbu, an acupuncture point Lakiel targets during his emergency self-treatment. Without just a acupuncture point Lakiel targets during his emergency self-treatment, as the beast's pressure peaks, suddenly, he feels that the calming effect is spreading along the triple energizer meridian. The whole thing feels just like calming a terrified kid at the clinic, except this kid is enormous. Lakiel leans into that instinct, trying to soothe the raging creature with his touch. This is the crucial moment, the turning point for everything, and with careful, precise control, he aims for Zhengbu. An acupuncture prize. Don't kill anyone. An acupuncture point Lakiel targets during his emergency self-treatment becomes the final critical key to his treatment. The impact of the needle nearly knocks the breath out of him, but he holds firm. Then, the raw force rushing through the beasts begins to shift, suddenly disappear. Realization hits Lakiel all at once. A sudden understanding. The monster blinks, confused instead of enraged, its fury slowly draining away. That profound change catches our hero completely off guard, leaving him stunned. Shock, the beast not only calms down, but the intense angina in Lakiel's own chest eases at the exact same moment. Lakiel instantly knows the truth. Only part of this miraculous outcome is his doing. Stable angina burns fiercely, then fails on its own, and he recognizes the pattern. Twitches with a sudden fwish, hinting that something just moved within the beast. Demian can only stare, completely stunned by the impossible thing that just happened before his eyes. Lakiel knows he got absurdly, unbelievably lucky. One urgent thought cuts through everything else in his mind. The beast, now grateful and calm, thanks the human who eased his suffering. Lachiel understands the misunderstanding, but he is far too exhausted to argue or explain. He lands, but his body immediately starts to crash, the effort too much. Something is clearly wrong with his circulation, and his whole body starts to tremble violently. Even his heart feels bizarrely swollen, and the absurdity would be funny if he were not dying. His blood flow turns wrong in an instant, and his body starts failing from the inside out. Even breathing becomes a desperate struggle, and he knows unconsciousness is closing in fast. Meanwhile, the beast is thrilled by his new appetite, blissfully unaware of the disaster nearby. He feels profoundly off, a shift in the air. The countdown finally hits 0, signaling the end of the beast's transformation. The giant form starts collapsing, and the beast shrinks rapidly in a rush of magic. In shock, barely able to process what Lachiel has just accomplished. Still swaying, Lachiel tries to address everyone to offer some reassurance. Then the system bluntly announces the price: he'll be in a coma for the next few hours. It is one last reassurance before sleep crushes him mid-sentence. Stealing his voice, Lachiel drops cold before he can finish, leaving everyone stunned and scrambling in the aftermath. One dry remark slips out, almost like a blessing over the wreckage. Only gape at the impossible, terrifying thing they just survived. They still cannot tell whether this was medicine, madness, or some ancient magic. Then the crisis slams back in as water starts pouring into the ship. Orders fly through the growing panic as the ship begins to fail catastrophically. The cracks spread fast across the hull, and sheer terror sweeps through the crew. They realize they cannot hold the flooding back and must flee or die below deck. Way up still means facing the monster above, and that paralyzing fear freezes them in place. Then primal survival instincts win out, and people start running, desperate to escape. Someone bolts in blind panic, pushing past others. Another gets caught up in the stampede, muffled and confused by the chaos. The ship lurches harder, groaning under the strain, and the crew screams to turn it before it sinks completely. Guilt crashes over one voice, raw and helpless, in its despair. Heart drops as he cries out for Lachiel, seeing his prince unconscious. The beast, remembering the kindness shown to him, vows to repay it, a silent promise. A pained groan slips from Lachiel's limp. Attendants lurch toward him in alarm, desperate to reach their prince. A sharp click of frustration cuts through the mounting panic. Even unconscious, our boy is dragged deeper into disaster as the ship groans, and buckles around him. Sound escapes him, barely proof he is still hanging on by a thread. Someone desperately tries to stop what is happening to save him from the sinking ship. Just then, a dark-haired figure turns with a tense, guarded look, appearing before Lachiel. Jolts awake, a rough groan escaping his lips as dread still clings to him. A wave of agonizing pain immediately crashes through his body, tearing a sharp gasp from his chest. He reels from the shock, desperately wondering if this whole miserable ordeal is just some cruel, unending dream. The room slowly settles into focus, and a nasty sense of familiarity creeps into his mind. This place drags him back to a filthy hole from his childhood, a bitter memory that almost makes him laugh. Yet, the crushing pain quickly extinguishes that dark thought, because it's higher, and an inquisitor mocks Demian's exhaustion, treating it like some unforgivable insult. The man's cold, cutting voice makes it clear that this situation is deadly serious. Demian finally bites back, his fury erupting because they have kept him awake for more than 3 days straight. It begins by detailing the disaster. The crown prince was violently abducted by a monstrous beast. He then hammers home the worst part, revealing that 6 whole days have already passed since the incident. He repeats the number like a damning verdict, making every lost hour feel incredible. The news of the abduction took far too long to reach the capital city. A full day vanished before anyone in power even heard what had truly happened. Then, the Inquisitor coldly states that it took him 2 more agonizing days just to arrive on the scene. He searched everywhere for 3 straight days, yet still came up completely empty-handed. Not a single clue or trace of the crown prince appeared, and that utter failure turns the room poisonous with tension. The Inquisitor then twists the knife, accusing Demian's side of deliberately wasting precious time. They still have absolutely no idea where the Minotaur fled after crossing the water. Even the mysterious individual who bought that monstrous beast has completely vanished without a trace. There is no trail, no witness, and absolutely no evidence left behind. Nothing at all. Hands like an immediate death sentence upon them all. Demian stammers back desperately, insisting that the situation is not that simple, but the Inquisitor cuts him off sharply, declaring that they simply ignored and failed their sacred duty. Even lower, claiming that everyone surrounding the Crown Prince actually meant him harm. He points directly at every person who was with His Highness, treating them as if they are already guilty. Just like that, he accuses them of conspiring with the Minotaur to abduct and injure the prince. Trap closing tightly around them and demands to know if that is truly the accusation. The Inquisitor no longer hides behind polite words or veiled threats. He coldly states that he only wants the truth laid bare, demanding a clean and immediate confession. Demian resists. The Inquisitor acts as if his disbelief means absolutely nothing. Then he delivers the ugliest, most cynical truth of all. He explains that sometimes the world doesn't actually want facts or justice. It simply wants an easy, convenient answer. No longer about justice or finding the real culprits. It's only about who gets sacrificed. First, he names the mayor for failing to keep the city safe from the monster. Then he names Demian and the entire retinue for their failure to protect the Crown Prince. That they will all take the blame for everything that happened. That way, the Empire can neatly close the case and completely wash its hands of the entire messy affair. The brutal realization slams into Demian, and a furious rage immediately starts burning through him. He erupts in disgust, furious at how shamelessly they are being framed for a crime they didn't commit. He now sees it with brutal clarity. This was never a real search for the truth. The Inquisitor simply wants the entire disaster buried and forgotten as quickly as humanly possible. He then offers a cruel, false mercy, urging Demian to confess while he still has the chance. But he quickly reveals that his mercy means nothing more than a swift, convenient death. Demian's jaw tightens with suppressed fury, until it nearly breaks out. Vile offer back in the Inquisitor's face, making the man drop his mask and immediately threaten torture. But just then, a sharp voice slices through the tense room, ordering them all to stop. The sudden interruption hits hard enough to make everyone freeze in their tracks. Out, laced with pure fury, and the hatred in that single word turns the very air vicious. Then, without warning, the room erupts in pained choking and violent, desperate struggles. Chaos suddenly takes hold. Oh, guttural growls rumble out as someone fights desperately through agonizing pain. Demian cries out in alarm, and the chaos spreads like wildfire through the room. Even Annis and the mayor are suddenly caught in the unexpected, violent collapse. A sharp flinch cuts through the growing confusion in the room. Someone immediately panics, unable to comprehend what is truly happening around them. A sharp, oily smell suddenly spreads through the air, and terror instantly spikes through everyone's present. The fear turns immediate and visceral. They truly believe they are about to be burned alive. Then, a single name cuts sharply through the rising panic. Iruta. Broken wood litters the floor as someone stands triumphantly over the wreckage. A new player blows up. The tension tightens even further around the entire room, suffocating everyone present. Then someone finally speaks up, breaking the uneasy silence. A stern, commanding voice demands to hear the absolute truth of the situation. Under the guise of interrogation, the true nature of the situation is revealed. Instead of seeking answers, an angry accusation suddenly rings out through the chamber. A furious roar then erupts from behind the bars, shaking the very foundations of the room. Sudden silence heavy with disdain. A fierce, almost manic obsession suddenly flares in his eyes, burning with intensity. Then, a frantic order rings out, demanding that His Highness be found at once. With a weary sigh, he wonders if this is just a convenient excuse to back out of the interrogation. The suspense in the room keeps stretching, taut and unbearable. Every passing second feels even worse than the last, drawing out the agony. Panic in the room does not break or dissipate. Instead, it only deepens, pressing down on everyone present. The very air grows heavier and thicker with an overwhelming sense of dread. Now, every muscle tense and still. They're all waiting, holding their breath for the next command to be given. The raw, suffocating fear hangs heavy in the air. A palpable presence. Breath feels safe in this charged atmosphere. The entire room remains on a razor's edge, poised for an unknown event. Every single eye stays fixed ahead, watching intently for any sign of what comes next. Truly decisive is about to happen, a moment that will change everything, and absolutely nobody in that room possesses the power to stop it from unfolding. The silence in the chamber turns brutal, amplifying the tension to an unbearable degree. The room keeps building, threatening to shatter at any moment. No one knows who will be the first to act, or what that action will even be. But everyone in that chamber feels disaster breathing heavily down their necks, waiting to strike. The royal chamber as our hero mutters an unlikely monster's name. Pierrot's eyes widen in disbelief, voice cracking as he repeats that ominous title. Lachiel locks onto him with a deadpan stare, lips curling into a low bovine grunt. A surreal calm settles over our guy. As a prime stands for an hour of his own mutter cream. Just then, Urus looms beside our hero. This brute plotted his murder only yesterday. Now his massive frame shifts into an unexpected guard dog stance at Lachiel's side. Lachiel lets out a startled bovine cry, heart pounding at that rough camaraderie. He feels gratitude and bewilderment. Swirl in Lachiel's side. Lachiel lets out a startled bovine cry, heart pounding at that rough camaraderie. He feels gratitude and bewilderment swirl as he realizes this killer safety creep. Heart pounding at that rough camaraderie. He feels confusion rumbling through his bovine stare. Pierrot's tone sharpens as he warns the prince of a lingering chest pain. He warns that neglecting the ache invites a violent flare-up, deadly as before. A cold dread coils around our guy's heart, snapping him back to grim reality. Hours as the bazaar's weight in his palm defies every medical rule. It unexpectedly murmurs compliments to our stunned bovine prince, speaking like a living thing. Then it snaps into possessive fury, roaring ownership over that confused. This dark turn slams our guy with terrifying questions. Then it stands into possessive fury, roaring ownership over that confused. This dark turn slams our guy with terrifying questions he's not ready to answer. Let that tiny spark of hope cool down for even a second. Our prince rises into command and immediately starts calling people forward, like a man who already knows death is chasing him and refuses to waste a breath. First he names Anis, daughter of Jacinto. As the head wears the star, he turns to her with real warmth, honoring the courage it took to stand there after her sword is shattered, and her shield is ruined. And suddenly this broken prince feels more like a king. Then Lachiel singles out the one who launched himself upward and caught him in midair. He does not let that desperate act vanish into the confusion, because our guy notices exactly who risked his life when everything was falling apart. The man can barely force out his own address. Trembling so hard he almost falls apart on the spot. Action says everything. Being seen by the crown prince hits harder than the battle itself. And Lachiel personally checks the arms they use to block the Minotaur's horns. These are not clean, heroic wounds either. This is raw pain, the kind everyone ignores once the screaming stops. But our protagonist catches it instantly. And that lands like a blade in the heart. Because now they realize he is not handing out empty praise. He actually sees the suffering hidden under the armor. Lachiel calls out Sir Frandl and praises him for dragging the wounded royal guards out alive, even while everything around them is collapsing. He makes it clear that knighthood is not just polished armor and noble words. To him, a true knight is not just polished armor and noble words. To him, a true knight is the one who bleeds, carries others, and still refuses every time, I hope. Refusing to let battered pride disappear into the crowd. That one move changes the air in the room because men who expected to be forgotten suddenly feel their dignity pulled back from the dirt. Our prince is not just rewarding victory. He is rebuilding broken spirits one day and every day and every day. And if this place... Then someone finally blurts out what everyone is dying to know. How in the world did Lachiel tame a minotaur in the middle of that nightmare? And yeah, that question lands hard because even the survivors still cannot process what they witnessed. Lachiel answers with a truth so shocking, it crashes over the mist. Lachiel answers with a truth so shocking it crashes over the mist. Lachiel answers with a truth so shocking it crashes over the room. Lachiel answers with a truth so shocking it crashes over the room. Lachiel answers with a truth so shocking it crashes over the room. In one breath, he tears apart their assumptions and leaves every last person reeling. Royal decree or noble excuse. The proof stands right there with the people who stayed by his side, the ones who watched everything unfold with their own eyes. That is what gives his words terrifying weight. No title, no crest, no crowd could defend him better than living witnesses. Who knows exactly what kind of man he becomes? Lachiel lets the silence settle, and somehow that silence speaks louder than any speech. Nobody dares interrupt, because the room is already changing around him. One heartbeat at a time, our boy has done more than survive. He has seized control of the fear, the doubt, and the loyalty of everyone present. And with that kind of momentum building, you can feel something even bigger coming straight at him. Lakiel stands at a crossroads. With Pierrot's unwavering loyalty, even risking his own life, there's no turning back now. The desperate hope for survival rests on this moment. It's time to create a miracle. Lakiel dives into the alchemical process, stirring and blending with intense focus. He's crafting something entirely new, a concoction that looks more like a performance than medicine. Finally, after meticulous effort, his strange brew is complete. Creation, the Minotaur Bizarre Tranquility Pill. Our hero knows a test is crucial, even if it means sacrificing a batch. Suddenly, his internal organs react with an absurd burst of energy, celebrating the unexpected Bazar snack. Him immediately shifts into power mode, recognizing the universally awful taste of healthy things, even his own creation. Just then, the system activates a new sub-skill, analyzes ingredients around it. He stares in utter disbelief as the system reveals an impossibly long list of active ingredients. Cholic acid, bilirubin ginsensides. The complex chemical names just keep scrolling. This isn't just a simple herb mix. It's a pharmaceutical marvel. Incredible effects, his mind reeling. Relief for angina, cardiovascular diseases, pain. The benefits are astounding. Even better, it promises no side effects, no addiction, and perfect, rejuvenating sleep. This medicine is truly profound. Discovery changes everything for our hero, a surge of hope filling his chest. But just as he processes the implications, a sudden movement catches his eye. Pierrot, true to his word, grabs the pill, ready to test it on himself first. Lakiel cries out, horrified by his loyal servant's reckless courage. Pierrot, now identified as Urus, looks at Lakiel with a knowing gaze. He asks if the prince slept well, if he feels okay. Our hero, still reeling from Urus's bold move, can only watch as his loyal servant prepares for the ultimate test. Holding the pill, offers it to Lakiel, promising it will alleviate his chest pain. But our prince, remembering Urus's earlier sacrifice, firmly refuses. He cannot let his loyal servant take such a risk. He declares his absolute trust in Lakiel, calling him his savior. Before our hero can protest further, Urus swallows the Minotaur Bizarre Tranquility Pill without hesitation. Lakiel can only watch in stunned silence. Suddenly, a strange golden energy surges through Urus's body, his organs seemingly waking up one by one. Lakiel watches, utterly bewildered, as his loyal servant is enveloped in a warm golden glow. This is beyond anything he expected. The system confirms the pill's incredible effect, stating it will clear inflammation and fill Urus with energy. Our hero, still processing, learns his homemade Minotaur Bizarre Tranquility Pill, boosted by his decoct herb skill, worked wondering. The effect was amplified by an astonishing 197. Urus is completely cured. His Minotaur Bizarre poisoning vanished. His vitals stabilize and his condition rapidly improves, a testament to the pill's power. This success grants Lakiel a bonus of 7 extra days, pushing his projected lifespan to 162 objects. One can offer a Bay of Vexpers. This was it, the moment that would change the celebration, comically donating more HP to the absurd system. Lakiel erupts in triumphant laughter, a wave of relief and exhilaration washing over him. He knows this is just the beginning. He declares to his spectral servant, Rusty, that they are destined for great things. Together, in the thought of having S-tier bizarres at his disposal, a true game-changer. But even amidst his triumph, the lingering tension persists. The narrative shifts, hinting at the formidable presence of Dr. Moon, the strongest in the martial world. Shifts dramatically to Cremo City Plaza, where an expectant crowd gathers. A palpable tension hangs in the air, as whispers circulate about the day's events. Everyone wonders what grand spectacle is about to unfold. Rumors spread through the crowd. The Crown Prince himself is here to honor those who showed courage. Suddenly, a booming announcement cuts through the chatter. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. The plaza erupts in anticipation. Thunderous boom. A massive figure slams down into the plaza, shaking the very ground. The crowd gasps in shock and confusion. An uneasy silence falls as everyone tries to comprehend this dramatic, unexpected entrance. Murmurs, realizing the ominous rumors about the prince might be true. Our hero, now back in the spotlight after his duel with Prince Theodore, holds a glowing resonance crystal. He prepares to address the anxious masses. Lachiel tightens his grip on the glowing blue orb, his voice resonating through the plaza. He calls out the names of Demian, Kyan, and 33 others. The moment is charged with anticipation as he prepares to honor their bravery. He commends their bravery during the Minotaur's rampage, praising their unwavering courage in protecting the imperial bloodline. In his name, he bestows upon them a special reward. Our prince presents them with his newly crafted medicine. Hints at a future moment, a time when this medicine will be crucial. The recipients feel a strange sensation in their bodies, a subtle shift. The crowd wonders about the prince's true strategy. Our hero acknowledges the mayor's impressive resourcefulness and usefulness. The narrative then flashes back 2 days earlier. We're about to see how this grand plan came to be. Prior, a ragged man, Mayor Trude, drops to one knee before Lachiel. The mayor asks if he was summoned, and our prince confirms it. He has a very important job for the resourceful mayor. Lachiel reveals his audacious plan, a medal ceremony, not just to honor heroes, but to promote his new medicine. The mayor, stunned, questions the unusual strategy, or reward those who bravely protected him during the Minotaur crisis. The Minotaur Bizarre Tranquility Pill, declaring it the reward for their courage. The mayor, still processing, listens intently. Lachiel proudly announces the medicine's name, emphasizing his personal role in its creation. Now identified as Izel, quickly grasps Lachiel's ingenious scheme. He interrupts, declaring he understands everything. Much to Lachiel's surprise, our prince, still mid-explanation, is left momentarily speechless. Izel explains the brilliance. Medicine bestowed by the crown prince himself will ignite curiosity across the entire empire. Every noble will clamor to know more about this mysterious remedy. He proudly declares it the premium edition. Mayor emphasizes the premium edition status, insisting on a grand ceremony to maximize its advertising potential. He then reveals the true genius. They can charge a premium price for every single pill. This is a brilliant marketing strategy. Brimming with enthusiasm, promises to execute the plan in just 2 days. Rushing off to begin preparations, Lachiel, impressed by the mayor's uncanny insight, vows not to forget his invaluable assistance, and so, the grand scheme begins to unfold. Back in the present, Crown Prince Lachiel Adria Magentano addresses the crowd with regal authority. He expresses his true heroes, but a mischievous glint in his eye suggests a deeper motive. He continues to hype the glowing medicine, proclaiming its exceptional power, personally crafted by his own hands. He promises it will clear blood clots and even bestow the Minotaur's inexhaustible vigor. The crowd hangs on his every word, down on the promise of Minotaur-like vigor, but then adds even more enticing benefits. Lachiel declares their exhausted bodies will find unmatched rest and the deepest, most rejuvenating sleep. He's selling a dream, not just a pill. Dramatically announces that their loyalty has blessed him with an opportunity to share this miraculous medicine with all his subjects. And then comes the bombshell. Starting today, for 1 month only, a special offer begins. Edition, an incredible deal, will be available to the general public. This limited time offer is only while supplies last, creating a frenzy of demand. He's turning his life-saving medicine into a blockbuster sale. Hero, with a mischievous grin, is basically acting like a master scam artist. He proudly flashes a sign, turning his royal name into a blatant sales gimmick. The prince's touch, handmade. Don't miss your chance. He shouts out, such a sale won't come around again. With a limited time special offer of 9,999 megans, he demands they make their choice quickly. Our prince is ready to turn his medical genius into a massive fortune, and maybe just make them save his own life in the process. Brink of collapse when a shameless pop-up blitzes his vision. The system flaunts HP replenishment through organ donations as if it's hosting a flash sale. Our hero grins in disbelief and decides to gamble it all on unlocking that vital skill. The room warps into a neon ad blasting the exclusive Magentano Crown Prince edition. Promised miracles like improved blood flow, boundless energy, and relief from clots scream for attention. A flashing 50% off deal dares him to dive in without a second thought. Voice booming over the hushed crowd like a royal bell. People of Cremo, he announces, channeling every ounce of bravado he can muster. His confidence cracks the tension, inviting curious glances toward our guy's makeshift. His confidence cracks the tension, inviting curious glances toward our guy's makeshift. He declares his 2 proud titles, Crown Prince Lakhil Adria Magentano and head of the Royal Korean Medical Clinic. A flicker of pride dances in his eyes before a streak of embarrassment sweeps his cheeks. Our hero feels the weight of the crown settle on his shoulder. He nods toward a grand sign boasting acupuncture, moxibustion, spinal care, and dietary therapy. The Magentano Royal Korean Medical Clinic invites every citizen around the clock with free treatment for all specialty in spinal and joint wellness, painting a vivid path to lasting health. Then he stakes the clinic's claim on revolutionary care no empire healer has ever attempted. Our guy's voice resonates with fierce conviction. He scans the audience and tosses out a question lighthearted yet probing. Most have never heard of a Royal Korean Medical Clinic, their brows knitting in confusion. A lone admirer pipes up, but skepticism buzzes through the crowd, drawing a dry chuckle from him. He jokes about the meager turnout, but a flicker of disappointment tugs at his heart. Our protagonist's grin quivers as reality sinks in. He angles a lofty image of Cremo as the North Sea's sparkling trade heart. His voice swells with pride, likening it to the pulsing core of the empire. The bait hooks the crowd's curiosity, stirring nationalistic pride. Insists a thriving empire demands hearts as strong and healthy as its coffers. Every proud Cremorian here deserves unwavering vitality. He proclaims a hush falls as his earnest hope reverberates through their chests. That even the slightest ache or minor ailment deserves his undivided care. No complaint is too small under his watchful eye. Our hero promises to personally examine anyone brave enough to step forward. His ace, a gift of free treatment vouchers to the first 100 hopefuls. The crowd's anticipation spikes like a drawn bowstring. His audacious generosity paints him as both healer and savior. Free explodes through the square and echoes off the palace walls. Cheers erupt as citizens taste the promise of care without cost. Our guy's heart pounds with triumphant relief. First come, first served like a war cry, triggering a sudden rush of bodies. The crowd surges forward, voices melding into a roaring tide. And just like that, the atmosphere snaps tight with frantic energy. Shouts of "Thank my lucky stars" punctuate the din as eager hands thrust forward. Some scrabble for vouchers, their faces alight with cautious hope. Lakhil watches them gamble on his promise, a storm of emotion swirling inside him. A soft groan slices through the chaos as one patron hesitates, overwhelmed by uncertainty. Concern blooms in a nearby attendant's eyes, pity and worry mingled on their lips. Our hero steels himself, determined to prove his cure's worth. Piero steps into the sunlight, the first to volunteer as a human guinea pig. His loyalty glints in his steady gaze as he offers to test the medicine himself. Our protagonist bristles with gratitude and dread as a voucher into trembling hands, the moment stretching into eternity. Bright rays crown the pair as tension coils between them, taut as a drawn bow. The hush deepens, every breath accounts out. "Plan just for you," he assures, voice soft like silk on skin. "Travel and lodging will all be covered," he adds with a bow. Gratitude blooms in her eyes as she grasps the full scope of his pledge. 100 coupons in triumph, marveling at his own boldness. If even a 10th return, this clinic will thrive, he muses, heart racing. Doubt flickers beneath his skin as costs spiral. Doubt flickers beneath his skin as costs spiral beyond imagination. Mr. Pavard's measured voice cuts through the jubilation, eyes sharpening with concern. "We might have to pawn more of the villa," he warns quietly. Our hero's grin falters as he realizes the price of ambition. A hush of realization washes over them as royal funds teeter on the brink. A pierce of panic jabs at his ribs as he contemplates pawned heirlooms. Doubling down suddenly feels like a tightrope walk without a net. He mutters that this is pure marketing madness, a strategy built on relentless momentum. He braces to test every dose himself, still tracking his own faltering strength. Even our hero's resolve quivers in the face of sheer exhaustion. Hours slip past like a fever dream as he tends patient after patient. His spine aches and breath comes in ragged bursts, every movement a silent scream. Lakhil wonders if he's stretched his body beyond its limits. Organs rumbles in his gut, demanding labor laws or a union. Non-stop for 9 hours? Insane, he laughs through clenched teeth. A rebellious internal mutiny undercuts his valiant front. He fights to stay upright, but his legs betray him in a sudden betrayal of muscle. Gravity drags him hard to the marble floor, and he slams down with a heart-stopping thud. Panic surges through his chest as darkness flirts at the edges. Your Highness echoes a frantic cry as attendants swarm to his side. His vision swims, every moment stretching into a slow-motion nightmare. Stillness holds the air captive as the world hovers on a blade. Pierrot's voice trembled, worry sharpened like a blade. "Sire, you pushed yourself to the bone, saving all those people." Guilt churns in Lachiel's chest, like a storm. The crowd stands frozen, tears glistening on creased cheeks at their prince's collapse. Silent sobs ripple through the throng as hearts crack open in shared emotion. Our hero's sacrifice burns into their memory. Flash sears through his vision, and the digital reward chimes in his head. The Great Dr. Point's system has been unlocked. The system declares in cold light. Shock and wonder surge through his battered body. And gasps, voice edged with hope and disbelief. Great Dr. Points, they whisper, eyes shining. Our protagonist grips that lifeline of reputation, craving its promise. Means that Great Dr. Points measure every accolade in heartfelt triumph. They pour in as patients recover and rumors of miracles spread like wildfire. Our hero realizes each life healed is a coin in the strange new currency. 101 GDP materializes before his eyes, a tangible mark of his endeavor. He rubs his temples, bewildered by the invisible ledger ticking upward. The system teases a deception voucher. As a person has a passion of riding, a voucher costs 100 GDP. The system reveals with detached formality. It claims the ticket lets him slip one lie past an unsuspecting mind. Then an unexpected refusal cuts through the promise, sending confusion ricocheting. Lachiel blinks in disbelief, jaw slack as he processes the system's glitch. Holy crap, he breathes, raw frustration crackling at his fingertips. The absurdity of broken features floods him with ironic laughter. The rules snap into place. Pick a single target, spin a single lie with each voucher. No grand deception spree, just one soul per purchase. Lachiel's mind spins with mischievous possibilities. Voice leans close, warning that mythical beings might pierce the illusion. "Are you sure you want to test it, Your Highness?" His confidant cautions. Lachiel flashes a grin and teases, "If I say no, will you carry me back?" Smirks, reminding him that favors come with a price tag. "Sure, but only if you foot my carriage fare," he quips. Even in fatigue, Lachiel chuckles at his loyal circle's banter. Their attendant edges forward, voice trembling with half-hearted farewell wishes. "Is this really goodbye, Your Highness?" they ask as tears prick their lashes. Lachiel shrugs off the drama with a wry grin and blames a stubbed toe. Coach declaring modern comfort's a revelation. "You have no idea how cozy these days get," he boasts with mock pride. A gentle warmth blooms in his chest. At their concern, he offers heartfelt thanks to the mayor and dignitaries gathered in his honor. "Today's ceremony couldn't have been grander," he assures with sincerity. The crowd breaks into applause, their hearts fresh and sad. The final invitation to the clinic, but a sudden cramp halts his speech. "Awe!" he groans, hand clutching his side in comic agony. Laughter and worry ripple through the group. Stares in his eyes as he promises to test the medicine on himself next. The tension stiffens like a drawn bow as the journey shifts toward the imperial capital. Our protagonist steels his resolve for what comes next. Startled servant gasps, recoil and concern twisting his features. "What are you plotting now, sire?" he blurts, voice thick with disbelief. Lachiel's expression hardens, a silent challenge flickering behind his pupils. His courage with a single word, "Dad," an unexpected chant that stuns the bystanders. Then he declares, "I'll do it first," voice ringing with fierce conviction. The air crackles with electric anticipation. Stunned, slips from a lieutenant as shock echoes in the courtyard. "You?" they manage, tension crackling between them. Then a rallying cry bursts from his lips. "To victory and glory!" 6th Infantry Regiment leader snaps to attention, voice booming a salute. Lieutenant Micardo greets His Highness. He proclaims formality crackling like gunpowder. Our hero's next trial stands at the cusp of conflict. Silence falls as Pierrot lifts the medicine vial, heart pounding against his ribs. A courier bows, unfurling His Majesty's written decree with a frown painted on his face. The ominous smell of court intrigue stiffens the air. What fate awaits the Apothecary Prince? Gil grips the medicine with both hands like it is the only thing standing between him and the grave. Our guy knows he is walking straight into danger, but he still forces his legs forward. Inside his head, he is already preparing for the worst, even keeping a backup trick ready, in case the Emperor tries to dump some insane burden on him. And with that tiny bit of insurance, this absolute menace marches right into the lion's den. The pressure crashes down on him. Lakil bows before the Emperor with perfect royal form, even while his body screams from weakness and the old trauma of nearly dying still burns in his chest. But the Emperor's face gives away nothing. That cold, unreadable mask snaps back into place as that this train fell out of the under, which is strikes first, demanding to know why Lakil acted so recklessly and incompetently. Inside, Lakil is fuming, because from his point of view, he almost died and now this old man is acting like he committed some personal insult. Still, he swallows that rage and answers carefully. But the Emperor presses harder, asking why he did not run immediately and protect his people from the danger he brought upon them. He tries to explain that he stayed because he was chasing a cure, clinging to the one chance he had. The Emperor does not let him hide behind good intentions for even a second, hammering him with the brutal truth that a ruler must prepare before disaster arrives, not after everything falls apart. And wants to snap back that he is a doctor, not some all-seeing prophet, but he catches himself just in time, and when the Emperor notices that hesitation, the tension tightens even more, driving the blade deeper, forcing Lakiel to face the consequences of his failure. He reminds him that real leadership means protecting even the smallest group under his command, and Lakiel let his own retinue suffer. Every word lands like a hammer, and our boy feels the humiliation building in his chest. By the time the Emperor demands whether he understands, Lakiel is cornered, breathless, and running out of room to dodge. And then this madman says the one thing nobody expects. Instead of defending himself, Lakiel tells the Emperor to quit smoking. The whole room practically stops breathing because our guy is gambling everything on a medical warning wrapped inside royal concern. Danger anyway, insisting the Emperor's health is tied to the future of the Empire. And even if the old man suspects poison or manipulation, Lakiel keeps pressing that those leaves will destroy him and drag the imperial family down with him. Some clever excuse. Lakiel remembers what happens later. After his own death, when the truth comes out and the Emperor collapses from smoking and relentless stress. Suddenly this is bigger than survival, bigger than politics, bigger than one audience with a furious father. Our protagonist does not just want to save the Empire's future. Deep down, he cannot bear to watch another father die the same way his own did. The Emperor finally cracks. He admits that since the day of Lakiel's duel, he has not touched his pipe, and that tiny confession hits our boy harder than all the scolding before it. There is awkward warmth there, buried under all that iron and pride, and Lakiel almost does not know what to do. But before he can process the moment, the Emperor throws in one more bizarre warning about not eating food meant for summoned servants, and somehow the mood loosens just enough to feel almost human. Business rolls in, and suddenly Lakiel's ridiculous gamble starts paying off. Reports come flooding in that the Empire's intelligence network is spreading word of the Minotaur bizarre tranquility pills everywhere, and even distant nobles are hearing the prince's name. Our guy braces for disaster, but instead the Empires are breaking out. Just like that, what looked like a desperate bluff begins turning into real influence. Lakiel starts counting down like a man about to launch himself into battle. Before anyone can stop him, he lunges forward at full speed, sending everyone around him into instant panic. For one awkward heartbeat, nothing happens, and then Piro gets absolutely swarmed by the prince's chaotic energy. Lakiel grins through the mess and teases him like this whole reunion is perfectly normal, while poor Piero looks 1 second away from collapse. Frustration he has been holding in because Lakiel dumped an entire mountain of patience on him and vanished. Our boy, completely shameless, brushes it off with gratitude and even promises to brew him a tonic later. But when Lakiel really looks at him, he realizes Piero is exhausted to the bone. Instead of backing off, this menace just smiles wider and drags his loyal attendant along, clearly ready to drop another insane surprise. The man stands waiting, and the mood suddenly turns lighter with that strange mix of business and absurdity that follows Lakiel everywhere. Requests are flying in, letters are piling up, and servants from noble houses are lining up just to buy the tranquility pills. The moment Lakiel realizes this is not a rumor but a full-blown buying frenzy, his eyes practically explode with excitement. Our former debt-crushed doctor instantly recognizes the feeling. This is the opening rush, and business is booming. Gets weird. A burst of radiant light erupts through the room, butterflies whirl through the air, and the entire place freezes under the most unnecessarily dramatic entrances imaginable. Even Lachiel, who has already survived transmigration. System nonsense. An organization approached as its generally dramatic. In the middle of that glowing chaos, a mysterious figure appears asking for tranquility pills and a year's supply of Minotaur Bazaar. Like this madness is somehow a normal purchase. Lachiel can even untangle that mystery. Another urgent summons from the Emperor drags him away. He heads out annoyed, muttering to himself and expecting another round of royal harassment, but the moment the attendants rushed him down the wrong path, his irritation starts turning cold. Something is off, and when he finally arrives, the Emperor is not sitting in command anymore. He is lying there, broken and barely responsive, and our boy realizes the laughing ruler from before is suddenly hanging by a thread. Hesitate for even a second. Our guy is lying there on borrowed hope, and this loyal servant steps forward ready to test the medicine on his own body first. That kind of devotion hits Lachiel like a blade to the chest, because gratitude and terror crash together all at once. One awful thought freezes him cold. What if his father collapsed the same way, while everyone stood around too late to save him? Steady himself, the past drags him under. The noise of his old life comes roaring back, and the memory slams into him so hard he almost groans from the weight of it. People are shouting, panic turning ugly in an instant, with voices demanding someone bring him a man down already. The chaos isn't just loud, it feels cruel. Buried in that shock, his doctor's instincts refuse to die. Lachiel immediately starts ruling things out, forcing logic into the middle of panic like it's the only weapon he has left. Then he snaps at himself internally and claws his way back up. Our protagonist refuses to drown in memory when someone's life is hanging by a thread. It's onto the symptoms with brutal precision. The muscles are failing, the nerves controlling them are out of sync, and that imbalance screams that something catastrophic has already happened inside the body. Lachiel demands answers right away, not as a prince throwing weight around, but as a doctor chasing seconds, and someone finally points him to the ground. Whichever question he already dreads hearing. How long has the Emperor been like this? When Pizarro admits it's been an entire night, the answer lands like a death sentence because our guy knows the best treatment window is already gone. Still, he crushes down the panic and demands the cause, and Pizarro explains that after dinner, the Emperor suddenly looks strangely drunk. Worse, it all starts after a single glass of wine, which means this isn't some harmless overindulgence. It reeks of something far more dangerous: possession. It reeks of something far more dangerous. Possesses, he sensibly told the Emperor to rest, assuming sleep would fix everything by morning. Yeah, and that one mistake at the battlefield of reeks. Inside Lachiel, rage tears loose. To him, wasting those first critical hours isn't a minor error. It's the kind of stupidity that kills kings. And when the patient is the Emperor, there is no room for lazy guesses or casual waiting. Our boy understands the truth. Immediately, treating the throne this lightly is basically handing death an invitation. He forces himself to breathe and focus. Anger can wait, blame can wait, revenge can definitely wait. First, he has to identify the cause. Deep down, he prays this isn't a cerebral hemorrhage, because if blood has already flooded the brain, the odds get uglier fast. Every second now feels like a coin toss between survival and irreparable ruin. He runs through the possibilities with a specialist's speed. One kind of stroke comes from a ruptured vessel, where blood spills into the brain and destroys tissue from the inside. The other cuts off circulation entirely, starving the brain of blood and oxygen, until the cells begin to die. Piece by piece, the signs line up, and our man reaches the conclusion he fears but can still fight. This isn't a ischemic stroke. This gives him a narrow path forward. There doesn't seem to be massive bleeding, but movement, coordination, and long-term function are all now hanging by a thread. Lachiel keeps digging for proof, chasing every clue with the precision of a real physician, even asking about lines of Zahn to confirm what kind of clotting he's dealing with. He's not guessing anymore. He's hunting the truth down to the smallest detail. Moment, suspicion flares. If the Emperor changed after one glass of wine, then this may not be illness alone. It may be an attack. But Lachiel shoves that thought aside, because saving the man comes before exposing the snake. Then a cry for the Emperor cuts through the room, and the pressure spikes again. The protagonist realizes something even worse. If this is foul play, then the palace itself is no longer safe. And turns to Bertone, asking if the old man came to heal the Emperor. Bertone admits he expected to offer prayers that day, just not for the ruler himself. and that grim honesty says everything about how bad things look. Pride means nothing now, so Lachiel gives him permission immediately. Divine power, medicine, luck. Our guy does not care what saves his father, as long as something works. The old man begins muttering a low, solemn prayer, and the whole room turns unnervingly still. But Lachiel reacts almost instantly because he senses something strange the moment that ritual starts. His skill starts firing harder and harder, flooding him with the destiny, with a small figure stake starting to come. And suddenly, one exact point is marked with perfect clarity like an invisible hand just mapped the body from within. It's up. The pattern grows too precise, too deliberate, and Lachiel can't hide his shock anymore because this is way beyond some ordinary prayer. He stares, trying to understand what kind of power he's witnessing, and then the impossible happens right in front of him. Begin regenerating, and our guy realizes he may be looking at a miracle with a terrifying secret behind it. Room, and our boy Lachiel lies at the center of it like a man balanced between life and death. Priests pour everything they have into him while every pair of eyes locks onto that bed, desperate for even the smallest sign. After hearing he is only 91 days later, this is the first moment that feels like more than blind panic. First time Hope actually dares to breathe, inches down on the fear, and forces himself to stay sharp. His body is wrecked, his fate is rotten, and one wrong move could finish him on the spot. But underneath the crown, the calculations and the forced calm are protected as painfully simple right now. He just wants to live. Bill turns straight into action. Lachiel identifies the first obstacle with brutal clarity. The blocked artery has to be opened before anything else matters. If the clot stays put, every prayer in the room means nothing, so our man focuses on the real enemy inside his own body, and prepares for the most dangerous step. Nightmare reveals itself. Reperfusion injury hangs over the room like a second execution order, because restoring blood flow can trigger even more damage. It is the kind of medical trap that punishes you for succeeding. One mistake, and saving him could kill him. Faster? Lachiel goes still for a beat, turning that risk over with the cold focus of a doctor cornered by fate. Then the answer slams into place, and he wastes zero time. He urgently calls for Captain Roberto and demands the court archmage be brought in at once. Our guy has already jumped from medicine to magic, because no more fear has already jumped from medicine. Found him freeze for a second, almost wondering if the prince has finally lost it. They double-check the name, because he is asking for Sir Xanathus, and that is not a casual request. Calling in the court archmage for bedside treatment sounds insane, but Lachiel's urgency leaves no room for debate. A white-haired figure steps forward with a fan in hand, carrying that dangerous kind of elegance only top-tier mages seem to have. The room tightens with tension, because everyone knows this is no ordinary consultation. Lachiel is buying time with Cold, slowing the crisis while he builds a plan, and he is dead serious about it. Through the long, anxious wait, Pierrot never leaves his bedside, guarding him like loyalty itself. He answers the summons. Lachiel does not hesitate for even a heartbeat. He confirms exactly what he wants, with the kind of calm that only makes the request sound crazier. No wavering, no royal theatrics, just a dying prince demanding precision. That confidence hits hard because our protagonist is betting his life on being right. Outrageous, but not beyond reach. That tiny difference changes everything, because impossible would have buried them on the spot. Instead, they are standing in the narrowest gap between disaster and survival, and Lachiel grabs that gap with both hands. Flashes through the room. For one ugly second, suspicion rears its head that this could be a setup to assassinate the emperor and dump the blame somewhere convenient. In a palace, even medicine can look like treason if the wrong person is involved. The stakes jump from one man's survival to a crime. The death became an army. Crashes in hard. Lachiel brightens immediately, gratitude washing over him because the path forward is finally opening. After all the panic, all the hesitation, and all the political poison in the air, the treatment can at last begin for real. Our boy is still in danger, but now danger has a plan attached to it. Forward, Lachiel keeps thinking like a physician trapped in a fantasy world. He realizes a holy blessing spell might give them the extra push they need, that one missing edge between partial success and actual survival. It is a smart idea, and for a second it feels like the final piece is falling into place. But fate, as usual, is not done being annoying. Heavy with regret. That blessing cannot be used the way Lachiel hopes, and he understands the problem instantly. The spell burns through the caster's stamina, which means forcing it now could collapse the very person trying to save him. So even divine help comes with a nasty price tag, because apparently this world never gets down to the object. Shin seems dead. The Archbishop's expression shifts. He smiles like a man who has spotted a loophole, and that smile changes the air in the room. It is not comfort, it is the kind of smile that says he has an idea, and that idea is probably going to make everyone uncomfortable. Lochiel rejects it immediately. No hesitation, no polite royal softening, just a hard shutdown and an order to drop the matter entirely. That alone makes the proposal feel dangerous enough to chill the room. And right then, as the tension spikes, someone quietly peeks in from behind the door. His vision blurs as every heartbeat threatens to tear his body apart. Piero braces for the worst as our hero fights through the searing haze. Lochiel forces out the only cure for that brutal reperfusion injury. A painstaking controlled reset of his own blood flow. Loyalty and dread collided and Piero breakout. Piero breaks out only a trembling instruction as he summons a fragmented system readout. Pain flickers through his bones the moment he sees that merciless 40.092 figure pulsing on his internal gauge. Every fiber of his being screams to collapse, but our guide tightens his fist against the agony. He steels himself for the next torturous way. Bears down his fist against the agony. He steels himself for the next torturous way. Bears down his internal gauge. Every fiber of his being screams to collapse, but our guy tightens his fist against the agony. He steels himself for the next torturous way. Bears down his internal gauge. A luminescent capsule drifts into the crimson fluid waiting below. Hearts slam against ribs as it hovers suspended on a thread of fragile hope. The medicine hisses to life, spiraling and bubbling around each stubborn clot. Every eye narrows in tense anticipation, praying this alchemical miracle can rewrite their grim counter. It crashes back when nothing stirs. Piero's voice cracks with raw urgency as he pleads for his prince to wake, each syllable soaked in desperate fear. The room holds its breath around Lochiel's motionless form, every second stretching into a merciless test. Time itself seems to judge the risk they took over just. Time itself came into a merciless test. Fluttered open, a shockwave ripping through the stunned circle. Disbelief cascades from every face, frozen between impossible hope and utter relief. A single whisper breaks the hush. It's you. Everything pivots on that breathless name, and the next moment will decide whether they've saved a prince or unleashed a new reckoning. Gamble is all Lochiel has left, and now the whole palace starts to move around it. Beneath that shining royal crest, our boy faces a brutal truth. This empire may look ancient and untouchable, but one bad decision can still crack it wide open, and right when he can barely keep his own body together, foreign trouble comes up until death. Word spreads fast through the palace, and the question hits like a blade. Why is the ambassador of Amboise demanding an audience with the emperor right now? That timing is way too sharp to be innocent. Lochiel immediately feels the pressure, because in a kingdom this tenses the battlefield. Guessing the worst. Maybe the ambassador has come to complain about that captive Minotaur fiasco, and drag someone through the mud for losing control of it. But then another ugly detail clicks into place. The day everyone feared might finally explode into open conflict. And then the emperor does something nobody expects. Instead of making a grand issue out of the envoy's request, he just sends the man right back. The reaction is instant disbelief, because that is not how rulers handle a dangerous foreign visitor. One cold dismissal, and suddenly the air feels even more dangerous. The move leaves everyone stunned. Lochiel catches the shift immediately because confusion in politics is never harmless. When powerful men stop following the script, it means someone is setting a trap or hiding a card, and our protagonist, stuck in a body that could drop dead any minute, has to read the room before the room buries him. Another battle brews in private. Someone lifts the steaming cup, sniffs it carefully, and instantly realizes this is no ordinary drink. The smell alone is enough to trigger pure disbelief. Because if Lochiel's strange prescription is actually what it seems to be, then our guy is either a genius, or everybody here is about to regret everything. Trembles in his hand as he lets out a tired, uneasy breath. Beneath the skepticism, he cannot ignore one terrifying possibility. If the crown prince had really died back then, this kingdom might already be drowning in blood and steel. That thought changes the mood fast, because suddenly Lochiel is not just a sick princess anymore. He is a shaky lid on a boiling war. Breathing down his neck, Lochiel refuses to shrink. Our boy steadies himself and reminds his own heart that he is not useless here. He may be trapped in a doomed prince's body, but he still has a doctor's mind, and a survivor's instinct is bad. The visitor steps forward and properly reveals himself. Count Benjamin of Amboise greets Lochiel with polished manners, but the timing makes every word feel loaded. This is not courtesy, this is a probe. He is walking into a political knife fight with almost no formal training. So he narrows his choices down to the only strategy that makes sense. Stay humble, hide what he knows, and never let the ambassador see his real hand. Because no matter how messy this gets one thing out of them, locks himself in. Under all the royal dignity, our man has one hilariously honest motivation. He wants to survive, protect his status, and keep enjoying the sweet life instead of dying young in some noble disaster. It is selfish, practical, and honesty. It is selfish between around. He studies the ambassador's condition and coolly points out that the old man looks ready to collapse before he can keep hawking whatever scheme brought him here. That is when everything tilts. Benjamin realizes something is deeply off, because this frail prince should not be ready to collapse before he can keep hawking whatever scheme brought him here. That is when everything tilts. Benjamin realizes something is deeply off, because this frail prince should not be ready to collapse before he can keep hawking whatever scheme brought him here. That is when everything tilts. Benjamin realizes something is deeply off, because this frail prince should not be ready to collapse. His mask finally cracks, frustration bursts out, and he all but admits he came to meet the emperor, not this sickly prince blocking the way. That outburst says more than any polished greeting ever could. Lachiel has already dragged him off balance, and now the man's impatience exposes just how badly he needs control. Lachiel starts connecting the pieces at terrifying speed. Someone has already ruined one of his bargaining chips, and that means the game around him is moving faster than expected. But our guy does not fold. Instead, he leans in and hints that there is still one more crucial detail to reveal, like he is about to pull a hidden scalpel from his sleeve. Whispers. Someone anxiously asks whether the plan actually worked, and the answer comes back frustratingly vague, maybe sort of enough to keep everyone guessing. Then the real hook drops. A secret operation is now underway, hidden so carefully that even one slip could blow everything apart. And just as that truth lands, grabs a breath of hope, Danger walks straight to his bedside in black. The messenger doesn't waste time. 4 powerful figures are heading for the royal clinic, and the reason hits like a hammer. The patient isn't some noble with a fever. It's the emperor himself, and our guy is being ordered back to the villa. It's the emperor himself as a hammer. The patient isn't some noble with a fever. It's the emperor himself as a hammer. The patient isn't some noble with a fever. It's the emperor himself as a hammer. The patient isn't some noble with a fever. It's the emperor himself as a hammer. The patient isn't some noble with a fever. It's so fast it almost turns into a military operation. People are ready to summon the royal guard because when the emperor's health is involved, one mistake can drown a kingdom in blood. Even so, the answer that comes back is shaky and tense, but still obedient. Everyone feels it now. This is no ordinary call. Lachiel just breathes, stunned, like a tiny spark of hope flickers in the dark. Then he forces his hand up and braces himself against the bed, fighting a body that feels like it belongs to a dying man. He reaches toward the light overhead as if the ceiling is impossibly far away. Our protagonist feels small. He slams the door shut. The refusal he gets is respectful but absolute, leaving no room to pretend this is some dream he can wake up from. That truth finally settles into his bones. He is really inside Emperor of the Roomblade, and the death flag hanging over Crown Prince Lachiel is as real as the bed beneath him. Realization only gets uglier when he measures himself honestly. This body isn't just sick, it's fragile, untrained, and nowhere near the level needed to survive the chaos ahead. Worse, Lachiel admits he never even learned proper swordsmanship. Our man isn't standing at the starting line of a heroic comeback. He's crawling there half dead. Doubt starts gnawing at him from the inside. Can he really break past a body this ruined and a destiny this cruel? His thoughts tighten, sharpen, and search for anything useful from his old life as a doctor. Then one term rises above the noise like a flare in the dark. CRP. That single clue becomes the thread he grabs up and down on. Working like a physician, the political pressure keeps building around the emperor. Someone refuses to leave the ruler alone in the palace under these conditions, not when his health could collapse at any moment. That decision carries a brutal price. Whoever stays with him will be tied to the emperor's side. Nightmare. If Lachiel remains too long in the Grand Palace, whispers will start spreading through every corridor and noble house. Once rumors begin, people won't stop at calling it a cold. They'll start getting empire. So the only safe move is silence, secrecy, and burying the truth as deep as possible. Hurry now. No delays, no hesitation, because every second matters. Then someone lets out a quiet breath, The kind that comes when a hidden plan is finally about to bear fruit. By this point, whatever was set in motion should already be working at. That second, news bursts out. Benjamin has returned. Under the bright sunlight, the grand palace looks calm and dignified, but that peace is already cracking underneath. Something has changed, and everyone can feel it before a single explanation is given. The air itself starts to feel loaded, welcomed like a man who has done the kingdom a great service. The king praises him first, clearly expecting good news and a smooth result. Then comes the question hanging over the room. How did the mission go? And suddenly Benjamin loses his footing. His confidence wavers. Because if the mission goes back to his room, how did the mission go? The answer comes back firm. The other side already knows enough to make this dangerous. Then Benjamin pushes it even further and frames the message not as a polite suggestion, but as a demand. That one shift in tone changes everything. What sounded diplomatic a moment ago now feels like a blade slicing. And it detonates the room. They want someone to remain in the imperial capital of Magentano for 6 months. Outrage erupts instantly because that doesn't sound like cooperation. It sounds like pressure, control, and humiliation wrapped in formal language. Every noble instinct in the room screams that this is unacceptable. And somehow, Count Benjamin swallows the misunderstanding whole. Instead of seeing the hidden calculation behind Lachiel's move, he starts interpreting it as sincere interest. Our boy's quiet scheme gets dressed up as noble intent. It's the kind of misunderstanding that should die immediately. Instead, it starts growing legs. Completely betrays him. He starts wondering if Lachiel and the princess are already closer than anyone realized, and that thought sends him spiraling. The panic on this man is almost impressive. One bad assumption turns into 10, and now he's mentally sprinting through disasters. That happiest was devastated. His thoughts go completely off the rails. He starts dreaming about an empire stronger than anything the world has ever seen, as if this awkward exchange is actually the foundation of a historic alliance. To him, this meeting no longer feels risky. It feels glorious in his head. Lachiel isn't making a desperate medical-political move. He's laying the first stone of a mighty future. Even loyal Piero freezes in disbelief. Treating Amboise like some subordinate state and dragging the princess into it feels less like diplomacy and more like a declaration of war. The insult is so severe that his whole body locks up. Faithful attendant can barely believe anyone is hearing this with a straight face. Tension immediately, and the mood turns vicious. Rage floods the room so fast Benjamin nearly gets crushed under the pressure of it. The king's authority bears down like a physical weight, and suddenly Benjamin looks less like a trusted envoy and more like a man. Standing went, "Thanks for doing this," at a stranger. He can barely recognize the man in front of him and demands to know what in the world happened out there. That question isn't gentle curiosity, it's suspicion, frustration, and wounded pride all at once. Benjamin is forced to stand there and somehow explain a report that sounds crazier the longer it's repeated. Tone shifts. He starts to wonder if he judged Benjamin too harshly, because maybe this bizarre message isn't stupidity at all. Maybe Lachiel is reaching for something far bigger than anyone first assumed. Another voice eagerly praises the prince's supposed ambition, calling it the mark of a man with an enormous vision. And just like that, confusion starts to mutilating and almost instantly. Once that interpretation takes hold, everyone starts nodding along like they've uncovered some grand strategy. Then everything kicks into motion at once. Orders start flying, minds start racing, and the entire court begins reacting to a version of Lachiel that only exists because of one massive misunderstanding. But that fake image is already changing real events. He seems bolder, sharper, and far more manly in their eyes than anyone expected. His full name lands with heavy ceremonial weight, as if they're no longer speaking about a frail prince but a man destined for something enormous. In the king's mind, the shift becomes almost ridiculous. Lachiel is no longer just royal for another court. He's probably future family. That chaos blooms far away. The real gamble begins where it matters most. Back at the clinic, Piero keeps his promise and tests the medicine on himself first. That single act of loyalty makes everything painfully real for Lachiel. This is no longer a theory, no longer a desperate idea from a dying prince. Finally crossing into action, and whatever happens next could save him or destroy them both. Time to breathe before another crisis crashes into his path. While he's still fighting to survive, his mind locks onto a dangerous question from the original story. Why does the ruler of Amboise surrender so easily to the Empire's demands? Across from him stands Adeline Beauharnais Amboise, the true heir to that throne, and the shock on her face says this family conflict is already turning ugly. Believe what she's hearing, but her father stays calm in that cold, infuriating way powerful men do. He treats her like a beloved daughter while making it clear he isn't kneeling to the Magentanos without a reason. That answer only makes the air heavier because now the problem feels even worse than simple cowardice. Our guy's thoughts start racing. If Amboise's king isn't acting out of weakness, then something else is forcing his hand. Lakil immediately suspects blackmail, hidden leverage, or something else is forcing his hand. Lakil immediately suspects blackmail, hidden leverage, or something is black. To let it go, because her pride and her conscience both scream that this is wrong, but her father cuts her off with brutal finality and orders her out before she can protest again. Then he drops the real blow. She isn't just leaving the room, she's being sent away. Punishment lands like a slap. Adeline is ordered to remain away for at least 6 months, and her outrage explodes on the spot. This is the same woman celebrated across Amboise with a saintly nickname, so being handled like a troubled shell. He clenched his fists. It is a complete trap. People hear smiling angel of Amboise and imagine kindness, grace, and soft-hearted nobility. In reality, Adeline is a monster in close combat, strong enough to stand with mid-rank sword expert knights, and absolutely not the type to accept chains quietly. As in, she goes still. That tiny pause says everything. Adeline isn't surrendering because she agrees. She's holding herself back because one wrong move could turn this family dispute into open violence. The bitterness boils over. She feels betrayed by her own father, forced to swallow an order that tastes like poison, and the emotional damage is written all over her face. Meanwhile, her father sends her off with almost casual composure, which somehow makes the whole thing sting anymore. In an instant, something crashes down from above with a thunderous impact, dropping between the guards like a delivery from the heavens. The absurdity of it almost breaks the tension, because the arrival is so dramatic it feels like transport and more like a royal flex. Morning finally spreads over the palace grounds, but peace doesn't come with it. A new day begins with all the weight of diplomacy, succession, and survival pressing down at once. For Lachiel, this isn't just another sunrise. It's another countdown tick in a body already racing toward death. Reminded that she can't afford to act like a furious daughter anymore. She now carries the face and dignity of her kingdom, and every expression she makes will be judged. To her credit, she steadies herself, swallows the humiliation, and accepts that burden with clenched resolve. Feels a strange jolt of recognition. Something about her face nags at his memory, and then it clicks just as the formal welcome begins. The capital receives her with all the proper ceremony, but our protagonist is already digging through the original novel in his head. Name is announced, the truth hits hard. This is Princess Adeline d'Amboise, a major figure tied to the future of the continent. And when she looks at Lachiel, she's visibly thrown off, because the man before her looks nothing like the frail dying crown prince from the portrait. Royal composure, and Adeline answers in kind, but the temperature between them drops fast. She gives him nothing but icy distance, and our boy immediately notices. Still, instead of shrinking, he takes the hit with that weirdly shameless confidence of his and almost finds her hostility amusing. 4. Being treated coldly by women doesn't exactly shock this man, and his mind instantly flashes back to his old life in Korea. Between debt, disaster, and endless humiliation, a frosty reaction barely even registers on his pain scale anymore. So he keeps his cool and plays along with the formalities. Adeline gives a restrained response, and the attendants guide her onward with strict etiquette. On the surface, everything looks smooth, but Lachiel's mind is already moving, far ahead of everyone else. In the end, Lachiel's pulse starts climbing for a completely different reason. He remembers exactly how important Adeline is to the future. If she survives and takes the throne, she becomes one of the key figures preventing a catastrophic warfare from swallowing both nations. It's his focus. Adeline may be famous for her fiery temper and combativeness, but the irony is that she actually values peace more than bloodshed. She's also clever, perceptive, and politically vital, which means losing her would be a disaster far beyond one royal family. In the original story, Adeline looks healthy, strong, and full of life right up until everything goes wrong. If she dies, the crown passes elsewhere, and the balance holding back chaos collapses almost immediately. The replacement ruler is the exact opposite of Adeline. He's not cautious, wise, or peace-minded. He's a militarist through and through. Once he takes power, the empire spirals into chaos, and both realms get dragged toward a massive war that marks the beginning of a full-scale disaster. Resolve hardens on the spot. He refuses to let that future repeat itself no matter what it costs him. And when someone reacts aggressively to his sudden interest in Adeline, the answer comes back fierce and protective. They're ready to do anything to keep her alive, long enough to claim the throne. Confirms what our protagonist already suspects. Based on the vague symptoms described in the original novel, Lachiel has been piecing together Adeline's hidden illness for a while. To him, it looks less like a mysterious curse and more like a bile duct blockage caused by gallstones, especially because he once knew someone with nearly identical symptoms of trouble. Settles in his mind, the next step becomes obvious. If gallstones are the problem, then they need to be cleared out and prevented from returning. But even for Lachiel, that's a lot to process at once, and the sheer weight of the situation almost feels too heavy to swallow. And back down. With a sudden, confident gesture, he reveals the surprise he's been preparing. The moment the idea lands, the people around him freeze, because what he's offering isn't a weapon, a threat, or a political bargain. It's medicine. Immediately causes trouble. Adeline's pride flares up so fast her glare could slice armor, and Lachiel realizes he's one bad explanation away from sounding deeply insulting. The medicine between them suddenly feels less like help and more like a challenge, with neither side willing to blink first. Before the misunderstanding can explode, another voice crashes into the moment. The tension snaps sideways as someone stares at the unfamiliar remedy in total confusion, struggling to figure out how they're even supposed to take it. And just like that, Lachiel's bold attempt to save a future queen. Teachers aren't going. And the whole room goes dead quiet. Our boy Lachiel sits there calm as ever, like he has no clue why Adeline is glaring at him like he just laid a trap. He even lets out a small, tired sigh, almost disappointed that after everything, this is where her mind jumps first. Just coming all the way here must have taken a lot from both Adeline and Ambroise. She stiffens immediately, already expecting some humiliating demand, and she is already swinging, spiraling fast. Lachiel tries to smooth things over and calm her down, but Adeline presses harder, almost daring him to reveal the ugly motive she is convinced he has been hiding. She mocks his hesitation like she thinks he is about to lose his nerve, and that is exactly when our prince decides to turn the whole game around. That he has not actually done anything to her. So far, he has offered a meal, a place to sit, and medicine to help her recover from that brutal journey. Then he flips the pressure back onto her, and quietly asks why she fears him so much. Worse, he asks why she keeps avoiding him, and that question hits far deeper. Adeline's pride and leaves her simmering in humiliation. Lachiel, still perfectly polite, asks Pierrot to bring over the medicine. Loyal as ever, Pierrot handles it carefully and tests it first, just like he promised before letting the prince touch a drop. Even now, that promise hangs in the air, proving Lachiel is not bluffing. The decoction like it is some legendary treasure instead of a cup of suffering. Adeline's disbelief flashes across her face, but Lachiel just lifts it and gulps it down without hesitation. The moment she realizes he really drank it, her hand slams into the table. Hard for her. Lachiel blinks at her accusation like he is genuinely offended she thinks so little of him. Then he smiles and lands the real hit, making it clear that fear is the only thing she is willing to swallow. He knows he is baiting her as a coward. She knows he is baiting her as a coward. His face tightens as irritation boils under the surface. Driven by pure pride, she demands the decoction for herself, determined to prove she is not scared of anything. Lachiel shuts her down with one blunt refusal. And somehow, that makes it even worse now it is about medicine. It is about one day. The refusal only hardens her resolve, and the room practically holds its breath. Then the verdict lands, and everyone nearly jumps out of their skin when she actually takes the drink. 1 second she is full of confidence, and the next the taste detonates in her mouth. Like a curve, it feels less like medicine and more like punishment. Lachiel quickly tries to soothe the damage, offering her candy and openly admitting the decoction tastes absolutely horrific. And then, because our guy cannot resist twisting the knife, he casually mentions this nightmare brew as the plum-flavored one. Plum-flavored, by the way, should not be this evil. Tries to keep her dignity intact, but temptation is already creeping in. She stubbornly forces herself to endure, acting like sheer willpower can somehow erase that monstrous aftertaste. Then Lachiel brings up Tricla and her resistance starts cracking fast. Right on cue, he adds that the grape one is especially tasty and that detail hits the monstrous aftertaste. Then Lachiel brings up Tricla and her resistance starts cracking fast. Right on cue, he adds that the grape one is especially tasty, and that detail hits like a fatal weakness and destroys the last of her restraint. Adeline finally gives in, and the sweetness that follows feels so heavenly it is almost spiritual. After that torture, The candy hits her like salvation itself. For one, human history could be read. Asks if she is leaving already. Adeline snaps back that there is no reason for her to stay. He lets her go without a fight and has the Lord Chamberlain escort her to her room. As she walks away, she decides the safest plan is to avoid Lochiel for the next 6 months. Because if she stays near that man any longer, her pride might not survive. That she is standing in enemy territory, Adeline cannot ignore something strange. Her body feels unusually good, almost refreshed, and she half jokes to herself that maybe her training is carrying her harder than expected. But the feeling keeps getting weirder and lighter, cleaner, almost like her whole body has been unshackled, ending. And that is when suspicion starts creeping in. Lochiel casually asks whether her commander is exhausted from the long ride, and the man nearly panics trying to deny it. He insists 10 days on horseback is nothing, but Lochiel sees right through him because their legs are already trembling from fatigue. That is when Adeline notices the real problem. If they are this worn out, what's not? Because they are already trembling from fatigue. That is when Adeline notices the real problem. If they are this worn out, why is she perfectly fine? Standing. Her thoughts jump straight back to that bizarre medicine from yesterday. This is a group approaching, and they do not look like workers at all. One glance tells her they are in rough shape, worn down and clearly unwell. Worse, they are heading straight toward Lochiel's building. Curiosity grabs her before caution can stop her. Adeline has followed them inside. She curses that blasted curiosity of hers because now she absolutely has to know what Lochiel is doing. Inside, our prince is already examining a patient with calm focus. Diagnosing an overheated liver like this is his natural place in the future. And that is the moment Adeline truly understands. This is not an act. Lochiel advises the patient to stay away from alcohol and greasy food. Then he prescribes medicine 3 times a day with the ease of a seasoned doctor, not a sheltered crown prince. Adeline can only stare, completely thrown off by how natural he looks doing this. Lochiel notices her. Both of them react in surprise, but he immediately asks about her registration like she is just another patient. Completely lost in this bizarre process, Lochiel asks if she cut in line, then dismisses the idea himself and hardens his tone at once. In that instant, he is not a prince playing around. He stands there with the unshakable conviction of a real doctor. Under his roof, patients come first and that room's feelings felt. And that room does not bend for anyone. He keeps pressing the point until there is nowhere left for Adeline to hide behind rank or pride. Lochiel declares that, aside from the emperor, status, gender, and age mean nothing in this place. If she wants treatment, she has to go outside, file the proper paperwork, and stand in line like everyone else. Then he demands to know if she understands, and the force behind it leaves no room for argument. Refusal rises in Adeline again, hot and immediate. Every instinct tells her to reject this ridiculous order and walk out on the spot. But Lochiel does not budge even an inch, and his command stays cold, firm, and absolute. For maybe the first time, she runs straight into a wall. Her pride cannot move. And somehow, unbelievably, Adeline actually follows his rules and waits her turn like everyone else. When she finally returns, she bitterly admits that she stood in line and handled everything properly this time. Even she can barely believe she really did it. It's like this outcome was obvious from the beginning. Then he gives her that smug little look, the kind that says he knew she would come back no matter what. Adeline insists she only did it to prove she is not some spoiled royal tyrant, but Lochiel teases her for wasting 2 whole hours on pride alone. Somehow his warm welcome makes the humiliation stand. Lochiel teases her for wasting 2 whole hours on pride alone. Somehow his warm welcome makes the humiliation stand. And somehow his warm welcome makes the humiliation stand on pride alone. Somehow his warm welcome makes the humiliation stand on. Lochiel's tone changes, and the air turns heavy. He tells Adeline this is where he wanted to have a serious conversation all along, and she instantly grows wary. At last, he reveals that he is ready to explain why he kept her in the imperial capital for 6 months. Silence closes in as the answer she has been dreading finally starts to rise. Finally settles over the room. A maid rushes past, and the tension instantly spikes again. Princess Adeline senses something far more sinister than a petty slight. The sudden realization hits her hard, leaving her stunned and utterly confused. She stands frozen, grappling with this unexpected turn. Events ease deepens as she realizes our crown prince Lochiel is orchestrating a much larger scheme. But Lochiel, ever the opportunist, Seizes this moment, he feels luck finally swinging back in his favor. A brilliant, sharp idea flashes in his eyes, recognizing the perfect chance from his eyes, recognizing the actions that dies. Been desperately trying to figure out how to get the princess to his clinic. Now the impossible answer suddenly appears before him. A profound realization dawns on Lakiel, revealing a dangerous new possibility. He sees a path forward, but it carries immense risk. Our boy steels his resolve, determined to seize this fleeting opportunity. He understands that treating gallstones is useless if the princess denies her own symptoms. Lakiel zeroes in on the true enemy, her deep-seated denial. He knows that confronting this denial is the first crime. That moment begins with making the patient acknowledge their own illness. So he unleashes a terrifying diagnosis, declaring Adeline has only 3 months left to live. Adeline immediately pushes back, utterly baffled by a disease she's never heard of. She feels perfectly fine and completely rejecting his grandmother, insisting that conscious admission of sickness is the vital first step. He raises the stakes dramatically, warning her that immediate treatment is her only hope for survival. But Adeline stubbornly refuses his premise. Why accept treatment for an illness she simply doesn't believe exists? Mentally preparing for the actual medical treatment, he imagines the crushing regret that will hit Adeline too late, after ignoring all the loud warning signs. The immense pressure from Lakiel's words makes her visibly recoil. She feels the weight of his grim prognosis. Remains firm, knowing that recognizing symptoms is the absolute foundation of any cure. Yet that is precisely the impenetrable wall standing before him. This princess refuses to even take that crucial first step. A heavy, suffocating silence settles between them, thick with unspoken tension. They are cruelly deceptive, often remaining silent until disaster is already closing in. Lakiel understands that pushing her into treatment too soon will only make her resist harder. He wets his finger, checking his throat, preparing to drop all pretense. Our man is about to speak with brutal honesty. Lakiel drops all politeness, telling Princess Adeline he will speak plainly. Then he lands a devastating blow, declaring she has at most 2 years left to live. The words hit her like a physical punch to the gut. Her words, suddenly tilted on its axis, process the horrifying pronouncement she just heard. To everyone present, it sounds less like a cruel joke and more like a cold-blooded curse. But Lakiel doesn't flinch. His gaze unwavering, he insists that it's ugly. Pulls down, revealing his information comes from the Imperial Intelligence Order itself. He names them, the Silent Watch. That name instantly shocks Adeline to her core. The mere mention of the Silent Watch sends a shiver of fear through the room. Silent Watch possesses eyes and ears almost everywhere. This means even the Amboisian royal family and every servant lives under their constant gaze. So thanks to their relentless surveillance, he claims they caught signs of a deadly illness. They knew before Adeline herself ever did. The fear turns terrifyingly real for Adeline. She asks, her voice trembling, if this disease truly means she will die in 2 years. The chilling sentence echoes relentlessly in her mind. 2 years, and then death. That ruthless, unyielding side of Lakiel leaves her deeply understanding. Bristles, disappointed that our protagonist seems to joke about something so cruel. To Adeline, his humor feels warped and vicious. A twisted mockery, but Lakiel answers with chilling, unwavering calm. He states simply that the truth can often be far uglier than any lie. If this is merely another elaborate scheme to make a fool of her, Lakiel softens his expression just enough, telling Adeline he isn't mocking her at all. He offers undeniable proof, and blinks, utterly confused by the strange object he produces. Disgust quickly takes over as she has no idea what this bizarre thing even is. Suddenly, a strange, ethereal light begins to glow from it. The room holds its breath, captivated by the mysterious spectacle. Grins, a man holding his last most powerful card. He coaxes his little glowing helper, speaking to it with almost ridiculous affection, giving it a vital job. He even reassures it he isn't feeding it anything weird. Then, the entire room freezes in shock at the sight of a summoned. Composure, Lakiel formally introduces Princess Adeline to his spectral assistant. He then names her as today's patient, sealing her fate in this bizarre encounter. Adeline swallows hard, her nerves spiking. She says that if it's any of that, Sir Glubby, his little specialist for analyzing medicinal ingredients in the Royal Apothecary. He casually adds that Chick will handle a different task today. With a decisive command, our guy gives the order. Glubby eagerly springs into action, ready to perform its studio, spiking at the bizarre sight. A specialized function activates, Acupoint scanning, the tiny chick-like spirit quivers in front of Lakiel, ready to perform. This is the system skill Take Pulse, our protagonist unlocked for 500 GP, designed to provide a basic medical report. Draws another pained breath from Lakiel. Raw power whips through the air around them, yet nothing changes immediately and the scene lingers for an uneasy beat. Everyone holds their breath, waiting for the unknown to unfold. Hardened onlookers are stunned into silence. The strange ethereal light keeps sweeping back and forth, meticulously scanning. Suddenly, understanding begins to dawn on everyone present. A profound realization starts to hit them all. Trick can fully pay off. The story traces back a few days earlier. That night, Lakiel realizes any hope of sleeping early is completely dead. Meanwhile, someone nearby is out cold, snoring loudly through all the chaos. Our man is clearly not getting any rest. The system turns utterly absurd, warning Lakiel that his organs are furious about his wrecked sleep schedule. It gets even worse. His internal organs have apparently united, threatening a full-blown strike. Lakiel can only stare at the full-blown strike, and half offended by the audacity and half terrorized by the implications. His body is staging a rebellion, his organs openly condemning his actions. Our man finally snaps back, demanding to know what crime he has committed to deserve this strike. He forces himself to calm down. Slowing his breath, panic threatens to overwhelm him, and that goes up. Reason for his immense stress. And boys finally sent a reply. Someone immediately asks what it says. The answer lands with huge impact. The princess is coming, exactly as you requested. This should be good news. But with only 3 days left, anxiety begins chewing at our hero. And blurts out pure nonsense in its excitement. But then the mood flips into full emergency mode. The servant jumps to the wild conclusion that the princess's arrival means the marriage is basically approved. It spirals into full-blown wedding madness. Much to Lakiel's, shuts down the romantic notions fast, explaining this isn't about love. If he can't cure her, both nations could be dragged into a devastating war. The blunt response hits hard. His plan sounds utterly impossible. Still, our protagonist clearly sees the real obstacle she must accept. However, the dust finally settled. Only one figure remains standing. Lakiel shuts down the romantic notions fast. Still, our protagonist clearly sees the real obstacle she must accept. How does it make sense? Fine, sure. It helps him define its notions before the crew for help, promising them rest if they work with him now. Even his organs hesitate, grumbling like exhausted workers dragged back into overtime. At last, they cave in, deciding they will all suffer through the night to get over there. Their collective health depends on this. Suggests upgrading the Take Pulse skill, then offers to donate HP. Lakiel latches onto that idea at once, repeating the skill name in surprise. The logic is simple and undeniable. If he wants to convince the princess, he needs far more than just works. The obvious. Skip the lecture and show her directly. Lakiel pauses, wondering if he can actually project what he sees during a pulse reading. The Take Pulse skill, currently at level 6, diagnoses a target's condition by checking their pulse. He can easily view the results himself. The examination report allows his awakened organs to consult the patient's matching organs. This enables a more detailed diagnosis of underlying conditions. His current HP stands at 2,500. He sees the upgrade. Lakiel immediately knows one upgrade won't be nearly enough to achieve his goal. So he goes all in, figuring he has nothing to lose but points if this is his only shot. But then the immense cost starts biting hard. Frustration hits him, draining his precious HP. He hits level 7, and his HP drops again. It continues to level up, consuming more and more of his precious HP. The skill surges to level 8, then 9, then 10, each upgrade draining him further. The intense strain rings a brutal pain sound out of our protagonist. Pulse finally reaches level 11, and the skill advances to the next tier. It moves from beginner level 10 to intermediate level 1. The system congratulates him on this achievement through extensive experience and point investment. This upgrade finally pays off, allowing Take Pulse to not only read a patient, but also explain the findings of different types of things. With this new advanced tier, even more powerful subskills open up before our hero. Also, the possibilities for diagnosis and treatment expand dramatically. Lakiel feels a surge of new potential. Take Pulse's CT output option. This allows him to project diagnostic results onto an external display for the patient to see, though it requires a constant light source. And now that desperate gamble brings us right back to the present moment. Lakio reveals the image at last, telling Princess Adeline she is looking directly at her own gallbladder. Sight instantly shatters Adeline's composure. She stammers in disbelief, unable to process the image before her. Lakiel coolly tells her to press beneath the right side of her ribs if she still doubts him. Still deeply shaken, she decides it can't hurt to test his outrageous claim. Finds the exact spot, and searing pain answers immediately. That is all the proof Adeline needs to shatter her denial. Lakiel feels the tide finally turning in his favor. She is starting to believe his terrifying diagnosis. This is her panic, admitting anyone would be horrified by seeing their own insides laid bare. Then Adeline asks the question she was dreading most. Will those things truly kill me? Lakiel answers without mercy, explaining that the gallstones will eventually block her bile duct. The grim reality sets in. Catastrophic blockage happens, the bile meant for the duodenum will back up. This will cause immense pressure and toxicity. The liver, spleen, and pancreas will suffer catastrophic damage, utterly beyond repair. There will be nothing left to do. A chilling silence falls over the room as the full weight of his words sinks in. Adeline's face pales, grappling with the terrifying prognosis. The air grows heavy with dread. Her life hangs by a thread. She stares at the projected image, seeing her own death sentence laid bare. The reality of her illness crashes down upon her. All her previous denials crumble away. This is no longer a game or a political maneuver. The gravity of the situation hangs heavy, suffocating everyone present. Lakiel watches her, knowing this moment is critical. Her life, and perhaps the fate of nations, rests on her next move. The silence stretches, filled with unspoken fears. Silence becomes unbearable. Piero suddenly lunges forward. He moves as if trying to test the strange new medicine on the spot. His loyalty shines through. Even in this moment of desperate action, what will happen next